also be public. Save. And we should be live. Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh, hi.
Hi. It's just always the big question is YouTube doing the thing properly, or is it gonna take a bit? Judging by the Discord bot not saying anything yet, it might take a bit.
Oh, I wasn't muted. You might have heard phone sounds. That was me. I apologize.
Phone sounds. Oh no.
Anyways, how's everyone's week been?
Hello.
I've done a couple interesting things.
I was busy. It was busy. Work was kicking my ass. I had chores to do, and I didn't get anything done for the channel because life sucks, and you need to do other things.
Well, I took a break on my Onimusha playthroughs, although I've now at least finished all of them once, except for the tactics game. I'm back and forth on whether or not I should include that one because the story isn't canon and it's like a Game Boy Advance Final Fantasy Tactics clone, so it might be a real departure from what the rest of the video will be, but I'll think about it. But I did play all 3 original Silent Hill games in their entirety, and yeah, good stuff.
Woo.
Silent Hill 2 is absolute cinema. And
Absolute
honestly, replaying the
cinema.
original made me like the remake a little less because the original flows so well. Like it doesn't. Like I didn't really notice the padding that people were complaining about when I was playing the Silent Hill 2 remake. I did notice it while I was playing the original though. I was like, oh yeah, none of this feels like it's dragging on at all.
Yeah.
It's all kind of moving from one area to the other. The puzzles are sometimes a little difficult, but and on normal riddle difficulty, by the way, I didn't do hard. But they're clear enough and logical enough that if you think about them and you explore enough, you can figure them out pretty easily. So
Oh yeah.
you don't really feel like you're just trapped staring at like a bunch of squares that you need to move around in a specific way, and you're just like, well, this seems very strange and random. It's like, no, it's, hey, there's a music box. It's got 3 slots in it. Go find the little things to put on the music box and search the hotel enough and you'll find them. Although the Little Mermaid music box is out a pretty damn long time before I figured out, okay, it's out in the yard by the fountain. I was not looking outside.
That can happen in those games. It's like, I think I checked everywhere. Where else could it be? And then there's like a door you missed or a hatch.
What I really like about the Silent Hill game, up to and including the original, it's always been doing the thing that Resident Evil started with the 2 remake, with the like the map crosses off doors that are locked or like highlights the ones that are locked with a key that it seems like you can open later, and it makes it much easier to understand what you need to be doing without there being like a big waypoint marker and like
Right.
Halo style where it's like you're 50 meters away from item, you know. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. And I will say, playing Silent Hill 3 and then immediately watching Silent Hill Revelation, which is the second Silent Hill film, is fucking hilarious. Like it's actually really funny to the point that I'd almost recommend doing it. Now, Silent Hill Revelation is an extremely bad movie. It's very, very bad. I'm not recommending it on its merits. It's just very, very funny to see them attempt to adapt the Silent Hill 3 story and just not really get the point, even though they get a lot of the iconography. It's like the way I describe it is Silent Hill Revelation seems like it's made by a big fan of Silent Hill 3, but he's 10 and doesn't really know how to make a movie.
Posted his script on r/nosleep or something. It's like 7 upvotes.
I forgot there was even a sequel.
It is a sequel to the original Silent Hill film, which I've not rewatched because I'm holding off on that until we do our little 2-week Silent Hill arc in October, which kind of got me on this kick. We're going to do Silent Hill movie and then Silent Hill F, the new game. But it's a sequel to that, but also it tries to adapt Silent Hill 3, and it sort of fails at both. But it's all shot like a music video. It's really loud and like fast paced and jumping from thing to thing to thing. Like someone actually in the Forge Discord said there's a lot of and then storytelling, and I think that kind of nails it. It's like, and then Heather Mason goes this place, and then she meets up with Jon Snow, and then Jon Snow admits that he's one of the Order, and then the Order come and take Jon Snow because he's trying to betray the Order, and then Heather goes to save him, and she ends up in a factory with a whole bunch of mannequins, and there's 2 random people who just stumbled into Silent Hill and are just there to die in that scene. Also, big CGI mannequin monster. Look at this, isn't it scary? And it's like,
I think I remember the mannequin monster though. I remember that at least looking cool.
The game ends with a boss fight between Trinity, like from the Matrix, getting all Cenobited out. Like she looks like something out of Hellraiser, and she's supposed to be playing Claudia from Silent Hill 3, but it's a weird version of her. Fighting against Pyramid Head, who's a good guy in this one, by the way.
Pyramid Head, a good guy under
I
any
don't
context.
remember that.
Pyramid Head should not be in any Silent Hill game except for Silent Hill 2. Anyways, it's just Konami, I think, is just like, look, people like this guy. Let's put him in more stuff.
When do I get to play Pyramid Head in Fortnite?
I mean, like, see, that's the kind of thing where like a Fortnite skin is just like, okay, that actually kind of doesn't matter. But they keep on using him in Silent Hill stuff, and it's like, hey man, that's supposed to be like James's shadow self. Like he's literally a victim of a figment of James's psyche. He should not really exist outside of a story which has James, and even Silent Hill 2. Like he resolves he integrates the shadow self and the Jungian.
I remember the Resident Evil movies did the same retarded shit. I can't remember which one it was, but like in the city streets there were like the shantytown executioners from Africa, like, dragging the axes around, and it's just like, dude, what are you doing?
It's all immigration's fault. I knew it.
Is that Resident Evil 5?
Oh man, yeah, it's
Umbrella
just
threw
people
the
like that from
Ouroboros
the
guys
game,
in.
so we have to have it in our movie.
Yeah, they just grab these surface elements from the video games and just mash them together. It's like you don't even know what these characters mean or represent or where they're actually geographically based. Like, this is just stupid.
That's the biggest thing with adaptations, whether it's games or comics. You have to know why it exists in the first place if you're going to adapt it. You can't just shove it in so people see
but
like, look at that, the thing you liked, right?
Yeah, but have you considered
And
that's
that's
like a lot of
exactly
work to actually do? Can we just put them in?
That's the problem.
Well, I think
problem.
the perfect
That's why it's
example of that is there's a red slipper that you use in one of the puzzles in Silent Hill 3. You find it in the amusement park. You use it on this statue that's in the amusement park. It's a Cinderella kind of thing that happens. But in the movie, it's just in the motel room that her and Jon Snow run to, and it's just like up against the wall. They don't address it. It doesn't play. It's just like, hey, look at that, the red shoe. You remember that from the game? It's like, are you guys just throwing Easter eggs in so that we don't maybe don't notice how bad this movie is?
Right.
In that case, I need to ask the most important question. Do either of the movies reference the can of light bulbs at all?
I mean, I did just open that can of light bulbs a couple hours ago, but I mean, again, I've not seen the original one in quite a while, and I'm kind of saving that rewatch for the Forge. So I don't know. I don't believe that is in Silent Hill Revelation at any point, but
0 out of 10.
I think honestly, most of what I remember from that movie is like bursting out laughing at specific moments. So, and that's kind of what I say that like I almost recommend it because like it's so bad to the point that I actually found it extremely entertaining to go through, even though like it's terrible. It's not a good adaptation, but it's such a bad adaptation that it's almost worth checking out.
That's gonna be my question for you, Mark, because I know like you're gonna be picky about the subject. Excluding things like Arcane Season 1 or like maybe even The Last of Us Season 1. What would you say is like the best video game adaptation?
Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I figured you'd put that on the exclusion list, but absolutely Edge Runners, hands down.
I'm not familiar with that one. That's the reason I mentioned the first two is because I'm familiar with it.
So it is also getting not really a season 2. It's getting a second show that is like same title, but it's called Edge Runners 2, but apparently totally different characters and everything, which is a good call if you ask me.
Yeah.
The story of Edge Runners wraps up very conclusively. And it's made me worried because I'm like, oh, well, I would normally be quite excited about this, but then Arcane Season 2, oh my God, Netflix doing an animated adaptation of a video game that's incredible. I don't know if I want them to go back to that well ever now.
Yeah,
but...
that's how I feel. Like, did anyone check out the new Devil May Cry? I heard they like botched that.
Oh God, don't get me started.
Yeah, but that whole IP is something that I feel
very
is
like
bad. I feel just it never really hit its full potential, Devil May Cry, and an adaptation could have been one of the things that really like just, I don't know, blow it up the way it should have back in the day.
Oh, you mean
And,
like
yeah.
potential as far as like reception goes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because
I
I
just
was
really
thinking, I was
feel
like, I don't know,
Dante's an
Devil
underrated
May Cry
character.
3 is pretty peak.
From visionary 80 Shankar.
A lot of it just comes
no.
down to the writing and the showrunners, and Devil May Cry was not in good hands.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk, on the other hand, might actually be good the second season. I loved the first one. I thought that was great.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
good.
well,
That's
it's the
usually
guys
gonna be
who
the
did
case.
Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill, like,
Studio
and
Trigger,
there's a
right?
lot of yeah. Well, I guess they were Gynax when they did Gurren Lagann, but same guy, like kind of leading the project. And there's some thematic similarity between Gurren Lagann and Edge Runners. Edge Runners is more of a dark version of the same idea of like doing what you have to do to live up to your mentor and possibly surpass him. And yeah, it's good stuff. But I'm afraid of season 2 because it's still Studio Trigger. Hopefully, it's still written by some of the same people.
Yeah.
But then again, Arcane, same studio,
It's so
apparently
funny.
written by a lot of the same people. And it's just,
Yeah,
they kind of
so
lost the
it's-
the objective.
It's so funny how,
Values.
or well, I say funny, like sad funny, how this and last year has like completely destroyed any hopes in any season 2 that comes out these days. Like every time,
Yeah,
every
season
time it's like,
2 is-
And/or-
season 2 is coming out, everyone
Jesus.
just starts to sweat. It's like, no, fuck no.
No,
And/or-
100%.
And/or
Man.
season,
Like even
and/or
even when
2 stuck the landing. I think.
even the finale
Yeah.
for Moblands, I was like, oh no, are we setting up a season 2? Oh fuck. It's just like I get so nervous for it because like you have to have faith that these values are gonna be sustained over time,
I still
and they
need to
might
watch
completely
that.
change into the next one.
Oh, I know
that's on my
Brooks
list.
likes this show. Speaking
Yeah,
of
Mobland's
Netflix
excellent.
animated season 2s, but apparently next year, I think spring or something, 2026 is Blue Eye Samurai season 2.
Mm.
And
Blue Eye Samurai is a lot of fun.
yeah,
a lot
episode
of fun.
6 I think is ridiculous just because they have Misu get so injured and not really have it affect her at all, which I don't know.
If I, yeah,
That's the
I
one
do.
episode I
Yeah,
don't like.
that's the one. I'm completely with you. She's just unstoppable in that episode.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's
based
like
on what we've
it's the
seen.
most video gamey episode in the entire.
Yeah.
Even though Blue Eye Samurai is not based on a game, but
What do you mean Last
yeah,
of Us
it's
Two was
also
a
actually
banger? Shut up. Odin.
Ghost of
I re-
Yote just had that
I
big
re-
presentation too, and a lot of people are pretty down on that. And I'm just like, I don't know. I've seen a pretty good story about a female samurai in Edo era Japan.
I love Mizu, but that one scene that you're referencing makes her character like indefensible for people who have
Yeah,
issues with it. Because if it breaks your immersion, there's no defense I can come up with. You know?
Well, just they
That's
have a spike, like a wall spike from an Indiana Jones trap, go through her fucking ankle, and then in the next scene, she's doing like parkour shit. Like it's not really a problem. And I'm just like, okay, come on. Like that's like this show. I mean, granted,
Yeah.
she takes a lot of punishment and like pushes
It
forward in a
accounted
bunch
for
of the
it.
other
It
episodes.
was all
but-
grounded and it was all generally grounded until that moment where they just went nuts. And it's like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
She's getting like
Shit, you fucked up.
punched in the face by orangutans, and it's just
You
like,
fucked
okay,
up.
like one of those hits would kill you. Like,
Kind of Naru is I fucking hate Naru from Prey, but they tried to make her semi-realistic and then they just went nuts in the end and made her unstoppable to beat the Predator one-on-one.
Yeah,
So
they
it just
Well,
came
the
down-
Predator killed himself. Let's be
Rope
fair.
guard.
Jeremy was an idiot, but she should not have been able to even come near him. Like he should have got the kill.
I
yeah,
still
but similar
recommend
to that.
watching that movie with the Comanche dub. It actually makes it a lot better. They do a good
Oh.
job with the lip syncing, and it's far more immersive because the main characters don't sound like young adults from California.
Ah, yes, season 2s. We love them when they're good.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Andor.
Anyways, I'll be right back.
God, Andor was so fucking good. Shit. Man.
I don't know. I might have issues with season 3s after Squid Game, man. Did anyone check that out?
I've watched one episode, the first one, obviously. And
I've
I was
been-
like,
I've-
I'll watch that eventually. I'm busy with other things.
I binged it all instantly. I needed to know how it ended.
I heard it has like the games are pretty solid again, but I think other than that, it's probably gonna be pretty stupid. That's what I heard. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not chomping at the bits to actually go watch it. I don't know. I'm just like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smiling Friends also had
found
an
it.
amazing season 2. Oh yeah, I need more more smiling friends in my life. That shit is so
I
funny.
found
Yes.
season 1 a really fun, enjoyable watch, and then the ending I thought was dumb. Season 2, the ending is more like season 2 and 3 were shot back to back, so like
Mhm.
it just feels like an abrupt ending to half of a whole thing. You know, so
I just feel
The
like we didn't need
continuity
more.
from the continuity from the cliffhanger in season 2 was not really well connected in season 3. They just kind of cheated and shoved everything back together to restart the games, which
Jojo.
pissed me
Mm.
off. And
Right.
yeah, I think we had a completed story in 1, and they tried to they tried to double dip like they always try to do to make
Yeah.
more money, but they did not have a full vision. Like, for example, the frontman, whoever, if you've seen season 1 only, you
Yeah.
know as much as I do about that motherfucker after 3 seasons. It's insane how
This
much they
Squid
just, it's
Game?
absolute bullshit. Yeah. And yeah, you hated the ending of season 1, John? Like the ending, or like the game ending?
The ending of season 1, where I mean, I guess the games are over, and then there's some
With his red hair and
shit
stuff.
that happens. Like,
Well, he essentially, his mother died, and then he
Mhm.
left
Spoilers.
to be, well, yeah, it's not, come on, season 1. And then he left basically to fly to California to be with his daughter, and then he saw that the
Hey,
games were
Rocky.
continuing, and as he
Yeah.
was leaving, he got a call from the front man, meaning that they're tracking him still. And he, in that moment, basically decided to, even more important than his relationship with his daughter, he's going to spend the money that he has to try to put a stop to these games. Like, this is for the greater good. So
The
that
greater
aspect
good.
of it I liked. Was that part you didn't appreciate, or was it?
Yeah, that was fine. I think the thing that bothered me was something with
epilogue.
the actual Squid Game fight that they have. I can't remember
Yeah.
what it was exactly that bugged me about it.
I
But there's some
remember
of the
liking
stuff
it.
afterwards
I haven't
was
watched it
fine.
in a while though.
Yeah, I couldn't actually tell
Like
you.
that fight specifically, I thought was cool, but I don't remember why. I watched it when it like first came out, and it was all the rage.
I don't remember anything specific in the fight, like writing wise, but no, I'm just curious. That I think that's I think the mid part of Squid Game is the strongest part. The ending definitely isn't the strongest, but I can't remember anything specific why.
It's the game where one person lives and one person dies, I think, was probably the best.
Yeah,
episode.
Squid. Oh, the marble game.
Not
Yeah.
the marble game. That's it.
Yeah, that's what my Squid Game has its best and worst episodes back to back. The marble game with the fucking Ganbu and the old man,
Yeah.
and then the fucking VIPs come and just ruin everything. And they come back from a medal. They come back with a fucking vengeance.
I think they come back in like episode 2. I think the guy said they're arriving tomorrow.
Extraordinarily
couldn't believe-
annoying, and they're only there for exposition. Like they
I just
literally
think-
are just there.
Hell yeah.
Is it that
Yeah.
hard to find like people who can speak English and act well in Korea, like, or that will
Shouldn't be.
come out to Korea to like be on a show? Like, I mean, because it just seemed like to me it was like their acting that was just horrendous. I was like,
It's
these
some of the
guys
worst
are,
acting
these
I've
guys
ever
are in
seen in
a
my
high school
life.
film. Like,
I remember that was really off-putting. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Mhm.
like appallingly bad
It's the-
performances from those people. Yeah.
The acting is painful, but when you really pay attention to their lines, you realize they're only
It's hard
there
to
to
find
talk to
them
the
in the
people who
US.
are not who are watching watching the show on their phone type of thing and not really paying attention. They're just like the most obvious exposition, expelling out what's on the screen right for you, to where it's just frustrating to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good actors in the U.S. Just a lot of them are not being given very good scripts these
Yeah.
days.
Good
Also, I
point.
mean, England's got a lot of great actors, and I feel like that might be a shorter flight. Actually, I don't know. Going like across Asia or across the Pacific.
The Pacific Ocean. Yeah, I like it.
It's a
comedy.
very particular ocean.
Oh well, yeah. Serious, they're great. We just had the amazing Ironheart. That was awesome to watch. I was very happy that was over very quickly.
Was it? Was it really? Was it really over quickly? That
It
felt
was
like
2
lingered
weeks.
forever.
They just fucking shut that
Lingered.
out and went on with their
Ugh.
lives. That was on my
All
bonus
I know
list,
of
and then I
it
did
is
2
Little
rando rants on
Platoon's
it.
videos on it. That I actually watch your rando rants too. But yeah, I know nothing of it other than YouTube synopsis / critique.
This is just, don't waste your time. It's really funny because the
wasn't
last
planning on
episode of that show is the shortest one. It's like almost 20 minutes shorter, I think.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. It's like, wow, you guys just phoning it in, eh?
So funny.
I mean, three
If you have
videos on
Borat's
that
actor
fucking
be the
airhead.
best part of the show, something's wrong.
Yeah,
Sacha Baron Cohen's a good actor.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know when the last saw him in
I'm
like a
surprised they
serious
got him
role,
for it.
but he actually did acting in this, and it's like, oh, that's nice. Bit of a waste, but
Yeah,
that's nice.
he shows up as Mephisto, and he actually is very intriguing. His performance is good, and he has a great presence to him. And he's it's the type of thing that's almost frustrating. It's like, why are you in this show?
Yeah.
This would have been interesting to have this conversation.
Yeah.
I would have. There's so many other heroes I would have loved to have this conversation be with, but you have Riri, who we may never see again because the show is so terrible, and she should have never been made.
Yeah, like
and
Sasha. If you told me like before Endgame, if you said, "Oh, by the way, we're gonna have Sacha Baron Cohen playing Mephisto in one of the Disney Plus shows," I probably would have been like, "All right, okay."
He's actually
yeah.
scary as well too.
That could
Like,
be kind of cool. But
the way they
in
play with
Iron
his-
Hearts, I'd be like, "Oh, you lost me."
The way they play with his voice and just his presence overall, he's actually pretty creepy, and it's like just a frustrating waste. Just another
Yeah.
one.
I didn't
Oh, well.
even know he was in it. I didn't see him in any of the promotional material, but like I didn't even bother even looking at the trailer or whatever because I just saw the premise of it and saw this like kid is like has all the ability and know-how of Tony Stark, even though he was like at least an MIT graduate and whatever else, and she just like gets all this stuff somehow because she's like a genius. Like, get the fuck out.
Well,
of
it's
here.
funny
She
you say
has the scholarship.
it's funny you say she gets all the stuff, and the premise of the thing is she doesn't get enough stuff, so she does crime to get more stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She's one of
As one
one of
does.
Tony's MIT scholarship students. She has everything set for her, but she chooses to sell tech to students around the
For
campus.
like
and
200
basically
bucks. A fucking
Yeah, get
shield
kicked out-
generator for 200
Get-
bucks.
Get kicked out of school for
Okay.
kicked out of school for plagiarism, and then basically decides to go and do crime to make money so she can like just
What?
make tech to be recognized for her genius.
You
It's
know,
just,
I guess I
Riri
missed
the
that
story
part.
is about her
So
ego.
what-
But
known
Why is she
prodigy,
plagiarizing if she's a genius?
known
Like,
prodigy that was hanging out with the Wakandans, and you know, Stark Industries is aware of her. No way she's gonna get a job. That would be crazy, right? Or resources. Fucking hell.
Yeah, they
Well-
ignore
Sucks so
all the
bad, dude.
resources in order to make her broke and oppressed, the same way they did with Falcon, where he couldn't even get a
Yeah,
loan for his
it's
sister.
like,
It was just
well,
it's
man,
just
what is
stupid.
the MCU trying to tell us about black people? Like, it seems honestly kind of
I
I would
racist.
like to ask them too, man.
It's
It's the
frustrating because
Chicago
they
spirit or something. I don't know.
it's not just they do this with black people. They do this with black people that we have established that have great resources. We know the connections that Riri has,
Yeah.
and Falcon has,
Yep.
and the potential that they can.
Well,
They're not.
but
They should
that-
not be broke. He's a
That's
fucking
kind of
Avenger.
the
He
thing.
saved
So
the
it's
world,
like,
bro.
so wait, why do they have money problems? It's like, well, do you know anything about the black experience in America? I'd be like, well, should that matter for these people? Both of them
trumps
should
their
have
whole
more money
history.
than I could ever dream of.
That's what I mean. Their whole history gets flushed down the drain when new writers grab a hold of them, and their
Yeah.
character now is they're black and they're oppressed in the MCU. That's it.
If
They did it with
Riri
Fury,
made one
Riri,
suit
Sam.
and just went to the U.S. government and said, "Hey, do you want? Can you buy this off me for the Department of Defense?" She'd be a billionaire.
She did
Like-
build a suit at MIT. That's a fucking retarded thing.
No, but that's
She has a
what I mean.
full
Like, if she's
fucking
having
suit.
money problems, it's just
a
like,
suit
look,
that's
just
powered
go
by
to
wind
the
energy.
U.S. military.
What?
Wait, just I don't even want to get
Whatever
stuck on
it's
the subject,
powered
but I have
by,
to
it's
mention
still like,
this. Metal.
wait, hold on. No, like if money is your concern, if you're like, I'm broke and I need money, and you can make an Iron Man suit,
can make
just
everything.
sell it to the military and you will be rich.
She
They
built-
will pay you for it.
She
100%.
builds shield generators that she sells for $200 to students instead of to a tech company for $1 quadrillion. It's just-
Yeah, like,
That's
well, I
dumb
mean,
as
you can
fuck.
do both, right? Like, I mean, if they even want to establish, no, she wants to help people with this tech and like give them to people who can protect themselves with it. It's like, okay, but I mean, also, if you think that you're broke and you need money in order to make this tech better, why not make one and just sell it to the special forces? They'd be like,
I
hey,
know.
here you go. I'll make these for you guys anytime you want. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, that actually saved a lot of soldiers' lives. Like,
it's
even if they
it's-
can't fly, it's like just the armor. Like,
It's funny because they try to pretend she's doing this so she can get all these suits to like first responders and firefighters and whatnot, but in the end it's just like, no, I want to protect my family. And then immediately you think, oh, if it's about that, why don't you go to, I don't know, the fucking Wakandans that you chill with and ask them for help in case
Her
something-
motivation changes
Wait.
3 times.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
fucking stupid. Whatever.
Well, I mean,
I've
yeah,
already...
like I feel like the Chicago Police Department is pretty well funded, and like they're first responders, and I feel like they would definitely pay you for an Iron Man suit.
Yeah,
I don't want to watch that show even more now.
Yeah,
good. Our job here is done.
I mean,
My
I
interest
didn't
was
watch
zero.
it.
Now
I'm
it's
just,
negative something.
I'm blown away by the idea that this person needs money and they can also make Iron Man suits.
She
Like,
also
it's like,
steals
wait.
that suit she builds at MIT, so that's MIT property, and no one is gonna come to get it.
John, this is just the intro they're talking about. There's 6
That's
episodes.
just the
of this
intro.
shit. Like literally, this is. I'm baffled by like how far this discussion has gone. But
Yeah.
it's literally the first like 90 seconds because it's
I mean,
broken immediately.
So wait, is
Just
it
one of
MIT
those.
property because they like paid for the materials,
Yes.
or did
She-
they?
Well, that's what I was
That's
gonna
what she
say.
built.
They
I think it would be
contradict them.
her intellectual property, though, right? Like,
They
I mean, if you
contradict them-
make something at a college, the college doesn't own the idea behind it. They just
Oh
you know,
no,
they might
the
own
physical
the
suit.
specific
She,
suit.
with the MIT resources, she built a suit there. They experiment on there or test on it there with teachers. So there's even a guard with them. It's like, I'm here to make sure while she's get escorted out that she doesn't steal anything, and then she steals the whole suit and flies off to Chicago. Home.
Okay, there's two things with that. She broke her teacher's arm with the suit, and they basically show it in the room, and they cut to his arm being broken. So there's no accountability for that.
Mhm.
She steals the suit. You can see it by her body language, and then they have an ADR line of someone saying, "Oh, she
Jojo,
paid
it's
with that
okay.
with her own
Riri can't
scholarship
hurt
money."
you.
To basically make it seem like it's not bad that she's stealing, just throw in the ADR line, which contradicts the entire 90 seconds of setup that you just gave us that she has no money. It's like you just fucked up. Either she's a thief, you know what I mean? Commit to the scene you've showed us.
Yeah.
Don't throw in an ADR line that just fucks everything up. It's one of the stupidest ADR lines possibly of all time because it makes the entire premise broken from the very intro. It's so bizarre, man. And just have her be a thief. We know she's a cunt anyway. Just go. Like, we already did. She blew up cops in Wakanda forever. Just commit to it.
Yeah.
Just fucking commit to it already. I just don't. Why can't they just address what this character actually is and try to fix it in some way?
Yeah.
They acknowledge Tony's mistakes, but Ironheart's, we have to forget them and just. It's so stupid.
Metal is
Yeah,
yeah,
oh,
just
yeah, wait,
abandoned
wait,
EFAB in the
wait,
search
oh.
of more money. True, that's what I did.
You say Tony? It's like, wait, so yeah, Stark Industries does still exist in the MCU. Just like
Yeah.
to clarify, like I'm guessing Pepper runs it, or
Canonically
Happy
still
or
led
something.
by Pepper Potts.
Okay, they
Yeah, Pepper
can't
would
give
probably
her
run it.
a job. They
No,
wouldn't want to hire her.
they don't like black people. Apparently, I don't know. I don't know what the movie wants me to think or what the show wants
Isn't
me to
Rhodey
think.
black?
I didn't even. I know what they did with Rhodey. I knew what they did with Falcon. I knew what they did with Fury. Like I didn't even give that a second question. I knew they would do that with Riri. Just like that's not even. That's the bottom of my barrel of the issues with my show because I just knew like that's gonna be a given. That's all they can do with characters.
Yeah, it's
You're-
super lame.
Yeah.
Even though she already, again, she has the Tony Stark Fellowship, so she already has like benefits that 99% of people just don't have. But that's not enough. I need one more.
Oh, wait. She has the Tony Stark Fellowship. Okay, this
Yes.
is an element that I was unaware of. So
Okay, so at the
she
ending
has,
of
like,
at
is
the
that a
beginning of Civil
research
War.
grant?
No, Civil War. Remember the grant that Sony gave out? All
Yeah.
those students, whatnot. I'm assuming that Riri is one of those students. It's part
Yeah.
of the reason the Sokovia death bothered him so much. Is like the exact type of youth he was trying to inspire with his grant.
To
was
expire.
killed by
Oh, no.
them. I know it's terrible. The worst possible fuck up word.
Kill
The
them so they
exact
don't
same
go
type of
after the
youth he was
king.
trying to inspire, he killed,
Yeah.
and it's like that would really makes so much sense to why it's impactful. That was pretty much what my last video was about. I think that is Tony Stark at his best, you know, showing the truth of what he's all about. Riri having that same scholarship fucks it up and then just goes on to fucking like she lets someone the criminal crew that she rolls with and uses them as like their extortion crew to make money. She lets one of them die. She lets him literally suffocate when she could have saved him. It's a psychotic, horrible fucking scene. It's worse than her blowing up cops in Wakanda.
No, but the
Because
show
even
says
with
it's
then you
self-defense.
can-
Don't worry about
Tune
it.
it, tune there.
No, they
says
don't. The show
Stark-
doesn't even
Stark
say anything.
companies-
No,
the tune in chat there says
the
Stark
AI
companies
says it.
no longer-
Natalie says that
Yeah.
fucking the next day while it's happening, no one addresses it.
Oh, no,
There's
what's
nothing.
happening? No.
She just flies away. And then she
Yeah.
goes and pretends to look for him. Oh, he's
I-
in the thing and he's not moving. She's a fucking psychopath.
Wait,
I can't believe they
so
made her like
the
that.
Stark Industries does not exist anymore then?
What? Yeah, it does.
Okay, no, just because someone in chat said Stark Company doesn't exist. So, like, again, I'm not like super keyed into MCU these days. So, I might
Based on
just
the line
believe
in
it when people
in
say
the
that.
first episode of this, it must still, because the guy says you're a terrible inheritant of Scott's and terrible inheritant of Stark's legacy or something like that in terms of the scholarships you messed up.
I mean, I
Well,
don't,
I
I
mean,
don't,
yeah,
I don't know
that
why it would.
that could just mean like
If-
you're not as good at making Iron Man suits.
I know, but if the scholarship
like,
is still intact, I assume the company is intact. So it could be both.
Yeah, I don't know where the Tony Stark Fellowship would come from otherwise. Unless it's from MIT. I don't know when it would have been said that Stark Industries is not around anymore. That sounds crazy to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, Pepper would have.
I
that
mean, would
running,
fit
so-
into the current MCU if they just say they're talking Stark Industries that got nuked by Frank or something. I don't know.
I mean, like, I guess they'd have to like kind of heel turn Pepper or Happy and be like, yeah, no, they sold it all off and just shuttered
No,
the company because they didn't
yeah,
want
that's
to do
what I
it
mean.
anymore. Wouldn't make a lot of sense, but
Happy
it
and
would
Pepper
help.
would keep it running, just even in his
Okay.
honor or something like that.
Man,
That'd be
like
my guess.
we're here to talk about DC Universe slop, and we got roped into MCU slop.
It's all
And I didn't
fucking
bring
connected,
Tylenol
Mark.
for
Don't you
this
see?
one.
Yeah, it was just a summary. It was a summary, man. This is what
Yeah.
led us to Superman.
If you want to know more about Ironheart, you could watch Brooks' videos on it and mine. It's all there.
Hey, check
Uh,
him out.
But now we're here to talk about Super Guardians of the Galaxy.
Super Guardian. That's actually a good one. It's-
I actually wanted to rewatch that movie. It's just like, was this guy ever like? Did I dream that Guardians was good? Let me go check. or
no,
something.
Guardians
No,
1
no.
and 2.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
One
How
and
did he
two
fuck
are
up?
really good.
really decent movies. One's still the
Oh,
best
Two
one.
gets two gets shit on sometimes, but I think actually the character stuff in two is arguably a bit better than a lot of the stuff in one. I'm back and forth on which one's actually a better movie though. I like
been a
two
while
a
since
lot
I
more than
rewatched
most
them,
people do.
but-
I remember being blown away by how great one was, and I remember
Yeah.
not liking two at all.
Two I think holds up quite well on a rewatch. At least that's
Well,
what I noticed.
James
last
Gunn's
time I
done some
rewatched it.
good work. I liked his script for Dawn of the Dead, the Zack Snyder movie.
Yeah.
I thought he did a decent job
Super
with
is
that
a really
too.
good movie as well.
But he's special. His quirkiness fits best with sort of off kilter properties.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like Guardians was a good fit for him.
Suicide Squad
And
as
a
well.
group
Yeah,
of people
yeah.
that could bounce off each other. Like you, like having that group dynamic, the Suicide Squad, like you said, and the Guardians, you have that for. So you can. There's so much to play with. When you just have one character that you're focused on, it's a bit tougher for his humor to
Mhm.
come through. And I think
I
that
also
was
think
one of my
Nate
biggest
is-
issues.
Speaking of eclectic team characters, I think Nathan Fillion was my favorite part of this movie.
Oh, Guy Gardner
Yeah.
cracked me up a couple of times in this one. I kind of enjoyed him.
I thought the haircut was still a little much. I know that it's like comic accurate, but I was just like, I feel like, and they do use it for a joke at one point, but I was like, I still kind of feel like he wouldn't have this haircut. Like,
This is what I mean. All you need is characters. We barely got any time with them. If we find out that that
Yeah.
was his dad's haircut and his uncle's haircut and his uncle's uncle's, it was something associated with his family or something. Then you immediately let that stuff slide. Like nobody cares. It's a dumb haircut, but there's a reason for it. What it
Yeah.
means to him. But we get nothing, and we get even less with Hawk Chick. All we know about her is she was fucking kill people, like, and she's loud. Like, I just feel like it's just
yeah.
real missed opportunity with those guys.
So it's been a while since I've watched the Justice League show and stuff. Does Hawkgirl have like a scream that stuns people or something like that? Is that where was
I'm
that?
pretty
just
sure
her
she does
war
that in the
cry?
comics. At least I remember
Does
that
she?
from the little knowledge I have about the comics, but that sounded correct.
I pretty much
at least to
only
me.
know her from like the Bruce Timm
James says
like,
no. I'm
like,
wrong,
Justice
apparently.
League show.
Damn it.
So,
I would be
which I
sh-
have not watched in a while. Though I do
I would be
remember,
shocked
like,
if they added something that cringe if it wasn't comic book accurate. They'd have a reason for it. If that was like original, that was their idea. Because it just
oh well, I mean,
it was
Slumpy
terrible.
just
Her
says she
scream
has a
sucked.
hawk cry. I was like, yeah, that's abundantly clear. My question is, does the hawk cry do anything, or is it just like that's a thing she does?
Oh, it's Black Canary with the shockwave scream,
Canary.
along with Banshee. Okay, maybe I mixed those up in my mind then. In any case,
Banshee's an M's like a Marvel character, right? He's an X-Man.
I mean,
right?
they might have a fucking Banshee themselves. I don't know.
The different universe though, but or I mean, I guess if they have another character named Banshee who also like has a scream that does stuff.
Maybe. I don't
Agent of Pink, she mainly uses it to protect her eggs.
know. Yeah, Banshee's also a DC character. Yeah, some of them have like a similar, same names even. But
I do
yeah,
like that actress too. I thought that she was a good actress in The Last of Us 2, which was a small population.
yes, absolutely. So, Superman 2025.
Yeah,
I don't
already kinda
know
talked
how it
about
was for you guys. I went out to the cinema, watched it. I finished watching it, and I was like, that's a movie I just saw. And then I felt nothing, and I took my bicycle and took a ride home. And I thought about it a little bit, and I was like, these parts, those are kind of weird, and these are kind of weird, and this is actually kind of poopy. And then I gave it a rewatch, and now I hate this movie. I don't think it's a good
How it
movie.
goes.
It has a couple of bits in there that I enjoy, which think could work in a better movie and a better script. It's already been, hinted at. It is a very James Gunn movie. It is a very, very James Gunn movie. You have all the classic, ooh, look at this emotional scene. Funny bit kind of vibe. There's one really, really bad one that pissed me off on the rewatch specifically. It's a part where you think like, oh shit, things just got serious. Like we're done with the funny stuff now because that just happened. And then a minute later, you have some groovy fighting happening, and you're like, oh, that's a tonal shift. I guess we're not done with the funny stuff. Shame. Yeah, this movie felt like I don't know, things happening, very much an and then kind of movie. What I feel like is like, and then this happens, and then this happens. And I do remember seeing, like a day after I watched it, I saw a tweet from Chris Gore that actually explained it quite well, that just said, it feels like a compilation of a season 1 show squished into 2 hours. I was like, that feels like an accurate description.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
did
is pretty
very
good.
much get
Perfect.
a TV show vibe from a lot
Yeah.
of this.
Perfect.
I was like, yeah, that struck me immediately. I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like exactly what I was thinking put into words. I was like, man, that's kind of annoying. And then I saw it Wednesday, like the first day it was available here, which, funny enough or interesting enough for me, had an English version immediately. Normally, you have to wait until the weekend or something, but they had one instantly, and was also the one that was visited the most, which was interesting. Normally, those ones are quite low. But yeah, I don't know. Never seen that before. But good for me because I was busy the other days, so that was nice for me. So I didn't have to squish it in to only one watch right before the Forge or something. And yeah, the rewatch didn't do it any good. I think there's a lot of problems, a lot of things that just happen, and also we get just thrown into an established universe that is very briefly explained sometimes. And then we just have to accept that is going on. I guess that was my little blurb there. I just fucking went right in there.
Yeah, we flipped up the order.
Yeah,
You want to go left to right now, or should I go next? Do it totally in reverse.
Sure, you go, Mark. You know what? The guests can wait this time. You can wait, okay?
Yeah. Sit down, yes. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come on the show. But yeah, no, I watched it. It wasn't infuriating me while I was sitting through it, like a lot of the MCU movies I've had to watch recently have. So I was engaged enough with it to be like, okay, yeah, I guess I'm having a bit of fun here at times. There's a couple interesting concepts that they might do something with that they end up not really doing much with. And I also very clearly got the feeling that I was like, I don't think this is a movie I'm ever going to voluntarily watch again.
Mm-hmm.
Like I knew that while I was watching it. I was like, I don't specifically hate this movie, but I was like, nothing I'm watching here is making me think, oh man, like this is something I'm going to watch 100 times. Like I've got to see what the layers of this are. So, like it's going to be a thing that I throw on when I want to watch a good, fun superhero movie. It really did feel like popcorn. Which, I mean, for like a summer blockbuster movie might not specifically be a bad thing, but when I know Superman is a character that is capable of so much emotional impact, it kind of feels like how come I only got the emotional impact really in like one scene where Jonathan Kent's talking to Clark? Like that was
Yeah.
really the only time where I felt like they really kind of like nailed the, oh, this is the kind of thing you can do with Superman. And yeah, I didn't really like the villains, any of them, even though I like Nicholas Hoult as an actor. I think he's a good actor, but I didn't like him as Lex Luthor. I hated the engineer. Like pretty much every time she was on screen, I was like, oh my God, I like this chick is like aggravating to watch. It was just, even the way they do her power, she'll do one time she's standing facing in a direction, and instead of turning around, she does
Exactly
like a
what you mean.
backflip into a handstand and then reconstitutes her head on top of her asshole. And
Just like why?
then turns her
Just
arms
why?
into legs. And it's like, you could have, like, I mean,
Just a waste of
Okay,
mana. Like you're
so-
just fucking around. Like what are you doing?
like, I mean, there's a way you
That's-
can establish them doing things like that. And I think the best way would be in a fight scene
So
where
funny.
like someone's pushed her against a wall, right?
It's so funny you
It's just
mentioned
like
that
have
one
her just
because
reconstitute.
I have a note specifically for that scene in my notes because it's
just
so
it. We've-
stupid.
I mean,
We've just seen a lot of action scenes, and like when something like has some utility to it, some purpose, some reasoning, we can, oh, okay, I see what you did there. But when you're just showing off, it's kind of frustrating to look at, you know?
well, especially when it like it didn't add anything. It was just like,
Yeah,
hey,
that's what I
hey,
mean.
here's,
There's no
here's some of the
utility to it.
CGI
No
slop that
benefit.
this person can do. Isn't it weird looking? It's weird, right? And it's like, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, that's my point.
It also
it didn't
seems like,
add
why
anything.
would she do that? Like, she didn't have to do. She wasn't in a situation where that's how she needed to turn around. She was just deciding to do that to, I guess, what, scare crypto? I mean, like, was that it? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna freak this dog the fuck out. That's not hard to do, right, Jojo?
Well, since you mentioned it, I do want to grab onto that very quickly. We've seen an instance of this being done in a far better movie, Terminator 2, where the T-1000 is thrown up against the wall, face against the wall, and he
Mhm.
reforms
Exactly.
his front
That's-
out of
And
his
it-
back.
There's a
Looked
reason for him to do
better
it. There's
in
utility to it.
1991.
Right.
Like,
But-
I mean,
But it's not just about the look. There's a reason he's doing it. There's an actual utility to the movie. Like it's a counter. He's not just
Yeah.
showing off. You know.
And that's the thing too, is they could have had her get into a fight with Superman or one of the other characters where she's constantly using that ability to like always get the upper
unpredictable.
hand, never be in a position of vulnerability.
But
yeah.
But we
instead
never
we just
got
get this
that.
one scene of her just doing a backflip into her ass crack. Such a stupid moment. It's like,
I didn't
why?
I didn't so I guess like to finish my blurb, I didn't like her. I thought that Jimmy Olsen being an irresistible chick magnet was the weirdest decision ever. Like I was like, this makes no sense considering the guy you cast. Like they cast a dude with like a leafy chin to play a guy who just every girl in the movie is looking at him like, oh my god, he's so fucking hot. And it's like,
I was waiting for the
what?
twist.
Why is that?
Explain this.
Well, I
think
mean,
that
I guess the only thing that makes any sense to me, it
giant
would
dong.
only, I think, make sense if he was wearing
He's
blasters.
got the alpha dong for 28 years later. That's the only answer.
Well, no, I mean, because remember when there's a scene, I guess we'll get to it in the discussion, but when Green Lantern says something about Clark's identity and that he has the hypno glasses, and that I didn't know if he was joking or if it was actually a mechanic they were establishing, that Clark's glasses actually make him appear as a different person to everyone that sees him. But
Okay.
like I was like, did he just like give Jimmy like, I don't know, hypno t-shirt or something like that so that he's irresistible to women all of a sudden? Because like I just didn't understand like what they were doing with that. I'd be like, see, nerds are attractive. It's like, yeah, but not like that. Not to the point that girls who don't know him are just gonna look over at him and be like, oh my god, look at that.
They had to
guy,
show
Jesus."
some type of connection or some type of there had to be something there. It's of all the things
I
that
mean-
were undercooked in this movie, that's definitely one of them. But like,
You want to know what would have been
Yeah.
really easy to do? Just cast a really handsome guy.
Mm.
Like I feel like you could find one of those in Hollywood, right? Like it's I mean it's not that weird an idea to be like, hey, no, just our Jimmy Olsen is gonna be like he's out of a, I don't know, like a CW show or something like that, as far as like his casting goes, and hopefully not his acting. But I don't know, man. There was just so many strange decisions in this movie that for every, I guess I think I said this earlier in the time, for the 5 things in the movie that I liked, there was like 1,000 things that I hated. And like, I like James Gunn in general. I've liked him for quite a long time. I think a lot of his work is very good, and a lot of his superhero movies are very good. But I don't know what he was trying to do with this movie, really. And I'm not sure how much of it is just his fault, or maybe they said like, hey, no, you have to have like a big team of other superhero characters that he interacts with because we're trying to start a shared universe. Even though I think starting the shared universe with just a movie focused on one character is fine. You can do that. Iron Man did that. Like, we didn't have to have like 40 other superhero characters and supervillains in Iron Man. It was pretty straightforward. But and then I think even like there was also the thing where they threw the Peacemaker cameo in there, and it's like, well, is that not going to confuse? Like doing that maybe in a different movie, sure, like later down the line when they've got a couple of these out. But I think having Peacemaker make a cameo in a movie that is supposed to be your first thing in a new continuity, it's like, is that not going to confuse people? Because they're going to be thinking, okay, so this is connected to like the Suicide Squad and the Justice League show up at the end of season 1 of the Peacemaker. Like it's Jason Momoa, and is it just Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot, or does Ezra Miller show up there too? Kind of forget. Anyways, so in Peacemaker, there are Zack Snyder DC characters in that show at the very last episode. So it's like, wait, so like it confused me, and I think I even knew that they were going to find a way for like Peacemaker to like still be John Cena and still be in this because they wanted to do season 2. But it's like, why throw it in there though? Because isn't that going to make it harder for people to realize it's like, oh, this actually has no connection to Man of Steel and things like that? I don't know. Just I guess that's my blurb. I liked a couple things about this movie. We'll get to those when we get to them, I'm sure. But the vast majority of it, I just thought was strange, sometimes annoying, sometimes very baffling. The action all looked like CGI goopy mess. Like it wasn't engaging to watch in that respect, like just as an action movie. And I don't think this new DC universe is off to a great start. Honestly, I probably enjoyed Man of Steel more, even though I think this one gets the Superman character a little bit better. But it's just, I guess everything that he's doing in this movie is so fucking wacky that it's hard to like really sort of feel the weight of anything. Where Man of Steel kind of went the other direction, where it was so fucking serious and dark that it like was hard to see the guy as Superman. But yeah, and that's not me saying, "Hey, restore the Snyderverse" or anything like that. Like, no, I want to let them both die. So, your enemy may be my enemy, but I'm not your friend if you're one of the Snyder brothers. Okay, I guess that's it.
There you go.
I might be your friend on a personal level, just not.
Go for it, John.
I wanted to like this movie. I thought I might. I saw the reviews for it, and I was like, hey, people seem to be liking it. Maybe I'll think it's okay. And I'm usually pretty forgiving with stuff. I'm usually the guy on the panel that's like, I thought it was all right. But this, nah, dude.
John actually shot up the cinema when he watched it.
I came to the same conclusion as Marc, actually, where it's like, I don't think I'll ever watch this again. And like I have some movies on Blu-ray that have a shitload of problems, but I'll rewatch them for time to time because it has some kind of appealing quality on some level. But this is just kind of an irritating mess. I mean, for like the first time watching it in the theater, I was entertained enough, I guess, like just barely. Like I was intrigued enough throughout. I was just like, maybe this is all gonna pull together by the end, but then. Yeah, I mean, I managed to have enough interest to just pay attention and get through to the end, but then at the end, I was just like, that was really underwhelming, and I feel like I got really nothing from that, and there was just nothing special or really that charming about it. I think the middle really drags, and
oh my God,
the circumstances around it are so shockingly stupid.
Ironically, the story goes into a pocket universe.
Yeah, yeah, it's so absurd. And the thing is, it's like he is kidding, but he doesn't know how to like restrain himself from like constantly undercutting poignant moments in the movie with like crude or absurd humor, or just putting in like obscure references or whatever, like incorporating the hypno classes was just dumb. Like, the thing with like, because people rip on Superman for like, oh, he just puts the glasses on, nobody fucking recognizes him. To me, it was never about the glasses. It's about the way Clark behaves as his real disguise, right? He acts like a timid coward, and it's people are meant to be like, well, he couldn't possibly be Superman because he's like running away from everything. So the glasses, it's like, I don't know why. I feel like the reason James Gunn reached for that and incorporated it into the movie is because he just loves examining the lore and looking for like weird little things that people neglect or don't pay them much attention to, or
Good point.
and he's just like, I'm gonna have that in my movie, and people are gonna be like, what the fuck is that? And he'll be able to go, look, see, it's on the comics. I bet you didn't know that. Like, I liked some of the casting. I think I like the actor for Superman.
Yeah.
But I think his performance needs to be reined in. Like, he gets like a little too like overly emotional, and like
He's a whiny bitch. He's a fucking
Yeah.
pussy. Just say it. It's just
he seems like a little emotionally unstable for somebody with his kind of powers. Like, if you grow up having the powers that he does, you will have instilled within you like a real sense of caution, because if you have a sudden like outburst of anger, or like some physical, if you lash out physically in some way, you could easily hurt or kill somebody. So at this point in his life, I don't believe that he would just freak out over something like being called #super shit on the internet. I think that was really dumb. In the movie, they already have him and Lois dating, and so it's like, okay, I guess we're skipping over all of that charm from the original Donner movies, where they play with that division of information, where she doesn't know he's Superman, and then like, oh, she suspects he's Superman, and she's trying to figure out, she's trying to do things to sort of coax his Superman identity out of him, but he always finds a way to sort of spin it around and keep his identity hidden. Like, it's like, on the one hand, it's like, well, okay, we've seen that already, so maybe we're doing something different now. But James Gunn doesn't really do anything new or interesting with it. They just like have a fight near the beginning, and then they just don't talk for a while, and then they have like one little discussion in the middle of the movie, which again is undercut by this stupid fucking fight in the background with a monster. I mean, we'll get to that. There's so much fucking stupid shit in this movie, and like it undermines a lot of stuff that could have been effective without it. It's like there's like some poignant moments or some dark moments, but then there's like this weird fucking joke in the background that clashes with it, or just ruins it. And Superman's constantly getting his ass beat in this movie. Like, it's comical to watch, where you're just like, fuck, is he gonna like not fuck up for a change, or like not get fucking owned, or like you go to Superman to see Superman do Superman-y things. There is some stuff, but there's not really a moment where he's like triumphant until like the very end, sort of. That's my blurb for now. Whatever. But I didn't like it. Yeah.
We'll get to all the things you just said. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Well, Cree, go on ahead.
Well, I was definitely like more positive coming out of the theater. Similar to others, I've been thinking of the movie since then, and it's been falling in my personal rating. I did really want to like this movie as well. Like, I was just hoping for a classic heroic Superman doing heroic things movie, and I don't know. Just I feel like so much of it is undercut by a lot of the dumb stuff. The monkeys on keyboards, the fucking interdimensional prison full of ex-girlfriends and other shit.
Can I just say real quick that sigh you just did, that just felt like
Perfect.
that just
Yeah,
felt like the
like,
culmination of watching all the slop over the years. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's just bad.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I was like, man, you should just end the blurb right
Someone has
there.
to
I think
clip
I
that.
don't know, man. Like sums up.
It's
a lot
over. It's
of it all.
done. Say no more.
Such a mood. Yeah.
Clip that
There
shit.
are-
That was perfect.
There are a few like isolated moments in the movie too that I did really like, but the fact that they're surrounded by garbage just makes it all the more frustrating. I did like the moment where the people in that country gang invaded were like calling for Superman, and the kid puts up the flag. It's like, yeah, but this is Lex Luthor wants to be a king of his own country, but it's also just an excuse to kill Superman.
But
And-
his plan is great. Shut up.
And it was already mentioned, but the little tantrum at hashtag super shit being mentioned, where he's like, his voice is cracking, and he's like, it just doesn't seem like the kind of thing Superman would do.
Yeah.
It's just disappointing.
It's like the poise and the stoicism of the character is like
Yep.
gone here.
Yeah, because it's like, and again, there's little things I like. The fact that Superman cares so much about, like, people were going to die, I had to do something. I did like that little bit.
Yep.
If you ignore the fact that he's, like, on the verge of tears while doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have preferred, like you said, the more stoic Superman, the very classic, like, I'm here to save the day kind of person, as opposed to people were dying.
Yeah, he's supposed
Yeah.
to be a pillar of strength. He's supposed to be the.
Yeah.
It's not just his powers and whatnot. It's what he represents. It's supposed to be so much more than that. You can't be a
Yeah.
person who cries at the slightest fucking misfortune. And
Yeah, the
consider
whole
yourself
personality
Superman.
and demeanor.
I think what he was trying with that is sort of explained at the end of the movie when he has the conversation with Lex, and he's like, "I'm as human as anybody. I have like fears and like basically
Oh, that
trying to say
fucking
that like."
speech! I hate that.
I mean,
I
like,
hate that
I
so
don't mind.
much.
I don't mind the idea of the speech. I just think that like
I
the
do.
lengths
I
they
fucking
went
do.
to have Superman be like uncertain and afraid and emotional were, I think they just went too far in a lot of places with it.
How is that any
Like-
better than Captain Marvel's friend telling her, "You're strong, you're brave, you're funny, you're the best dancer, you're this, you're that"? Like, it's just like I just come on. That's not the way to do character. And with Superman, that's something we should have shown us throughout the movie. Don't just say, "I bleed, I come, I piss, I shit, I'm human." I'm just
You
like,
don't really
what the
bleed.
fuck, man?
My
I
favorite
hate
line
that
in the
scene.
movie.
I fucking hate that scene so much. It's so stupid. You had a whole movie to show us these things, how human he is. You had the flashback and you waited for the last like 10 seconds of the film to show us with his family. They fucked this movie 10 ways from Sunday. It's just
Someone
yeah.
chat asked that actually was a line in the movie. I feel like we should spread those as fake news. That's like, yeah, that definitely
My
happened.
favorite part of the movie was when Superman says, "I bleed, shit, piss, and cum."
I'm fucking human, yo. It's just fucking, oh god.
I do want to
Let me know
grab
when you're
one
good.
comment super quickly. Creetosis, I liked when the country got invaded. That's true.
That was my favorite.
I got
part.
what you meant.
Can I go or are you still got
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yeah, do it.
I oddly enough was kind of enjoying the first 40 minutes, similar to 28 Years Later, where this is just not that bad. Just this is entertaining me. I'm not bored. Just little problems here and there, and then within a moment, the movie switches into something that I don't believe is possible for this plot, and I can't take remotely seriously. It just shatters my immersion, and I lose all faith in the fucking film. Like the whole social media fuckery, the idea that he's been saving people for years, but it's just show one clip that says he's a bad guy, and now everybody turns their back on him. It's shockingly stupid. And then I had to watch this movie in like 3 parts because of that. I just paused it after. Yeah, this is nonsense. Came back in and come right into the multiverse monkey hashtag hater Superman hashtag super shit scene, and I was like, okay, so this isn't a story anymore. This is just James Gunn coping, like crying about his haters.
Yeah.
Like this is a cope session. This is like I don't know who's crying more, James Gunn or fucking Superman. Superman
Well, I
spends
mean-
like majority of the movie crying or getting his ass whooped. The reason he has that cringe speech at the end is because they didn't do enough work within the film to show that. And as all the shit that Man of Steel gets, the movie's crap, but at least they still understood to portray not just stoic, someone who actually represents strength. The scene, we have similar scenes to compare where he's being arrested, and in the Man of Steel one, he establishes, I'm here to help. I can break out of this whenever I want. I could read your badge from here. I'm with you guys. I grew up in wherever. We get a better version of the fucking I piss, I call my shit scene in that, where he just basically says, bro, like, I'm one of you guys. But like, he establishes his dominance in a respectful way. That is one scene in Man of Steel that nobody can shit on. It's actually well done. That trumps anything they did in this movie. From his fucking red panties to his fucking emotional status, everything about it was frustrating and just a missed opportunity, because I think it was well casted, well acted for the most part. And there was some of the visuals worked. A lot of them looked like shit, but there was a good movie in here somewhere. But James Gunn and his emotional status and his inability to deal with haters, I think, screwed this movie up. He tried to do way too many things at once. The super team or whatever their names were underdeveloped. Most of the movie felt just half baked, and the stupid dog. I love my doggos, but man, you can't just have that type of plot device dominate the movie to that degree and redo the joke of like, grab down, crypto, down. Oh no, bad dog. The bad dog joke. You can't go to that well over and over and over again.
God.
You're just manipulating us, especially even you, Mark. You love your doggos too. I know.
Yeah,
it,
I
but
know.
that must
I was
have
about
been
to say,
annoying.
like, if JoJo had superpowers, I'd be dead. She wouldn't intentionally kill me, but she would have by now. Like, the fact that Crypto doesn't have like an actual kill count of like 1,000, like, considering the way he behaves, like, I get it. Maybe James Gunn has an unruly dog. I understand. I have
but
baby
you
JoJo
can't
right
go
here.
to the well 50 million times. You can't have her save the day anytime we have an issue. She just fixed all the problems, and it's frustrating because going to the well so many times kind of ruined the one scene that I thought was kind of funny, even though it was stupid. Just in isolation, what she does to Lex at the end was, maybe it was Nick Holtworth, whatever his name, Holtworth's performance, but him getting ragdolled was kind of funny, which I think would have worked better.
Yeah,
had they not went to the well 50 times already.
And I mean, even that, I think that that very strongly evoked the Hulk with Loki and Avengers thing, where it's just like, oh yeah, you think you can do anything to me, and that's like boom, boom, boom. It's like, okay, yeah, now this, like, it's like, no, you're less superpowered than this thing that is now attacking you. So shut up.
It's but one of those situations where, like, man, this is stupid, but I kind of like the performance here. I'm kind of smirking. So I wish I could appreciate this scene more based on the writing to support it, but I can't. And that's kind of how I feel about the whole movie. Well casted, well acted, but shit. I never want to see it again, just like you guys. That's pretty much it.
Yes. Well, that's that. I guess we can jump right in. Hey, do you guys want to start the movie with the second act low point? Because that's what we do.
Yeah.
Well, this is part of the issue, right? Like, James Gunn is obsessed with constantly defying convention.
Yeah.
In this case, structurally.
Yeah. So
like, I don't necessarily mind the idea of in media res opening, but it's like right away I'm just like a bit on edge, where I'm just like, like, is he gonna, like, is this just gonna be too weird and quirky? Like, immediately I was just sort of put on edge. Yeah,
because we start with basically a text crawl or text appearing on screen
Exposition dump
that basically says, hey, yo, metahumans, they've been around for like 300 years or something. Superman came to Earth 30 years ago, was was brought up by the Kents. 3 years ago, he was like, what's up, guys? I'm Superman. And then they do like these things like 3 hours ago, the Hammer of Bulvaria, or whatever the fuck that country was called, attacked. 3 minutes ago, he lost his first fight. And then we see the thing that happens in the trailer, where he crashes into the ground, beaten to a pulp. So it's been 3 years since he's been Superman, and he just lost his first fight, which is interesting.
They never touch on. Yeah, it is interesting. You would think they would develop on that some way. How does he feel about his first loss? What does that mean for
Yeah.
him? If anything, any revelations? We don't even. I don't even know what the point of that line is.
Yeah, but that we do nothing with this at all. And also the whole point, the whole thing where they say he's been Superman for 3 years is just immediately links to the things you guys already said. They try to portray him as like this human being more than like a superhuman being, where it's like a bit, I don't know, emotionally weaker and stuff like that.
And
I could have
clashes with the amount of experience they're telling us he already has.
exactly. If they would have done this is like he just started basically, and he's trying to get a grasp of him being like a worldwide known superhuman, meta-human, and has to deal with all that pressure that he's never done before. Okay, fine. But it's been 3 years, and then he does like the whole thing, like the cope that people say when they actually do read the social media. It's like, I don't read that. Well, maybe a little bit. And then you mention the thing that's against him. It's like, I hate that, me. So I feel like he already had all that going for him, going against him, I mean, and probably should be able to deal with that, but not really. So yeah, he's been Superman for 3 years. So also we can't.
It's funny that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's funny that the first movies with DC, the two main like marquee DC characters that we've had outside of the Snyder universe, the Riddler acquired a bunch of henchmen through fucking 4chan, and Lex Luthor runs Reddit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, they need to stay away from social media and movies. I'm so bored of it.
Yeah.
The fact that this movie reminded me of The Boys season 2 was just shocking. Like, I just don't ever want to partake in that.
Good lord.
I can understand the argument for like people having seen the origins of superheroes too many times, where it's just like, let's just do a movie now where he's in the middle of something. But this, on the other hand, this is supposed to kick off a whole new DC universe of movies, and I'm wondering maybe if it was worth actually retreading it again and maybe trying to do it in some kind of fresh way. I don't know how you would do it, but I'm not really a fan of just skipping straight to Superman in the thick of it and then him being established the way that he is, like so emotionally vulnerable and stuff like that. Like,
completely agree with your point. And the effective way to do the first part of what you said, like, get us right in there and skip the intro, would be the first 10 minutes of the Batman. Like, that is a great way to slam us right into the story instead of having a whole big backstory, the intro. But this movie in particular, I feel like needed to be fleshed out a little bit. Like, give us a new opportunity to, like, if you don't have the talent to tell his backstory in an interesting way, just because it's been done plenty of times before, you shouldn't have this movie.
Yeah,
I think this movie needed it, and it would benefited from it a lot.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't stop with only Superman. Just the state of this universe in general. Yeah, we're like in, I don't know, Marvel Phase 4 right now, and this is the start of our new cinema experience, our DCU kickoff. But we also have like all this technology and whatnot that is just gonna it's gonna be dumped upon us, and it's like, okay.
They already made this mistake. They rushed it trying to copy the success of the MCU. This should have been the opportunity to take their time, let it breathe, create a story, and here we are again, flying through shit.
Batman is a good example of this type of thing done well. Like I wasn't even thinking of that. Yeah, but that's a good example.
I was first 10 minutes was legendary.
I was thinking of like Iron Man, because that was like the movie that kicked off the MCU, and that really took its time building up the character of Tony Stark, and then like putting him in the suit and shit like that. Like,
the first fight scene in Iron Man is an hour and 15 minutes into the movie. Like, they took their fucking time. Iron Man and Batman Begins are the two like masterclass introduction for heroes for me. And I feel like just learn from those ones and just take the elements that made it work. And I think, what if you for people who say, I've seen the introduction for Superman so many times, I don't need to do it again. What if he does it better than you've ever seen before? What if this is the best interpretation of his introduction? Better than Smallville, better than everything.
You can also be like, you can do it as like kind of a montage, or like
Batman Begins
in the opening credits, showing like some sort of flashback imagery, like even just still frames that kind of move us through the story and remind us like, okay, here are the things that happen that you already know about that we're going to be doing relatively quickly, but let's just give you this little bit of grounding. But on the point of the Batman's intro, it's that was effective because it showed us Batman being fucking Batman.
Yep.
Like that was a Batman ass scene where the first thing we see of this Superman, who isn't even supposed to be just its own standalone Superman universe, the way the Batman is allegedly for Batman. I guess we'll see what they end up doing with it if they do anything with it. But the first thing we see is him losing a fight that we didn't even see. Where it's like, I think that if you had it be that, I guess not Ultraman technically in this one, it's like the Hammer of Baravia shows up, and have it be that we see Clark, we see the people of the Daily Planet be like, oh my God, what the hell is that? We see him do is like, oh God, I'm going home. Get out of here, guys. I'm scared. And then run away. And then we get him suiting up into Superman. And presumably, like, even if you want to have him lose the fight, have him just be kicking ass for a good chunk of time so that we get that, oh yeah, this guy he's Superman. But then it's
we
like,
saw
oh,
why he lost too. He could have lost because he was saving people or something. There could be context.
And as someone just said in chat, that was apparently a 3-hour fight. Like, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Ugh. And where we see him at the beginning, that doesn't really change. Him getting his ass whooped and being saved by the dog. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
So yeah,
I'm doing including the final battle.
So yeah, that covers about the first 15 seconds of this movie. So yeah, we see him crash into the ground, which we soon learn is right in front of the Fortress of Solitude. But he can't move anymore, and he's breathing heavily. Like, oh shit! Like, oh, what's happened here? This is gonna be intense. Like, this is an intense start. And then he whistles, and you're like, oh, I've seen the trailer. That's going to be the dog, and he's just going to drag him. Crypto's going to arrive and, grab him and put him into the fortress, and he's going to recover, and then we go from there. That's too easy to do.
I don't know why he landed there. Like, was he punched all the way to Antarctica?
I
or
wish
like,
I'd
did he
known.
fly to retreat and then like just crash landed? Like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
How do you land at home? Like, you land outside your front door. Like,
Right.
There's got to be context here. That's just
I mean, he's like right outside the Fortress of Solitude, so he must have done it deliberately. But it doesn't seem that way, given the way how much pain he's in and the way he landed. Like, it's just so weird. So, like, he flew all that way deliberately and then just got tired or something?
He had a seizure.
Yeah.
He had a heart attack.
2 seconds before he landed right in front of the door.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the explanation has to be like that was his last burst of strength was getting home because he knows that's where he could recover. But, like,
right.
I would have liked to see how that fight went. And I think that would have been a better kick off this movie, especially if we're going in expecting this to be just random faceless villain that Superman beats easily, and then he loses in this first fight. That would have been subversive in a way that would have been kind of interesting, because it's like, oh, okay, so what's the deal with this Hammer of Baravia guy? How the hell did he just beat Superman?
And we could have got the montage to give us the exposition while he was falling or something. They could have like made it a part of the action, and then we actually land, and then have everything get set from there. But instead they skip all that and like leave it as a mystery.
No,
and it's only a problem now based on looking back at the movie. Get much in that area, and we just know how much within 90 seconds how much more they could have done in that scene. It's kind of fun.
So yeah, the Crypto arrives from somewhere. I'm actually not entirely sure where Crypto was, because he definitely wasn't in the fucking place unless he crashed through, and that was the damage they were talking about later. But whatever, he arrives and you're like, oh, he's gonna drag him. It's like, no, Crypto is gonna be a funny little doggo. Haha, he's gonna jump on Superman and he's in pain, and all the intensity of the scene is gone like this. It was like, oh, that was surely a choice right now.
Yeah, well, this is like James Gunn encapsulated, right?
Yes.
Where it's like high drama, high stakes, and then silly moment.
Yeah.
And I mean, the whole thing with Crypto is an issue. I mean, like, I get wanting to pull some like fun element out of the comics that hasn't been seen before, but when you bring in a character like Crypto, like a super crazy dog, there's just a bunch of silliness that inherently comes along with that you have to then integrate. And then I figure if James Gunn being who he is and the work that he's done, I guess he just figured I can handle an element like that, and he's so instrumental to the film as well. Like he does like pretty
story
important.
critical.
Oh yeah,
I'm
he's
glad they included the fact that he's crazy, because that's a really important part of the plot. The doggo he just spawns out of nowhere. He does whatever. He's unstoppable. Seems like he's stronger than Superman. He's just. You should not have had him be that significant to the plot. It ruins the elements that do work. I feel like even some kids would get tired of the dog. You know?
Yeah. And
But,
there's not even a scene in the movie where like Crypto behaves finally, It's just like every scene that Crypto's in, he's just fucking jumping around breaking shit and hurting people.
You're so right. You're so right. There's no payoff to all that. There's no balance. Like what the fuck is the point of this dog?
I mean,
The
I even
closest-
thought it was like they messed it up by having Superman give him the command to attack Lex's cameras at the end too. It's like that shouldn't have been a
Right.
thing Superman had to do. He should have just been doing that, and that's how Superman realized, oh, they can't see Ultraman anymore. They can't control him because my dog just attacks everything that's flying around like that.
I have absolutely no idea if Superman has full control of this creature. Like I have no idea what if he can even get him to sit. I don't even know.
Well, he does
Like,
it, but then like it's like in that moment he says, "Crypto, attack the toy."
That's what I
it's
mean.
Like,
They keep
but you
flipping
wouldn't have
back
had
and
to
forth.
say that. Crypto already should have been going nuts the second he saw those things. And then that should have been how he figured it out. He's like, "Oh, this is how I win. I have my ill-behaved dog." And he's here at the perfect moment.
Because he's a fucking idiot and he needs a wild, crazy doggo to for him. He's such
That is worth bringing up, Mark. I forgot about that. I guess in James Gunn's mind, that was the payoff where he finally does a useful thing, where he bites the toys, and then you're meant to be like, oh, he's a good dog after all. But like, that's really just taking advantage of the chaotic nature of the dog that never really changes.
Yeah,
it would have been nice to see a scene where Crypto just sits nice,
Well, because especially if it's just not even Superman that figures it out. It's just, no, he whistled for Crypto so that he'd have like another hand in this fight. And because Crypto is a dog that just attacks flying things, like he was like, oh, squirrel. And then not that, I mean, some squirrels fly, but because that's his personality, like Superman could almost be thinking, no, I need help with this superpowered muscle bound guy. And then notices that every time Crypto bites one of the flying cameras, Ultraman gets less responsive. Like he doesn't seem to fight as well, and he's getting worse and worse at fighting as Crypto is jumping around chasing these flying orbs, right? And it's like you establish that this is a dog that can't be controlled. You had the perfect moment to use that in the story at a critical moment, which then gives Superman the information he needs. And instead, you had Superman be like, "This was part of my plan all along. I trained him to do one trick." Like in the last 10 minutes, even though it's a thing he does anyways, but I got him to not do it right away, which would have helped. The sooner he did it, the better.
Do you guys remember
Oh,
sorry, Mark, go ahead.
So just so that he'd have to give a command for it. And it's like, this is not a dog that takes commands though. Like he comes to whistles. That's it.
No.
Do you remember Gargoyles? Do you guys remember Gargoyles? Anyone watch that?
Never watched it. No.
They had a gargoyle dog named Bronx that was just such a better version of Crypto, in my opinion, in terms of being strong but not overpowered and being disciplined. And like I just remember when Bronx came, it wasn't some stupid plot device. It was always like a good payoff. And the relationship with the dog was way more balanced. It's just such a better written version of this idea. And that's what I think annoys me about Superman the most is all of these things. I've seen them done better. Everything from, I always compare Superman to Goku. I compare Crypto to Bronx, and I could probably go through the list. All of it just seems underbaked in terms of the comic. James Gunn seems to be relying on quirky ideas and comic book, not actually fleshing things out.
It's just such an inherently silly thing. As soon as you put a cape on a dog,
yes,
it's like,
it's
okay.
Why the cape, man? It's just give him a collar and give some reference to Krypton. That's it.
I mean, maybe even the payoff at the end could have been giving Crypto the cape because he like saved the day.
That would have been better.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah, I like that.
Way better.
Yeah.
Way better.
So,
Why are we making a better movie casually, James? You had all this fucking
You
time.
even got a good line
That's what
from
we do all the time,
drunken
unfortunately.
Rhaenyra at the end where she's like, "Why is my dog wearing a cape?"
Yeah, instantly.
Well,
Just fucking
And then like you could have ended the movie on Superman just being like, "Because he's a good boy."
Yeah.
I don't remember
do
her being that. I don't remember her being that hot in House of the Dragon. But she was.
Oh, yeah,
fucking
she's looking
smoking at
good.
the end of the scene.
Hmm.
Looking good.
So
That's a bad
eventually, he gets dragged to the fortress, the last, like, I don't know, 50 meters or whatever. And then he gets brought in by his super bots or whatever. And then he says, "Thank you." And the bot said, "You don't need to thank me. We don't feel appreciation because we're robots. Are you fucking laughing yet?"
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I remember this.
But then
I
the
remember
one
seeing this in the trailers, and I was immediately made nervous by that. Where I'm just like, the quirky dialogue writing and the clash, I guess, intended clash between the fact that they are unfeeling robots, but they are written and performed in such a way where they're actually feeling emotion, and it's just
The
like,
next
is that
fucking
is that the
line.
joke?
The next
yeah.
line is,
"Oh, he is
"Look at
12.
me."
He is 12. She's new. Hello." He's like, "Oh, he's looking at me." It's like, you just fucking told me they don't give a shit.
It's like, that's an emotion.
Yeah.
Crazy.
She's excited. and
Motherfucker wants a
proud that her
name.
owner, like,
He wants to be called Gary. Like, how do you
Yeah.
fucking care about that shit if you don't have emotions? They couldn't make up their mind.
Yeah.
Like, that was one of the stupidest parts of the movie.
I mean,
in
like,
terms
I
of
guess,
just,
like,
you
is
know-
the idea that they do have emotions? They're just programmed to say that they don't for, like, the owner's benefit, I guess.
I
That's
fucking
kind of
knows?
horrifying.
Yeah, that
It
is
seems like
horrifying.
the contradiction in the writing is the joke, but it just seems like a huge oversight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, it didn't play as like funny to me. I was just like, huh?
it's just confusing and kind of awkward and strange. Like, you don't care about these guys, really, Superman? Like,
Yeah.
you just, even for me, character-wise, even if it's just a stupid robot, you don't care about your robot homies. Like, that means something to me. You could have
Yeah.
done that way.
Also, as someone like me, I'm not like super knowledgeable about the Superman lore in general. Like, I know the Fortress of Solitude exists. I know he sometimes has robots, but I have no idea why this fortress exists, how it works, and why he has robots. Was it just all in the pod? He arrived here, because I thought that arrived at the Ken's place.
Well,
So I
I
actually
think the
don't
tricky
know
thing
what the-
is in this lore, we don't really know. Like, I mean, we can assume that they were all just on in the Fortress of Solitude, like from the get-go. But we
Yeah.
also don't know, did the Fortress of Solitude emerge out of his ship? Was it like the Man of Steel thing where it was here a long time ago and he
Mhm.
just kind of comes across it? Like, what's the deal? And we don't get those answers because it's like, no, we're skipping right ahead to establish Superman, and this stuff's all just known at this point. It's like, okay, you can do that, but then try to not give us things that make us ask a bunch of questions. Then, if you're gonna do that, you know,
Yeah.
like there's
Yeah.
like that's kind of the thing that you have to do when it's like, are we jumping into an established world that's already in motion and presenting it to the viewer in a way that makes it understandable, or are we going to take the time and do all the things? And they kind of did neither. They're just
Yeah.
like, no, we're gonna have this be like it's movie 10 of a cinematic universe, and just the other 9 don't exist. But you
This
should have
movie-
seen them to properly understand this.
Exactly. This movie, especially for Lex Luthor's character specifically, you legit have to be familiar with other media to have an understanding as why he hates Superman to the degree that he does. This movie doesn't justify it at all. He just hates him, hates his guts.
I mean, I guess like
just
they
like
kind of
they don't really do a good job. They really don't do a good job of explaining why he would go to that.
To the
degree.
Secretary of Defense, I guess, is like that's where you're supposed to get Luthor's philosophy on Superman and why he doesn't think Superman being in the world is a good thing and wants to stop him. So like, I mean, they tried, but it's like I think it's more just they have Lex Luthor be so unbelievably evil in this movie that I can't connect with them at all. Whereas a lot of the interesting Lex Luthor stories are the ones where you as a human have to be thinking, wait, is this guy right? Like, is he onto something with maybe we shouldn't have an omnipotent god from another planet just being able to do whatever the hell he wants in our world?
Yeah.
Like that,
We got
that's
no
a question
opportunity
that
to
you can
understand
do
his
things with.
perspective, really. Like, even that question wasn't explored that thoroughly in the movie from really seeing his thoughts on it. They just mention it and expect us to do
Yeah.
all the work.
Just
I feel like
It's entirely
Obadiah
undercut
Stane,
by
like-
motherfucker, you're
like-
tearing holes in reality. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You
Oh.
are not. You don't have humanity's best interest at heart if you're creating fucking black holes on our
Yeah.
planet
Exactly.
in a world
I feel
where
like
there's space travel. You know,
a
It's
better example, just even with the MCU, like Obadiah Stane was way more believable and understandable, and his motivation was kicked off within like 30 seconds. Just a fucking little promo scene of showing their history with Howard Stark and then Tony, and you understand his perspective. As soon as Tony said he was shutting down the company, he just whoa. He just like he's got ties to this. It makes sense. Where Lex Luthor is just fucking evil because the movie needs him to be.
No.
They don't really do a good job of fleshing that out.
Okay,
So it struck me also that Superman having his robots there at the Fortress of Solitude is a bit of a problem. Where it reminds me of I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Kevin Smith, he does.
Oh
these,
my
like,
God, I was
Q&As.
hoping you were going to say that. Yes, I know exactly what you're going to
So he was temporarily hired to write the Superman movie, and he was working with this producer, and then this producer has all these wacky ideas of shit to put in the script, and he's just like, well, what if Lex, I can't remember if it's Lex or not. So what if Lex like goes up to the fortress and he fights Superman's guards?
Yeah.
And Kevin's like,
fights his
guards?
soldiers.
Why would
Guards.
Superman need guards? Plus, it's called the Fortress of Solitude. Like, he's alone up there.
That's funny.
And so here you have, I guess the way around it is like, well, they're robots. But then if you give them human-like personalities, you're not really in solitude when you're there. You know, like I feel like their presence just doesn't work at all on a number of different levels.
Yeah, it changes the whole.
Well, I
concept.
can tell you for what they do work, because they're also expedition bots. Yeah, exposition, not expedition. That's a game. I need
The
to
game.
finish it. Exposition
33
bots, because
Bot
they
number
said it's like,
33.
Superman, we put the message from your parents up there. It soothes him, he says to the other bots. Like, that other bot probably knows that. You're probably programmed to know that, but that's okay. And then they do this, and then he's looking at them, the things like, oh, Kal-El, we love you so much, more than the heavens. You're a good boy. Please survive. And then the damage is apparent on the screen. It's like, ooh, there's some flickering happening. And then the one bot says, the footage was damaged from the way to crypto, and now you just can watch the first half. And it was like, thank you, exposition bot. That's very nice of you. Why did you tell this to the other bot that's probably been here at the exact same time as you have been? So yeah, that was very cool. I love good writing.
You have the robots explaining to Superman how they work as if like he wouldn't know this already.
Yeah.
And then this message that apparently is new to Superman, but he's known that message has been there ever since his ship landed. Like, why is this being told to him now? It's obviously just audience
apparently
exposition.
that message is supposed to be his primary motivation. Like,
Yes.
he knows that message. He's been
he
listening to
knows
it
that
over and over again since he was a baby.
I had the feeling he was just telling that to the other robot. I remember the robot looking at the other robot and saying it. And I was like, why did you... Like, no one here needs this explained. No one in here needs this explained.
Yeah, all
And the more-
do the math that Rocket Raccoon is his father and that this was a message that got sent with his baby. And yeah, that was Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
The more familiar you get with exposition, the more you notice it, the harsher you judge it. And it's just like, when you see it being slapped together, it's just like, oh, you could assume so many other things will be.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we have
Because
Well, I
great
mean, don't get me
exposition
started
is
on the
something you
fact that the
appreciate.
Kryptonian AI robots can't figure out how to patch up the message, but the fucking engineer can.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
we-
never
we'll
interacted
get to
with
that.
Kryptonian technology at all, but she's got
there's-
this. Don't worry. She has nanomachines.
There's multiple...
But he never let
th-
James Gunn play another Hideo Kojima game.
There's multiple problems with the whole message being wrong, but we'll get there when they do things with it, I guess. But yeah, they check this out, then he gets supercharged by the yellow sun, because they have a thing for that to charge him. So I guess at least he's been hurt
Like, to be
before
fair,
in fights.
that made sense. I was like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Like, them having something that amplifies the sun to heal Superman, I was okay with that.
No, I was... yes, that's fine, that's fine. It kind of looked like it hurt him, though. I don't know if that makes any sense. I was just like, oh, that looks uncomfortable.
I guess, like, I don't know, his bones remodeling.
Maybe.
Modeling with T's, by the way, not modeling. Bones model.
In any case, he leaves again, but he's oh, you can't leave. You're only at like 83%, and you got your ass whooped at 100%. It's like, yeah, but I need to go back into the fray.
Off the bat, it's a problem though that he gets to 83% in like 4 seconds, but won't wait for 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what do you
That's
mean,
so true.
man? Like, just
But it
hop in
makes
there
it-
for another couple seconds. You're fine.
Doesn't it make you want to see the battle even more now? Like, what the fuck you mean? Like, what happened out
Is it
there? Why
like
are
a
you so
phone
confident to go
battery
back?
that like quick charge can get it to 80%, but if you want
Yeah.
true 100%, you have to leave it overnight?
Yeah, he left his quick charge adapter at his parents' place, so he could only get to
someone
83.
said that in the chat. I swear I didn't see that and then make that point. That was an
3-minute
original
fight.
thought. We
Wait,
just
didn't it
posted.
say 3 hours? Didn't it say like
30
this 3
it was
hours?
30, I
when
think
the-
it was 33 minutes ago he lost his first fight, but 3 hours
No,
ago was
3
when the Hammer of Baravia showed up.
3
Oh.
minutes ago, he lost his first fight for the first time.
3 minutes.
Yeah, because I think that he showed
Yeah.
up 3 hours ago. The
Yeah,
thing is,
it was the
it would actually kind of make it worse if he was there for 3 hours, fucked shit up, and Superman came around 3 minutes ago and then just got his
Well,
ass
I guess
beat.
I mean, presumably they were fighting for 3 hours before he lost that hard. I'm guessing, but again, like maybe
Yeah.
show us the fight,
Yeah,
not 3 hours.
Another
But,
reason
like-
to show it. Just there's no reason to skip it. We're missing out on character, we're missing out on so much setup.
yeah. Anyway, he makes it. He's like, no, he's still there. I need to get back there. But then the doggo is sad, so he still takes a little bit time. So he's not that much in a hurry, I guess, to get back to Metropolis. And then eventually he does leave after like 2 or 3 minutes. And the engineer is here, and he doesn't notice her, I guess. He just fucking flies off. And yeah, I don't really
Well,
know.
I mean, you know,
Yeah,
Superman
with his
doesn't have great
supervision and
hearing,
everything, he
yeah,
wouldn't see a
like-
black speck in the white, wilderness below
Also,
him.
He's
like,
got
that
super
wouldn't
tunnel
stand out to
vision
him.
right now.
Super
that's the
tunnel
problem.
vision. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also begs the question. We don't see super hearing in this one, but I don't know. For me
He
as a
can't have
package, Superman always has super hearing, I feel like.
No, this
Yeah.
one flat out doesn't. If
But it
they,
seems
if
he
they
doesn't,
intend
yeah.
for him to, it's like he never ever uses it in this movie. It never makes him aware of anything that's going on. It can't. Otherwise,
Yeah.
there'd be too many things that he'd be able to just figure out. I
Um,
mean, at least of all the people in Lex Luthor's little command center talking about like Ultraman within like 10 feet away, not 10 feet, probably like 100 meters away from the actual fight. They're pretty close. A girl is taking selfies with the supervillain in frame. Like it's like phone cameras aren't that good.
yeah. It also seems that the fortress with all the technology in it doesn't have like any proximity scans outside where the robot's like,
No
hey,
defense.
something is going on.
I guess
Like
they
I
figured
refuse to
the-
believe there's no defense mechanism. Lex can
It's
just roll
the
up.
the
and-
Kryptonian DNA thing is like they at least did that much.
Oh, they
And
did that much. I was just
presumably-
wondering if you have all these robots in there, maybe they can look at the computers like, wait, someone is out there. That's weird. That's not supposed to be. Hey, Superman,
oh, I
someone
mean,
saw the
yeah.
thing you just flown out of. So even if
Yeah.
he didn't see it, that those fuckers should have seen anything.
Yeah, I mean,
It would be
that's the
nice to
other
have a
thing,
setup
like,
for that.
Yeah.
Superman has guards, but they don't even have like basic surveillance cameras right outside the building. Like,
So
he doesn't need those. He needs robots that do stuff.
now that we've seen Superman crashing into the floor, having his ass beat, he goes back to gets his ass beat again. Isn't that it's exciting? He fights the hammer of Bovaria.
Moravia, I think, right?
Yeah, something like that.
If you go to Twitter, it's either Palestine or Ukraine, though.
I don't even want to talk about this retarded
Jesus,
shit.
no, like
Fucking
I
hell.
saw so much of that this morning. I was like, oh my god, people
God,
cannot
really?
just watch a movie.
Yeah, can you just see this as like Nation A and Nation B? Like, it's not always fucking whatever. It's just gonna get me upset.
Yeah.
There's more things to get upset about. I'll do that
Well,
instead. because
that's the thing, Metal. You got to remember the name of the fictional place.
Moravia, Janapur or something. It's somewhere in those notes here when we get there. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, he gets his ass beat
Janapur, yeah.
again. And we cut to Lex and see his little station. Well, it's a big station actually, and see what he's doing. And immediately, Lex Luthor, the genius with all his technology. My first thought was, the fuck are you doing? That's fucking retarded. So the way he is fighting Superman is by having this guy, which we don't know who it is yet, but it is Ultraman. I'll say it right now.
Bizarro Superman.
Bizarro
essentially.
Superman, pretty much.
It's Bizarro at the very end of the movie. They just call him
And,
Ultraman for most of it, who's a fucking Sentai character. Ultraman is already a guy.
Right. So
Unless,
what
I
he
don't know,
what
so
he
comics where Bizarro is used called Ultraman. I don't think I've ever read one of those, but
so what he does is he yells out numbers or a combination of letters and numbers like A1, B12, Flim Flam 7.
You stuck my
Stuff like
battleship.
So he's basically yelling inputs at someone. These people put in the inputs, which then get transferred to Ultraman, who does those inputs. And lucky for
do
us,
they? I thought he hears him. Like, or at least that's how I at first I thought they were controlling him because they've got like joysticks, but then I guess I understood it later as they're controlling the little camera orb things.
well, the thing is,
And
I'm not entirely sure because sometimes he yells the things and it works, and then sometimes he says things and then another one yells it into a microphone. So it could be both, actually. Doesn't really
See, that-
matter.
like, God.
The whole idea of him having to do it manually, because we got the exposition team here as well, who's like, well, he's been researching him and testing stuff for ages, and he made 7,000 inputs to fight Superman. Because the one guy says, what is happening? It's like he knows what he's doing before he does. It's like, yeah, actually he does because he's smart. And
I mean,
has been
okay,
doing
like-
all the research.
I gotta just get a little gamer brained on this though. If we play like Tekken or Street
Yes.
Fighter, and I find you a mod where you can use voice commands, do you think you have any chance at beating me?
No, you are. That's
Like I'm using a controller,
That's
and
my-
you've got to use voice commands saying Hadouken, Dragon Punch,
that was
5-hit
the
combo,
that was
light
my
punch, light punch.
that was my ultimate not goal. That's where I was going with
Point.
this.
Yeah.
Point. Thank you. My brain is melting already, and we're barely into the movie. You have all this technology, and your big plan is, with all the research you've done, all the analysis and everything, is to create, I don't know, a fucking grid of numbers that have like A1 to A7 and D12 to D80, whatever.
Didn't they
You-
say something like he's studied Superman and found out he has like 1,200 different moves that he's accounted for?
Exactly. You can't fucking. I saw what fucking
These
technology
people don't
you've
understand
built.
input lag.
The fucking technology he's built. You telling me he doesn't have a fucking AI or just an auto? Doesn't even need to be an AI. Just an automatic scanner that does the thing for him.
Less so than that, give him a
Yeah.
fucking controller.
You can also do a controller. That's
Just have
that's
him
the
play
next
him like
that's
a
the
video
next
game, yeah.
easiest step. Just do that. But make it
Yeah, no, like,
automatic.
I'm
you
dead
don't need
serious
to
because
put-
like the amount
don't-
of input play you would have just on having to say the entire sequence of numbers before the attack happens. It's like no, you're dead. Like if you're playing a video game and you have to like if like I said, like playing a fighting game and I have to get through the word Hadouken before Ryu throws a fireball, it's 500 times slower than me just down forward punch. Like in
Yeah.
my muscle memory, I can just do that, and it's way faster than you saying Hadouken at me.
This scene wasn't made by gamers. This whole concept wasn't made by gamers. James Gunn can't fucking play shit.
Well,
Like,
that's the thing,
it
but
doesn't make any
uses
sense.
What's
It's just
effectively
stupid.
a gamer concept. It's like motherfucker, like try playing a game where your
Yeah.
response is that slow against Superman.
Yes, it's such a that is a S tier gamer point. Like 100%
Superman is not
responsive
slow,
time.
okay?
It's lagging. You're adding. You're basically incorporating lag manually. Like it's so
Yeah.
stupid.
I agree, Metal. The same thing occurred to me. I mean, without
Yep.
trying to sound too autistic about it. I mean, there is a
Oh,
huge
I have
latency
no
issue here.
qualms about that.
Where
There's
I
nothing
mean,
autistic
this,
about it. It's just a stupid fucking idea.
It's true.
this
True.
this would be dumb as fuck if you were just fighting somebody regular. Never mind somebody with superhuman speed who is almost as fast as the Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of the Ultraman's moves are based on Lex shouting out letters and numbers. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
It's-
and with a
it's
little
so
bit
dumb.
of knowledge of the Superman lore, I know Lex Luthor in lots of instances just built a suit for himself and he was in it and then used it.
Yeah, basically an Iron Man suit. Is like green sort of Iron Man Lex Luthor suit. It's the ways in which he is able to fight Superman toe to toe.
Another reason I think Obadiah is just a better version of this Lex that we got in this movie. Like, as stupid as the ending of Iron Man 3 is, you just at least you have the motivation there, and it's logical for him to make a suit, and we understand how he got to that. They skip all that with Lex. I couldn't stand. He probably annoyed me more than anyone because he was the character I was most interested in. I love villains, and I thought he could carry this movie if I don't like the Superman. But nope.
Yeah.
Anyway,
point on the
get it. Yeah, go ahead.
just a point on the combos too, and this is jumping ahead right to the end, but it comes across as particularly ridiculous too when Lex is getting Ultraman to punch Superman in the face repeatedly. He's just like A3, A3.
No, hang on. It's actually funnier
like,
than this. It's A1, which means the first thing he programmed was a straight punch to the face.
Was a ground pound punch.
I forgot what the combo was, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's A1. I think that's kind of funny, actually. A1, A1, A1.
Like, 1A, 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 1A. When you start chanting it, it's fucking stupid.
It's such a shame because like I think the reason it was brought in is to give Lex something physical to do while he's in that command room. Like, give him a thing to do or say.
Yeah.
So that his thing here is walking around the room saying A1 and shit. But
Yeah.
I think it would have been much better if he was just hanging at the back of the room, quiet and just like intently observing the fight and just looking contemplative and shit. That would have been like very Lex Luthor. I think that would have
Just
been
sit
great.
at like an array of screens, like 3 to 6, and then just have him say the commands in there. It would have been a bit more believable instead of him running around this whole room. It's like, do B7, do them.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
His crew could be
it's
doing
like-
that, but he should be in
Yes.
the back, being stoic with like a glass of whiskey or something, like just calculating, no reaction until the job is actually done. Like, give us presence, give us something. They made him a meme immediately before we even got to the real meme scenes.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, what's this obsession with making Lex Luthor a like young tech bro?
mm.
Like, it's 2 Lex Luthors in a row we've gotten to that. Is it like, guys, like watch the animated series. Lex Luthor,
Yeah,
like the oh god,
Smallville,
fucking
even the guy in
Clancy
Smallville
Brown.
nailed it.
Yeah, he did.
And
That
I
was
mean, yeah,
great
he was a
casting.
younger one, so that's
Yeah.
probably like the best version of the like young contemporary to Superman Lex. But like
my
the
favorite
Lex
superhero
in
content.
the Lex in the animated series, though, like the Clancy Brown one, like Zim from Starship Troopers doing the voice, he's just like cool as ice all the time. And it's
Yeah.
like, why isn't that Lex Luthor a thing that we like ever get in film?
I don't know, man.
Because like
He's always
even
in the
like Gene
animated
Hackman
ones,
wasn't that, Kevin Spacey wasn't that. Like we've like never gotten that Lex Luthor in a movie, and I don't understand why not. It's like, guys, watch the animated show. It's crazy that the animated series of these things are so much better than the live action ones. When you think that these are the ones
Every
that
time.
have all the money in the world to make a Hollywood actor that's really good, and like Nicholas Hoult, I think is a good actor. I don't necessarily think this is his fault. It's
I
just
don't even
what
think
they're
this
having him
is-
do.
I don't even think this is just a Lex Luthor thing. I remember when I made my video on the side, I was like, man, this guy has to be cooler than this stupid Snyder, the stupid Snyder scene that I'm seeing right now. So I looked up a random Justice League movie just to find a Darkseid scene, and he was awesome. I'm like, what is this? This is like, why couldn't you portray him in this fashion where he's actually dominating and looks intimidating and intelligent and stoic? He's not fucking getting shot with an arrow and shitting himself. Like, it's stupid. I just think it's been a pattern with the DC villains in the last few years. They just don't really portray them properly.
On the note of the animated Lex Luthor too, it's his physical presence as well, where he's like kind of a beefy character on
looks
his own.
jacked.
He's tall, he's intimidating. It's like that's a great design for Lex Luthor. Whereas the previous two, we had Jesse Eisenberg, and nothing against Nicholas Hoult in this movie, but like he doesn't have that size that you kind of need for the like for a proper Lex Luthor.
Mm-hmm.
He comes across as like a skinny nerd.
Well, I
You're
mean, that's
totally
the thing.
right.
It's like we've gotten 2 visions in a row of Lex Luthor as like skinny nerd dude, and I don't know why that is the thing they go with, because it's like you can make Lex Luthor a commanding presence in a way that isn't just he's a meme and we're gonna laugh at him because he's a wacky villain guy.
The way you do this is Gustavo Fring from Breaking Bad. That's how you make someone who's that small but still be intimidating. He didn't have that. So if you don't have that, then you need Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin. You need someone who actually can smash your fucking head with a car door. You know what I mean? While still being intelligent enough to handle Lady Gal and all the other things. He was a fucking
Netflix.
He was a real Kingpin. Netflix's Kingpin in the first one, not the cuckpin, the fucking loser that we got. Like the real Kingpin, man. Yeah.
Honestly, if he didn't already play Kingpin, he would probably make a good Lex Luthor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Regarding the cartoons, it's such a shame that they often get looked down on, you know, or looked at as inferior. Where if you actually study the writing, there's some fantastic writing in some of the Superman cartoons, Batman cartoons, whatever.
Oh yeah. I did a couple on a while ago on the Forge with
surprising.
Me. It's good shit.
It's surprising you get some of those. It's like, man, this is part of the reason these characters have stood the test of time. There's some real shit that you can do with them, but we just don't with these movies.
Yeah,
I always prefer the more mature superhero movies and the ones that like can appeal to people who don't know the characters. They just function as movies, even if you're not a superhero fan. And I just feel like they don't. That's not the norm. They do these wacky ones where you can only fucking like take it seriously if you like know all the comics. Like this movie is, like we said, 3 of the panel here said we never want to see it again. That should not be for such an easily digestible movie, just a superhero movie. It shouldn't be something that's so unappealing. You know?
Yeah, and that's rarely the case with me, especially with superhero stuff. Even if a superhero movie is bad, like often, like I'll still be wanting to throw it on now and then and rewatch it, being like, how do I feel about this now? But this, like, I just don't ever see myself watching it again.
Exactly. There's no layers to explore. It's just how you feel about it. No, it is what it is. It's extremely surface level and just vapid and just undercooked in so many elements. Like Lois Lane was well casted, but I felt she was like I was bored to tears because she was just one dimensional the entire movie and she didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Her relationship with
basically
Clark
every character, you don't get anything in terms of development. Like if you see them for the first time, you know everything about them pretty much for the rest of the movie.
Pretty much it.
Anyway, Superman got his ass beat again. He's on the floor. There's this friend from the city that he helped out like one time. That's what they tell us. I don't know.
Jesus, we're still in the fucking intro of the movie. I almost forgot.
I mean, really, we are barely into it, and there's just so many fucking issues with this.
Yeah, so the engineer knows where the fortress is. It's like, yo, Lex, I know where it is. I can drill into it because it went back down into the ground. He's like, nah, it's all right. We need more people than that, so you can come back home. And then the hammer also leaves after crashing Superman onto the floor. On the floor, we have a random exposition man that says, hey, Superman, maybe you shouldn't have done that thing in Jarhanpur. This is met by no answer whatsoever, but now we know that he did a thing there. That's cool, thank you. And then we follow Hammerman to the beach station of Lex Luthor, whatever the fuck they're doing there. But it has a portal that goes into this pocket dimension and into Lex's station, where we see, it's Ultraman. And now we know that Lex is the villain for real, no cap. That's that. They have this crazy... Yeah, so immediately it's like, oh, so you can do this shit. You have Ultraman, you have this engineer lady, you can do portals that go everywhere you want. This is an insane development, or an insane way this whole universe has already been developed that we don't know shit about. We just have to accept, yeah, Lex has that. Anyway, moving on.
Just quickly, too, do you like how there's no attempt at subtlety when Ultraman goes to the portal? He just flies straight into the base.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where just anyone can see him.
Oh, yeah, this should be easily traceable where he went. It's like, wait, why did the Hammer of Flim Flam Boravia go to this station that we know is Luthor's?
Is the station in Boravia?
I don't think so.
No, it's on the beach of the city.
Yeah. That's where Mr. Terrific goes later. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
So because that's where the rift opens and destroys the city.
Yeah, so you can go into the portal back to the city, but into the station. into his command
you know what? I
station.
think it fucks me up because like of the pocket dimension travel, like with them walking through the portals. I'm like, wait, well, so what thing is where? But yeah, no.
I just have
no, you're
to
right,
write
though,
it
'cause
in
of
my head.
The
Just
rift
like
makes it make sense.
depending on the coordinates you put in there, that's where you maybe go. Possibly, I don't know actually. Yeah, that's that.
But yeah, that does create a big problem though, because it's like, wait, why? Like, is the U.S. government even? Because like we know the U.S. government, at least at this point, is explicitly not on board.
Yeah.
Like that is a big thing that Lex is trying to do, is to get sanction to be using Ultraman and all that stuff to like take down Superman. So they will they just figure, oh, okay, Superman's got this, even though they lost, and no satellite imagery is tracking this like new metahuman that is apparently from Baravia, but we don't really know because the Baravian president is actually explicitly denying knowledge of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
God,
it's pretty cool.
I didn't think this would give me as big of a headache as an MCU movie, but it's actually doing it.
Yeah. yeah.
I've already taken an Advil.
Well, we get our first Daily Planet fleams. Isn't that exciting? There's nothing super interesting happening here. It's just, yeah, Clark is here. He's late because he's always late in the animated shows, I think. At least I remember that. I don't know. He's just doing his work.
We do get actually the plot critical, every woman in the office wants to bang Jimmy.
Yeah, you really wanted to talk about this.
Well,
He's fucking weird,
so
man.
silly.
He's fucking weird looking. It just doesn't.
it's
We
really
know how
important
this
for
shit
the
works.
plot.
I know. I would have gotten there.
It is, like,
Jeez.
really critical.
I was like 30 seconds away from it.
An overall thing with this scene too is like it's another one of the scenes. It's depending on you being familiar with other Superman media, because they don't really do anything to flesh out his dynamic at work. We just have to assume all that. Like even the awkward, like he put his head down a couple times. I didn't really get the sense of him portraying, like John's point of his portrayal being more important than the glasses. You wouldn't get that in this scene. With this portrayal, you fucking do need hypno glasses because he just looks like Superman in a suit. Like it doesn't work. So you really need that performance and like show us that side of him that would make it believable that this guy, even though he resembles him, there's no way he could. And that could be interesting, but they skip on.
I think Christopher Reeves did a better job of that in the older movies. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's sort of the timid, shy guy. Yeah.
He's the archetypal version of that Clark Kent Superman transition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes.
Even the scenes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He goes in here. He gets a call from his parents, which have like a thick Arkansas accent or wherever they're from.
Supposed to be Kansas, but
or Kansas.
they sound
Kansas.
Sound pretty southern for Kansas, though.
I mean, I don't know where I just.
I'm not American, but like, is Kansas like the Midwest? Like, isn't it like not even that south?
Yeah.
Anyways,
But yeah, thick southern accent. That's probably the best.
I
way
like
to
them though. Like they're kind of the best part of this movie in some ways.
Kansas, not
So I
Arkansas.
don't wanna be too
Okay,
hard.
okay, my bad. It's actually kind of fun because she has like the phone on the table, like on a loudspeaker, and just like, "Hello, Kent. I heard you had
I like
that. I want to
If you-
congratulate you on your headline news. That's really cool."
That hits pretty authentic if you
kinda
have
fun.
literal boomer parents. Like my mom.
Yeah,
is constantly
the
shouting over
Kents
phone.
and the Kent farm was easily the best material in the movie for me. I thought that was the strongest stuff.
Yeah, so they congratulate him, and we meet good old Jimmy, who has just 100% riz on everyone. And it was so bizarre to me that I actually Google was like, is this like a power he has for some reason? I found a lot of things about Jimmy Olsen that he has powered, including massive beard growth at some point. I didn't know the context. I didn't read it. I just found it incredibly funny. That was on the wiki page, and I wanted to mention it. But no, this just seems to be a thing that is in this movie, and it is very plot relevant, which is hilarious.
Yep, we're just going to pretend that in this universe, a guy like with a chin like Leafy is just irresistible to all women without them even speaking to him for a moment. It's not that he's charming; it's that they think he's physically attractive.
Yeah. to a point where even Lois is like, "How do you do it?" And he's like, "I don't know."
Yeah, the fact that they have a line for it made me feel like they were gonna explain it, and
Yeah.
because it doesn't add up.
Like,
I
I mean,
can
honestly, even
understand,
if
like,
he said
a-
something, I was like, look, I've got a really good smile.
Net 20.
He doesn't.
But I mean, like, have him
What were you gonna
say
say, John?
that. Like, give him some like kind of justification for this. But it's like he doesn't even know. It's like those girls don't tell you what they like about you.
Yeah.
I can understand a boyish charm being appealing to some women, but here it's like ridiculous where he's taking a love potion or something, and just every
Yeah.
woman is just.
The thing is, they
turning their
don't they don't even go like fully bizarre with it, because he seems to be like overall pretty normal. Just like
Yeah.
talking to Lois, and Clark's like, "Yeah, I'm doing my job. I got these and this." It's like, "Oh yeah, you're like normal, but for some reason also everyone wants your cock." I don't know.
That's something that can work if you actually see the Office dynamic and these characters dope, but it's just nothing. All we know about them is that chicks love them. That's it.
Well, that's
They
what I mean.
just-
Like, people have been saying like Jimmy has like unlimited charisma in this movie, but it's like, show us the charisma though. It's
No, he
like he can't
doesn't.
just have the stats. We're not playing Dungeons and Dragons.
This is the thing that I was saying earlier of like just listing people's stats and attributes. I fucking can't stand that. Show them. That's the whole point of that's why we're watching a fucking movie. But you can't just
well,
tell me that
that's
he's
the thing,
super
like-
charismatic and then not explain it or show me a
James
scene
Gunn
of that.
also is good enough at writing comedy that if you just made Jimmy Olsen hilarious and had him just like constantly having awesome lines about everything and like the people in the office acknowledging that Jimmy is like the class clown essentially, that would maybe explain a bit about why all the girls like him.
Right.
Or make
Yeah.
him
Like, we
super
didn't really get
intelligent.
that. He's kind of timid and like doesn't really say much.
Like the dude in The Fly, him getting the girl made sense to me in terms of being like a little awkward and like just like that's a better way of doing that, I think.
Well, and even there,
And,
like Jeff Goldblum gets very jacked by the midway point of The Fly. Like,
yeah, even that just made it more believable. But like him being like a very eccentric nerd, I can believe that was appealing to her, and it just like it worked. I just even a piece of that would have been better for this character because I just felt confused every time he was on screen.
it seemed like a joke, and it is a joke that they have as I've said a couple times now, a very critical very critical point in the plot of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, it is story critical that Jimmy is irresistible to women.
Yep.
And like that, it's like if you're gonna have that be just a thing that all the girls in the office like Jimmy, but it's just kind of a joke that it's like, why do they like him? And everyone's just like, I have no idea. Like, he must be hilarious, or I guess I don't know. Maybe like a dick pic leaked of him online if they're gonna use all the internet shit.
You would even think James, with his stupid comedy, would have had a joke as the payoff, like some type of payoff, because he shoved jokes in for everything else. Why wouldn't he do it for this? I don't know. It's a little thing, but it's because of how important it is to the plot. It's a bit strange that they didn't do something.
Well, as Chad points out,
Yeah.
it could have also been just PCP. Obviously, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like, hey, good job, Clark, you did it. And then we have a little news thing on the telly. It's like, yeah, Gurkos denies involvement in the attack, and yeah, he looks gross, and is the president of the evil country. Well, they don't say it's the evil country yet. We'll get there next, because they try to pretend there's actually like there's more to it than to just like evil and not evil. But
Yeah,
I'll get
there's,
there, because that's the place that's the thing
Yeah,
that
you're right.
pisses
We'll
me.
probably talk quite a bit about that scene.
We'll get to the big.
He is
Sorry, I'm jumping
disheveled
the James
Russian
Gunn
guy.
all
That's
over
how
the
you
place
know
here.
he's bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could tell he's evil because he's like really old and weird looking.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, also Lois points out, like, wow, you got an interview with Superman? It's like, yeah, I got quite a few of them. I guess he just likes me. I feel like they're playing with the idea that she doesn't know he's Superman, but that gets deleted immediately. So I don't know why she even said that. Maybe to just rile him up in front of
like,
everyone else. I don't
Or
know.
I guess like take some of the suspicion off her being someone
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
like well aware of his secret. Like, but yeah, no, I thought that her being the one to point it out was maybe not a great idea for her.
Especially when you get the line at the end when they all know that
Yeah.
it's not it's
Yeah.
just not a secret. Stupid.
So we're going to the Pentagon, where Lex has a meeting with other government peeps, including Colonel. Was he Colonel Flag or Sergeant Flag? Flagman.
General.
General Flag.
And like, is he supposed to be Rick Flag's father? Is that where they're going with this?
Wait,
like,
I thought he is just Rick Flag, or am I going crazy?
Well, no, I mean, Peacemaker is in this, and we know that Peacemaker killed Rick Flag, so like...
Oh, yeah, he did, you're right. Good
that was
point,
like
he's
one
dead.
of the kind of best parts of Suicide Squad that was like, wow, this scene is actually... There's some weight... Fucking The Suicide Squad is a better movie than this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dad.
I just realized that. I was like, holy hell.
The argument with Idris Elba and his daughter in jail is better than anything in his movie. I was gonna say I feel like people are being way too generous to the to the Kent scene. That's like should be bare minimum in a Superman movie, like him having a bonding moment with his parents.
Scene. You calm down.
No,
I mean,
it's been complimented several times. That's the only reason.
Oh, we have a history with a modern depiction of Jonathan Kent not being spectacular.
Yeah,
I think that's part of the reason it's getting. That was my point. I think that's part of the reason this scene's getting praised because it's better than the fucking.
It's because the fucking bar is so low. There.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I just fucking take what I can get. Okay, if I don't want to kill myself after a scene, that's good for me.
That's what I mean.
I guess it was nice to have a good live action Jonathan Kent outside of Smallville for once. And like Smallville was a long time ago, so I'm not saying that that's like, okay, it's totally fine that Smallville did it right. It's like, no. That was like in the early 2000s, late 90s.
Anyway, they're having like a meeting in the Pentagon, and it's like, hey, we made Planet Watch. We have these raptors. Those are really cool. And, I made a super metahuman. He's the strongest on the planet. And nobody says, that's weird. I thought Superman was the strongest, but we don't ask those questions. We just accept that he just said that. And he basically says, yeah, Superman can't be allowed to roam free just like that. It's just way too dangerous. And he just did all these crazy things and broke all these treaties in Jahanpur and whatnot. Also, we found he has like a base in the middle of Antarctica, and that's not good internationally. We don't like that. So we should at least get him in for questioning, because that's crazy. He's just going around. And
I was kind of unclear as to why that was wrong too. It's like, wait, but no one owns Antarctica, right? Like, Antarctica doesn't have a government.
I don't know how it works. That's just what he says, all right. But they basically say, yeah, I get your point, but unless we have like a proof of malicious intent, we ain't doing shit, basically. And people also really like him. And then he mentions that, well, not online. And seeing the movie, I was like, oh god, why did you say that, you fucking cringe lord? And that's basically the scene. There's nothing really else to it, unless I missed something, but that's pretty much it. He's just saying we need to hold him accountable. Which
the idea that there's people on the internet that don't like Superman isn't that crazy.
No.
But they don't even make that a real thing. Like that that is like part of Lex Luthor's plan. It's like no. Actually everyone really loves him, even the people criticizing him, because they're not real people. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
I think the people that don't like Superman just look at like him being all powerful and just like, oh, that's not really interesting. But I always thought that power imbalance of like him being all powerful but also having a crippling weakness and then not killing somebody like Lex Luthor out of principle. Like I always thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I figured that like less so the meta and more so in that world, the idea that there are people that think about Superman the way Lex Luthor thinks about Superman, or are just like online edgelords that just want to hate popular thing, isn't that crazy. But they don't even make that like a real thing that's actually happening. They make that part of Lex Luthor's evil plan to make people not like Superman.
They just can't help themselves just implementing social media stuff these days in every fucking thing, and then they just don't do anything interesting with it. It's just like, look, he said you're a bigot. Oh, that's good. Okay.
You know what show did
something in
this
there.
actually really well, Mark? Incorporating the social media aspect to see how people feel about a villain or whatever. Fucking Death Note. Death Note actually nailed that perspective because you
Yeah,
could
that
believe that
was-
there would be people on board with
Yeah.
Kira and this,
Interesting.
like there'd be sending requests, please kill this person because of this, and being on
yeah,
board
like
with someone who's using
actually
their
a
power,
cult
you know,
surrounding him. Yeah.
100%.
And then other people
and
that are
that's-
like, no, this guy's
Yeah.
this guy is a murderer. And like,
Now
Oh
that
yeah,
I'm
One
thinking
Punch
about it,
Man
that's
did
one of
that
the
too.
only-
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
I still have to watch that, but I wouldn't be surprised because anime actually takes the time to flesh those things out
Yeah.
most of the time.
They don't have like full on like Twitter or something, but like I think they're going more for like the forums and stuff, and it's like
Yeah, they don't
these
do it in a
guys-
cringe way.
Yeah,
they do it
yeah.
in a way where I'm like, oh, I could see this work. And it's they do it right.
Exactly.
I can
yeah, also
understand
Death
people.
Note was early 2000s, so like the social media wasn't really what it is today, but you did still
But the
have
concept
like,
is still
yeah,
same
you had
thing,
chat rooms and things like
Exactly,
that, and like
yeah.
online forums.
I can understand people rolling their eyes at the incorporation of social media in movies just because it's just like you got to do it all the time. But like it is such an integral component to society.
Oh yeah.
I feel
I-
like you just
Yeah, I
have
agree.
to have it in there. Otherwise, if you don't have it in there,
I
it's
just wish they
weird.
would do something with
It's
it. that's not
unrealistic.
Cringe.
That's why I wish they would do it. I completely agree. That's why I wish they would do it in ways that actually work. I think the first episode of Black Mirror with the pig is a good example, and the way they
Yeah,
portray it in Death Note. Like you can do it in ways where like I'm not rolling my eyes because this is what would happen. So you're
Yeah.
right. It shouldn't be something that is ignored, but when it's getting to the point where it damages your movie because of how cringe you portray it, like
No.
I'll never get that monkey scene out of my head. Like anytime
feel like
I
feel
anytime I
like
get a
it's
shitty
also-
comment,
That-
you know what I
that
mean?
was
Man.
yeah.
It's so fucking. It's the moment I gave up on the movie. I couldn't fucking believe my eyes. I'm like, it's over. It's all over.
We will get there. But Aphelios just mentioned though, Persona 5 is another one where a big part of the sort of mid to late game is the Phantom Thieves, who are kind of the protagonists of it, who basically invade people's subconscious and change their hearts by like stealing their shadow, effectively. A big thing is about them trying to raise their public opinion, and one of the NPCs is actually the guy that kind of runs their website to be like, yeah, no, like it seems like the public is really starting to get on board with you guys, and that is integrated in a way where it's like, yeah, social media exists in this world and we're addressing it, but
Hmm.
not for the purpose of a joke about like in monkeys typing things on typewriters, and
Yeah.
that's your critics are all silly monkeys typing things on typewriters. None of them have a point,
Yeah.
and they're controlled by a supervillain.
yeah.
So we'll get there.
Stupid.
It's a
So-
highlight of his insecurity completely that he would make that such a key part of the film, and I feel like that he injected into Superman. That's part of the reason I don't like Superman's portrayal in this movie. He just feels weak
Mm.
and insecure, and someone who should not be phased by fucking social media because he knows he's here. He knows what he's actually here to do in terms of his own. You know, he was raised by the Kents. They gave way
Mhm.
too much fucking leverage to the parents. It just the whole portrayal of him. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not
And-
even that they use that as a starting point, and then they have him grow into something more stoic as like his arc. Like it
Mhm.
doesn't feel like he grows out of that. All he does really at the end is win a fight,
Exactly.
and it's just this. He's the same guy.
Right.
Yeah, and I had heard some of the leaks before the movie came out, and I was desperately hoping the monkey thing was fake. I was hoping it was one of those things someone made up just to fuck with everyone.
I'm so happy I didn't hear leaks for that. Seeing that with my own eyes, like properly, I was like, "What? No!"
I heard after the fact that
No.
all the leaks were true. It's like, oh no.
Oh,
I
I
didn't
stayed away
yeah.
from the leaks.
Same.
I was consciously trying to not know too much about this movie going in. I still saw a trailer. I think I saw the first trailer and some of the clips of like Superman flying that looked weird. But that's pretty much it. Other than that, I knew nothing going into this movie other than new Superman film.
I only saw the crypto
And-
scene, and that was about it. Heard discussion here and there,
So
but yeah.
we now get to the talk between Lois and Clark. And this might be the scene I enjoyed the most, but unfortunately it goes fucking nowhere and is completely fucking pointless. But I'll get through it. They're at Lois' place. Clark is here making some breakfast for dinner. They have like a little banter, which I don't actually mind. It's like, oh, you like breakfast? Yeah, I like breakfast for breakfast, not for dinner. You like that. So pretty natural banter. I enjoyed it. They have a little, some flirting, making out. They're a pair. They've been together for a while. And she points out, like, hey, don't you think it's like a bit journalistically like dubious that you basically interview yourself, because that's heavily biased and, you know, not really the truth, possibly just what you think is the right thing. And then it's like, you know what, maybe I'll just let you interview me as Superman. It's like, oh really, how about we do it right now? It's like, oh, that's interesting. And she goes ahead and asks questions and records it on a little recording device. And she basically points out, it's like, hey, so you went international, interfered in a conflict that was super delicate and could be very bad for everyone involved. And basically starts pointing out all these things like, hey, you can't just go around and do things because you think that's the right thing to do. And they create this conflict where she just asks these questions like, hey, we may even agree that this side is possibly the bad side, and it seems like it, but we don't really know that. And the whole point is of her is pointing out, like, hey, you can't just go around do these things because you think it's the right thing to do, even though you feel very strongly about this. Like, yeah, I was saving people. Like, if I wouldn't have interfered, people would have died. It's like, that might be the case, but there's this is like consequence if you just interfere in international causes. And now people in the government even looking into your actions and see what was going on. And what do you think about that? It's like, well, I was doing the right thing. It's like, oh, but now it looks like you represented this country and you basically vilify the other country. And he points out, like, I wasn't doing it for anyone. I was doing it for me, for the good, to save lives. And it was like, holy shit, this is like really interesting. Like, is this like going to be the arc where you realize, okay, I want to do all the fucking good things, but, you know, it's like a whole world. I can't just go around and do whatever the fuck I want. And it was like, oh my god, this reminds me of Civil War. That was like super interesting. I wonder where we go with this, because we don't really have like a group that goes against each other. It's just him and maybe realizing what is going on. And also you can realize this is fiction because Lois Lane is actually doing real journalism here and is putting her things on the side and just asking questions, even though she makes it very clear. It's like, no, I'm mostly on your side, but, you know, you gotta have to ask these questions.
Yeah, I'm going to grill you the way someone who isn't on your side might, because I
exactly.
want you to be able to ask these questions. Like, I mean, honestly, they probably should have been like, okay, we'll do an off-the-record prep interview. Like, I want to see how you do with someone who isn't just going to be, isn't you asking questions that you're totally comfortable answering.
And I think like this is like super interesting because it's such an easy thing to latch onto with Superman. It's like, yeah, of course you want to do good. Like, I get it. Like, makes sense. I want to do good too. But obviously you have this conflict of all the rules in place and the whole world being a thing. But then the rest of the movie happens and this whole fucking shit goes absolutely nowhere. I'm going to jump like all the way to the end where we learn that the whole fucking conflict has just been fabricated by Lex. And this whole point that we're doing here, that never fucking comes up again. And I'm fucking losing my mind. This is like the most interesting thing in this movie. And they don't do anything with it. It goes even further when we see the conflict happening. It's fucking a military complex versus fucking peasants. It's like, what? What?
Yeah, I think that like
what
one of them has
country?
an AK-47. I think like they don't have a lot of guns.
They had shovels.
Yeah,
they had fucking shovels, pitchforks.
Peasant militia.
It's like, what?
Remember, one of the controversies around this movie just before it came out was, I can't remember who said it, maybe it was James, but somebody had said, like, this is a political movie. And I knew immediately as soon as I heard that, people are going to fucking grab this and be like, oh, fuck, they're putting politics in it. Like, and without seeing the thing with Superman, that I think there is an inherently political idea there where you have a superpowered entity from another planet coming in and having significant influence over the way people live their lives on Earth. And then having Superman have this looking at national affairs and then seeing, oh, if they do that to them, a bunch of innocent lives are going to be lost and I need to go save them. Like that's a really interesting, I think, organic idea to branching off of the idea of Superman to
100%.
explore and spend the movie
1,000,000%.
exploring. And I agree. I thought that was actually a really interesting thing. But yeah, like Metal was saying, they don't actually go anywhere meaningful with it, which is such a
That's-
shame.
That's why it's so frustrating, because like you're saying, this whole movie should have been about that. This
Yeah.
is the direction to take it, so we can have an understanding of everyone's values. This is that story would have given everyone the opportunity to flesh out everything that we needed to create the rest of the movie. Like, this is supposed to start a like, you know, pretty much a franchise. Like, and this is not, you're not doing the correct things to build a world that we're actually going to come back to. That's part of the reason none of us ever really want to see it again. It's just like, it was a pointless movie when it needed to be. They needed to nail this. They needed to knock this out of the park and leave you wanting more.
I mean, it is kind of the cornerstone of the MCU Civil War, where it is the idea of the individual who wants to just do what is right and has the ability to do it. Should they be able to?
Yeah.
Like, if they can, and you can't really do anything to stop them, is that right? Is it right to just do the right thing of your own accord if it means breaking the way our society functions? And
That
it's
works
a
if
question
you-
that you do have to ask of superheroes, of any superhero, even Batman.
Yeah.
Is it okay that
it's one of the most
Batman is a
interesting
vigilante
concepts.
stopping crime
Mhm.
if he's breaking the rules of how crime is stopped?
And exploring the no-kill rule, all those aspects of superheroes are so fucking fascinating. But it only works if you explore it in the movie. This does it in one scene. They
It
just
does-
forget
and
the
that's
scene ever
the thing.
happened.
Yeah.
We don't get the scene that we should have got, which is him sitting down with like the U.S. government and trying to explain his perspective. Because when he surrenders, it's just, oh, we're putting him in a literal fucking pocket dimension.
Yeah.
It's just bullshit.
We're handing him over to the supervillain, and he's just on hold for the whole second act of the movie.
Yeah.
We had the Iron Man 2 scene with Justin Hammer where Tony was showing how he's like 20 years ahead and just like, fuck you, you're not taking my shit. Like, arguing with the government. That scene is excellent. It's probably one of the best scenes in the whole movie.
I privatized world peace.
Yes.
It's like, well,
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
he did, and like that's the question. It's like, should he be able to? And it's like, well, I mean,
But I feel like that one
like,
scene
if
does
he
a
can
better
go
job of
in there and
exploring it
stop
than the
a
whole
war
movie.
from happening by like doing the thing he does in the first Iron Man, where like he drops in, like destroys a couple tanks, and that's that. It's like that, like, from our perspective, that is a good thing, and ultimately might have stopped a war or stopped terrorist attacks. But it's like, what is the other side of that though? Because it's like, are we just handing the keys to the world over to these superpowered beings?
Yeah.
And
'cause
how can that go wrong if one of them decides to not be a good person?
he also grabbed that Gurkhan guy or whatever his name was and shoved him against a fucking cactus apparently, and like
Yeah.
almost tortures him, you could say, which he points
Well,
out.
and Lois also brings up that like the Joranpor,
Yeah, something like
Joranpor.
that. I'm not
That-
sure about the
the
pronunciation.
Joranpor government is like a tyrant. Like the person running that country is also a tyrant that is like oppressing his people in some way. So did you actually help the good guys, or did you just stop the bad guy from being defeated? And his whole thing is like, well, it doesn't matter because it's the innocent lives that I saved. And I think that ultimately that's a pretty good answer on Superman's part. But the real problem with giving the superpowered individual the ability to, like, that kind of autonomy is, does that person totally understand the conflict they're inserting themselves into? And like, if they wanted to make this a political Superman movie that attacks those questions, I think that like they could have done a lot with it, but they just sort of decide to do almost nothing with it instead.
Yeah.
I think there's this is all interesting stuff, and I think it's worth mentioning. There's a difference between a piece of media having political content and one that pushes some political partisan agenda.
Yeah, a narrative.
Absolutely. Yes.
When people hear that like Superman is a political movie, a lot of people are gonna grab that and be like, "Oh, they're gonna be it's woke now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's this
Yeah,
or that,
that'd be
right?"
a word.
Instantly. They don't even fucking, you wouldn't even give a chance to watch it. So
Yeah.
true.
That's
Because
how
people's
poisoned
idea of
those
politics has been
conversations are.
fucked. Yeah, it's been poisoned because of how
Yeah.
terrible politics has been done in media. And like, if it was done to the degree of like early seasons of Game of Thrones, where you can actually take it seriously and stay invested, then that wouldn't turn people off right off the bat. Because politics might be, it might be interesting. Because politics
Yeah.
made Civil War the best MCU movie. You can do good things with it, but
Absolutely.
they fuck it up every time.
Someone benches out
Yeah.
Superman versus the Elite did this better. Yeah, that's actually one of the ones I covered way back with Meme. I think it was like episode 17 of the show. That was really cool. I need to rewatch that. It's good stuff.
And this is absolutely organic territory for Superman. Like, he grows up, he's in a suit, he's hovering above the earth, and he's looking at conflict around the world, and he's thinking, what do I do? Like, I should save people, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, yeah, this is like a natural conflict that would arise. And so, yeah, I like this part of it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't do anything with this. What is presented here, which
I mean, like,
made me
I think
really sad.
there's like a way you can resolve it too, because I think like if Superman said, okay, here's a chunk of kryptonite that you can have, and if I ever insert myself into a conflict and people die because of my actions, and it's not people are saved because of my actions, you can use this and bring me to justice.
Isn't this basically what Batman does at some point for the Justice
Yeah,
League
and
members?
Justice
He has
League
like a
cartoon, he pulls the kryptonite out of his utility belt. He's like, hey, just so you know,
yeah,
I got
Batman
this.
has a game plan to kill all those motherfuckers
Yeah.
just in case he needs to. That's
including
what I
him-
love about Batman.
including himself.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
in
I think-
case.
I think the story is called Failsafe, and then somebody
Mm.
breaks in and takes all the plan,
Yeah.
like the plans to like kill them all, and uses them to take them down, and then
Mhm.
everybody blames Batman. Like, why the
Yeah.
fuck did you have all this shit?
It's actually a
That's
fun movie.
really interesting idea. Yeah.
because he's fucking Batman. Like, it's
Yeah,
logistic. It's
well,
just
he's like,
pragmatic.
because
and
if any
I
one
like
of
his
these
approach.
people decided that they were going to be a villain, I would need to stop them, and I'm just a
Mhm.
man, so I need a plan. Fuck
Right.
you.
Yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense in a fucking fucked up universe like this, where everyone can be fucking brainwashed at any points. Like, yeah, I'll probably have something for my
Yeah.
friends because they're super fucking powerful.
the cartoons
the
remember that Batman's just a dude. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He's not a fucking alien. Films forget
Good-
that.
Good stuff.
The idea is any one of these people is potentially a nuclear warhead, like
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
like as dangerous as one. So I do need a failsafe to stop them. Like that is something that a hero would likely at least think about.
Yeah.
Batman's just a guy who has the means to actually come up with those plans and pay for them.
Yep. So we're done with that part. And then Lois wants to switch topics, and she mentions that on social media, everyone is kind of being like, "I don't like you that much." What do you think about hashtag bad hashtag super shit? And then he gets really upset by this. It's like, you know, this what upsets me. And we were talking about this. It's kind of
Yeah.
pretty weak. After 3 years of being Superman, can't handle some.
I mean, this
Shit
is
like
dumb
this.
on a number of levels. I mean, because
Yeah.
I feel like Clark should be in control of his emotions in general,
Yeah.
more
Just as a
so than
man.
he is here. Also, in the context of Lois being like devil's advocate, you know, like pressing him, like it was mentioned earlier, in the way that somebody who is out to get him would. And also, on another level, the hashtag super shit is just dumb. Like, it's just a silly thing to get worked up over
It's
for
the
anybody. to get worked
lowest
up
hanging
over.
fruit. It's like,
Like,
ooh,
he's
what can we do?
14-year-old.
Super shit.
Yeah.
Hey, got
Fucking
him.
14-year-old.
Yeah, it's silly. And then he gets so upset by the questions that he leaves. He just leaves the
Yep.
apartment. It's like, wow, okay. I don't like that at all.
And
And-
God, and like I especially hated how then Lois says I knew this was never gonna work. He questions
I
it. Like he's like,
fucking
wait, are
hated
you
that.
are you just saying you're breaking up with me?
No.
And then she's like, I told you I'm not good at relationships. And then he
He
leaves.
still
Yeah.
leaves. It's like,
Because
God.
I
then
hated the
it's like,
escalation
man,
of that, how we go from
probably would
that-
have been the time to say, hey, look, I'm sorry. I
Yes.
got
Yeah.
a little heated there. But like this
Ah,
isn't
yeah,
about
that makes
you
it
and me.
even worse.
Like, I care about you, and I actually do appreciate that you're just doing the best to do your job at the best of your ability. You know, I
Yeah.
get that. I'm a journalist too. It's just I guess I'm not used to this. You're right. I do need to get better at it.
You
And
could
then
have,
maybe,
that was
yeah,
their
we could have had,
opportunity
like,
to redeem the whole scene, and they didn't. Just have him fucking leave, and it's just that's him the entire movie. He doesn't stand.
Well,
up
I
for
think that's the
himself.
thing. It's like they wanted to then bait them breaking up as an element of this movie through most of it.
I
even
didn't
though
care.
then-
Did you
Well,
gave
I-
a shit? Like I
Most of
just
us knew
don't
it
care
was
about
silly,
the
'cause
relationship.
It's like,
I
okay,
really
she spends
don't.
this entire movie like trying to save him though, so like, I feel like she's not done. You know,
Hmm. hey,
And
Lex
this
is
just
at
feels
the...
like another like James Gunn style inversion where you take the romantic charm of the original movies
Mm.
between the two characters, and now it's just like, look, the first big scene they have together, and they break up, and it just sours it, and you're just like, ugh.
They like
It's kind of a
even it's
bummer.
like ambiguously break up. It's not
Yeah.
even like as far as like they actually broke up. It's just he might think that maybe she wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lex is at the Fortress of Solitude, and it opens up, and I was like,
God.
what? That's crazy. We get to know why later, and we will talk about that. We also see his weird girlfriend, Eve, again, which is allowed to just go with him everywhere and just keeps taking selfies every fucking where. I really hope that's not gonna cost him
Yeah.
later. That would be,
Well, no, it's okay. He never keeps sensitive documents nearby. So
No,
it's
no.
He's
fine.
not even paying attention to her while she does it. It's just so stupid.
I feel like that's the kind of mistake Lex Luthor wouldn't make.
Level 9
Like, just-
intelligence, everybody.
There's no reason for her to be here at all. Like, I don't know why she's here. It's fucking stupid.
Even her being there, I can accept, depending on how you flesh out their relationship. Her taking pictures of delicate things like this, nonsense.
Yeah,
You just wouldn't allow that.
absolutely. Yeah, they go in, they beat up all the robots. This is where we talked about the weird handstand into ass crack hat thingy.
Oh my god.
Which was just fucking weird to look at. So she faces away from the other robot, and instead of just, turning around like a normal person, she does a handstand and then just morphs her face at her ass, and then she stands upright again and then kicks the robot's ass. That was like, it didn't look good, it wasn't practical. I have no idea why we did this. It was very irritating, and I hated it.
I hated everything about when this character was on screen. I think that it's like
Cringe.
they went out of the way to give her like kind of an aggravating haircut, and like yes, that's a nitpick, but it does kind of get, what would be the word, accentuated by the fact that they're constantly shooting really close up shots of her face while she's fighting with like a fisheye lens that just make her
Yeah.
look very bizarre. And I'm just like, I
Mhm.
don't understand like why this is being shot this way.
I don't really like
it,
how
it makes her annoying as a presence on screen.
I mean, I would actually say
And,
that
yeah.
about basically every action scene. I don't like how they're shot at all. I found them
Yep.
annoying to look at. And the
I
whole,
didn't
like,
mind the
close...
Mr. Terrific one, I guess. Like with Lois and the bubble.
I mean, that
Hell
was...
no. I couldn't see what was going on. They kept flipping around. Like, I wanted to like it, but I couldn't see. They kept showing stupid Lois's face and, like,
Mhm.
cutting around with the camera a bit much. I really wanted to
No.
like that fight because I was kind of feeling him. I liked his performance, but fucking hell, it's impossible to look at. I don't think
I
there was
don't know.
a
I guess
fight
like
scene that
I
worked.
found like that was to me the like. I mean, again, like we can easily disagree on this. It's fine, but I thought that of the like, hey, this is an action scene that's shot in a very bizarre, strange way. That was to me, I thought the only one that really worked. And I liked the at least the Green Lantern parts in the kind of last battle they have
Mhm.
too. Like which like that was one that people were complaining about too, because it kind of seemed like he was making projections that weren't attached to the ring. But I guess like seeing it in motion, it's like okay, like he could have sent the projection under the ground and then had them pop up. I don't think they're just appearing. But again, I think it's just I like Nathan Fillion as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
A lot of the action in this movie is very VFX heavy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Yeah.
it doesn't have the practical flair that, again, to bring up the old Superman movies, or like Spider-Man, Raimi's Spider-Man, for example, like the stuff with
Yeah.
Spider-Man and Green Goblin. It's a lot of that is like actual actors, choreography, fighting on wires, shit like that.
Right.
A lot of this just feels CG.
Yeah, like the vast majority of it feels very CGI. Like this
And
is
I'm a
mess.
I'm a
of
bit
video
torn on
game
it because
stuff happening.
you're dealing with characters here that are so powerful compared to other superheroes that like sometimes in order to sell the impact of certain punches or impacts, like you have to do it CGI to like sort of speed it up in a way that you can't accomplish if it was actually actors on wires and shit.
Mm.
But there needs to be a better balance of it because it just looks too computery too often.
Yeah. I'll go into it a bit more when we get to the fight scene with the big guy in a little bit. gonna have more thoughts about like those action scenes in general. But for now, yeah, they kill all the robots. Lex just walks through it without a care, and like things closely fly past
fucking
his
hate that.
face. I don't know why that's a thing.
I hate
He
that.
did. That was just weird. And then we get some Lex position. Yeah, comedy. We
Lex
basically
being there at all doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would he go?
Why
'Cause
even
he
risk
wants-
like shrapnel hitting him in the eye? Like it's just stupid.
yeah.
Didn't work.
Not
He
even
ba-
flinching.
Yeah.
That's I don't know why he wouldn't. What is it about Lex that he doesn't react to things just flying
Aura
past
farming.
his face like
Yeah.
that? Yeah. Yeah, I
It basically says, "Oh, I hate metahumans, but he is so much worse. Nothing felt right since he showed up, and he became the focal point of the world. And he's not a human, he is an it." And then the engineer looks at him and says, "I know, I've sacrificed my humanity to get rid of it." This is met by no answer whatsoever, and she just hacks the terminal a little bit later, where she finds the message. Also, by the way, the idea here is I want to get some information how to kill Superman for good. Hopefully, I get some good information out of this. And they wonder, hey, what if the Kryptonian gets here? It's like, don't you worry, I've created a distraction, which is they released the night before, which is just some small creature. And the one guy says, "Don't worry, he'll grow." Then we cut back to her. It's like, "I found a message of his parents or something. It's broken. I can repair it though." It's like, "Oh, you can repair it? That's awesome." Then we cut back to the big fucking thing that grew, and when we cut back to it, it's big, like big. It's like as
Kaiju.
large as a skyscraper. And apparently no one said anything up until now. There's like a news thing on the television that says, "It was first seen this morning. It's 7 feet tall." That's like 2 meters, by the way. But apparently it has been growing. That's all the information we get. So I guess a thing that looks like this, that's human size, is not enough for people to go like, "That's weird. I should probably call the police or something, the meta-human police or whatever." No, only now Superman is here when this thing is skyscraper kaiju high. Which just, again, it's just again a thing where it's like, and then they go to the Fortress of Solitude, and then the kaiju is big, and then Superman goes to fight it. It's like, okay, cool. Why is this so big, and why does he only get here now? It's just frustrating, very frustrating. But at least Superman is making sure no civvies die. I guess that's nice to see. Good job on that. He's not doing
Yeah.
the Man of Steel
Yeah.
stuff where he just goes through all the fucking skyscrapers.
Yeah,
And
that's
this is
pretty
what makes the
consistent
rest
through
of the
this
plot so
movie. Like,
difficult to function, because this man is saving everybody, saving dogs, he's saving an
Mhm.
old lady, he saves a
a
squirrel at
squirrel.
some point. Yeah, the squirrel. I'm like,
That
you
actually bothered me.
you
I'm like,
can't
dude,
have the
you-
man save a fucking squirrel and have them like you just don't do that if you're an evil monster person. Like, was he grooming the squirrel too? It's just dumb. It's broken. This
Yeah.
was what I was referring to in terms of my jumping off point. Like, I don't believe this whatsoever. This can't exist. This wouldn't happen based on what you've shown me. I'm done. Like, it's the moment I gave up. The first 40 minutes, I was not on board, but I wasn't like bored and miserable. Like, all right, I'm here.
Yeah.
But after this scene and what it leads to, oh,
So yeah, they just let this thing grow overnight to be skyscraper high. So that was awesome. And then the Justice Gang arrives: Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific. And Green Lantern doesn't just fire green lasers out of his hand, so that was already a plus. That was nice. He does like a couple of fun things where he just puts oven mitts on the kaiju's hand, or puts like a face guard so he can't use his mouth anymore to bite people. And one time I don't even know what exactly it is. It's like a thing that he shoots at the eye and just kind of pokes it at the whole time. It was like blub 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 blub.
Yeah, it almost looked like the. I think it might have been supposed to be the thing that calls the worms in Dune.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I mean,
the
Dune
eye
is
pokey
Warner
thing
Brothers,
got
right?
an
So, like,
honest
maybe-
chuckle out of me. I think that
Yeah.
was the one time.
Yeah, it was good.
You also see someone like in the crowd. They cut to it. They go like, ugh.
Yeah.
So also,
I like the oven mitts bit. That felt like a
Yeah.
bit of like a quirky visual gag that actually worked. If it was just done
That's
like overall less, and there was just like little harmless gags like that, that would have
Yeah.
been
'Cause it-
fine.
It's
they
it's
don't draw
almost like
attention to it.
Yeah.
it's
They don't draw
almost like
attention to
a
it. It's something you
version,
could appreciate if you notice.
and it's almost like a
Yeah.
version of Green Lantern who's kind of a prick is perfectly suited for James Gunn, whereas maybe Superman isn't.
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Also, Superman doesn't want to kill the big kaiju thing. He wants to get it out here without killing
Which
it
I mean,
somehow.
you know, it's
I
like
mean,
okay, I get the no kill people rule, but like maybe this thing you should take out, man.
yeah.
Pretty dangerous. Like,
He tells that to Green Lantern, which is Guy Gardner in this one. And he just tells Soups like, "Don't be such a wuss," and then just flies off.
go for the eyes.
Go for the eyes. Okay, just
See,
have-
that's what I like.
Yeah,
One
go
of the
ahead.
better moments where we kind of get a little bit of character, like even that moment of he doesn't want to kill it and he wants to let it out somehow, and they're just like, no, fuck this thing.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
I feel like that's the most we got out of their dynamic in terms of against Superman. There's so
And I
much
mean,
more
look,
that needed to be
it
fleshed
also
out.
makes sense that people who aren't as omnipotent and unkillable as Superman are just like, yeah, no, we're not leaving the kaiju alive. Are you
Exactly. Like
insane?
we can't spare
Like,
things
yeah.
the way you can, but like that's the mentality he should have. Mentality they should have. I think that's interesting. They never did anything interesting ever again with these guys. That's my problem.
And they basically blow it up from the inside. Like Mr. Terrific yeets his spheres in there and blows it up. And the thing is, Superman is like a little annoyed by this. He's like, "Oh man. Anyway, It's like, I guess it's dead now. I did all I
Yeah.
could." It's like, okay. Was that? Yeah, it falls over and he makes sure that everyone is safe. But there's still a lot of property damage. And I like a guy goes out. Yeah, there you go. I'm happy we were able to save you. We're funded by this other corporation. I forgot the name of that one, but they're funded by someone as well. It basically does like a little advertisement for them. It's like, and he's like, "What's happening? Why is nobody clapping?" I don't know. I found Guy Gardner. That was kind of my jam in terms of comedy. I kind of dug that.
Well, I mean, like as I just said, like he suits James Gunn's style quite well, and Nathan Fillion is like really good actor. Like he can play super likable, charming guy as well as lovable prick. Like,
Yeah.
Based on what little we got of Guy Gardner in this movie, I would prefer just a movie of him at this point.
Yeah.
well, I think aren't they doing a Green Lantern movie? Like, isn't that one of the ones that's coming up?
Maybe. I haven't looked
I
which
haven't-
ones are announced at the
I
moment.
think it's called like Green Lantern Corps. Like it's going to be a few different Green Lanterns.
Okay.
I feel like I heard something about that.
I don't remember the beat where Superman was annoyed, probably just because I drifted it out for like a moment. But I assume it's because I guess he felt that like the Justice Gang stole his thunder a little bit. Where like, oh, I was handling it and now everyone thinks they're cool. Is that why he was annoyed there?
I thought it was more so he wanted to spare the creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was more of that.
Because he says like, "Oh, maybe
Oh.
I could have gotten it away and study it, or get it to a cosmic zoo or something along those lines." He said. I don't
Oh,
know.
right. Okay, yeah, I remember now.
I looked at it
Yeah.
like he wanted to take the spider and put it out the window. But then
Pretty
they came
much,
to
yeah.
something on it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my view on it. Which is that's
But
why I
then more
think it's the most
practical people
interesting.
said, no, it's a spider. We're killing it.
Yeah, that's why I think it's the most interesting character moment for Superman and the what are their names? The fucking
Justice
Super Crew or
Gang.
something? Justice Gang, whatever.
The Justice Gang.
They
Which
didn't
you can
really
assume is,
interact,
like, I
and
guess,
that
gonna
little
become
moment
the
was the most
Justice
interesting
League at
thing.
some
they did.
point. But... Or what was the one that was in Black Adam, like that fucking Pierce Brosnan was part of?
I've
Justice
never watched.
Society or something like
I
that.
think Society. I think Society is the evil ones. Let's see. Oh, so yeah, the action. So I don't know what happened. I feel like this was cracked like decades ago, almost. At least years ago. I don't know what it is, but in recent movies, when they have like a guy that flies or has like some aerial action, they just can't get it right anymore. It always looks like super stiff and as John already said, like CGI or VFXy, like
Yeah.
it just looks fake. And I feel
Never
like we
looked
didn't have that problem a couple of years ago. I feel like we had that in the bag. I feel like in the first couple of like Marvel phases, I remember it looking pretty good.
Well, Iron Man looks phenomenal. Fly.
Oh, that for
we
sure.
also, we have the propulsion of his suit. With Superman,
Yeah.
it's always it's hard to depict just like flying as a power. And I think Man of Steel did it way better than this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
I'd
I still
agree.
remember having issues.
But also Green
I,
Lantern when he flies off, it looks like stiff. Like you can tell he's on wires. I think that's what John said as well. It's like you can just tell. It's like it's just just looks a bit iffy.
I guess part of this might just be the like current state of Hollywood, where just the VFX houses are trying to make $1 billion slop fests a year, and they
Yeah.
just don't have the time or money to like do it properly. So we're basically getting the equivalent of first draft CGI a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason it also can happen, the way it looks funny, is if the camera move is unnatural, where it's
Right.
like keeping up with the action that's obviously CG, and people are going super fast. If the camera is following that and panning along with that, without and keeping everything in clear focus, your brain goes, "Wait, that's not possible." But if you do VFX, but it's all from like an accomplishable camera position in terms of like practical filming, that really helps sell the effect. But so much of the action in this, the camera is just fucking flying around like Superman.
Well, I think
it's just like, okay, that's obviously fake.
That's the big criticism that a lot of people had. I even saw people talking about Neo there, with both Man of Steel and The Matrix Revolutions. Yeah, that was the last one. Oh, wait. Revolutions was the third one or the fourth one?
He flies
That
and
was the
Reloaded
third
more,
one.
so that's probably the better
So
example. Revolutions is the third
I
one.
guess it doesn't matter. The third Matrix movie, the big criticism with both of them was that the end fights almost kind of look like a Dragon Ball fight more so than something you'd see in a movie. And I think
Yeah.
part of that is because the camera starts getting insane to the point that it's like, yeah, no, this is all CGI now. Like there's no real people involved in this because that camera is doing shit that just nothing is capable of. And yeah, so I think John's actually got a really good point about if you make it so that the camera is doing things that seem like they were done by actual cameras, then it might sell the idea of, oh, that CGI thing we can just accept a little bit easier.
A good example is like if you have a shot of a plane flying through the sky, for example, and you do that shot that a lot of movies seem to do now, where the camera is in the middle of the sky and the plane just like whips right past it, and it pans immediately to follow the plane. It's just like, well, that's obviously fake. But if you had the camera positioned on the runway and shot it traditionally, and you just like saw like a VFX plane up in the sky or something like that, then you'd be like, oh, I'm not sure if that's VFX. Like that could be real.
I mean, there's ways to work around it. I just wish that was their goal with almost all CGI. The desire to mask CGI and blend it has just been completely forgotten. They just slap it in and say whatever. I just wish they would try a little bit better. Just as a standard of practice,
Yeah. Something's been lost along the way, and we kind of need to
Well,
reclaim
it's
it.
used as a crutch now.
Yeah.
Whereas VFX used to just be like additive, like whenever it was necessary because a shot wasn't working.
Yeah.
Based on the way it was
Godzilla
shot.
-1,
practically.
dude. Fucking look at that
Yeah.
one. Looks amazing.
Yeah, it's more, less resources. You have to have more creativity and
Yeah.
actually use it to supplement your film. Now they have so much money and so much access to CGI, they want it to do all the work for them. They end up trapping themselves and have it in the fix it in post mentality of just fixing all the things they fucked up because they know they can just slap it together with some CGI goo.
Why have her
Get it
turn
right the first
around when
time.
we can just reconstruct her head out of her
Who
ass?
cares? Yeah.
I think
You know?
a lot of studio heads and executives under the misconception that VFX just looks so good now that we can just do that for everything and it'll be fine.
No.
And it's just like, no, dude, we're not there yet.
No. I will admit, Crypto looked good. He actually looked pretty good for a CGI dog.
Yeah.
He's written like shit though, so who cares? You wasted your money. Like,
Yeah.
you could have just had a real dog and made him charming.
No.
Not a
There
dick.
are like a couple shots here and there where the fur and the tongue looks a little uncanny, but
Mm.
I agree. For the most part, it was
Overall.
fairly well done.
Because I know
Well, I guess,
fur and
yeah.
realistic eye and whatnot are very difficult CGI, like fur especially too. And
Mm.
that's always been an issue with me with like the what are the monkey movies? I can never remember the fucking
Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Ape remakes. I just never bought the CGI. It looked good, but not great to me because fur is so difficult. But
Mm.
yeah, if you can get CGI to this quality and you still can't write a proper story for the doggo or even a payoff for it, I don't know. I lost a lot of faith in James Gunn on this movie.
So the reason they weren't clapping is because Lex is on the big telly and everyone is watching because that's more interesting than the big kaiju in front of them. That was a bit weird, but whatever. He releases the Lex cut of the parents' message. And they
The Luther cut.
It's the Luther cut, yeah. And they say the thing is like, yeah, we love you more than everything, the thing we know. And Superman's like, I don't get it. What's bad about that? And it's like, shut the fuck up. It's clearly not done, you dumbass.
That's so true. He's so stupid.
And it goes on to say, okay, the people here are primitive and confused. I want you to splurge all your cum all over Earth and make this your place and rule without mercy. And I was like, hey, what the fuck?
Start
think,
fucking my son.
So
Yeah.
James Gunn apparently saw Invincible and
Yeah.
really liked the Viltrumites
Yeah.
a lot. Like,
Another character that's better than this, Omni-Man, is pretty awesome. And I was gonna ask
Yeah.
earlier, do you think Superman as a character is kind of just done at this point, where you have other versions that are actually more interesting, and you have a character like Homelander that is so popular in the public that's like a Superman
no,
parody?
because I think all you need to do is write a good Superman story. Like, and it's not
Yeah.
impossible. I've read a bunch of them. Like, I'm not like up to date on every
They
single
exist.
Superman comic that's ever been written, but I've read a lot of good Superman comics with compelling stories and good character arcs and
Wow.
interesting questions about what a person with that much power does and should do. And it just seems like this one almost had a little bit of that, but it also seemed like it was very, very intent on filling most of the screen time with a lot of bullshit that like distracts from the core
Mhm.
idea of like, hey, this is a Superman movie. Like something as basic a concept of what is this movie about, they got wrong because the answer should be Superman.
Yeah.
Most of this movie is not about Superman.
Yeah, but funny dog though.
I mean, I like
Funny
dog.
dog,
Sure.
funny
Dog.
haircut, stupid
Hey.
Lex. It's just there's a lot of distractions. I don't know much about.
So yeah, Lex
For-
tells the
Hold on.
Oh,
From my
yeah.
view, from in pop culture, for long enough, there's been enough inversions of Superman where it's like
Yeah.
Homelander or the Viltrumites
Yeah,
or
Omni-Man.
like Brightburn.
Yeah,
where you
Brightburn
do,
was James Gunn.
evil kid Superman. Well, that was his brother. Well, I think James Gunn produced it, but his
Yeah, he
brother
produced
directed
it,
it.
but
It
like-
wasn't a good movie. I don't like it.
No.
I thought
Um,
it had its moments.
But yeah, it was that idea of like Superman but bad. I'm actually okay with the idea of like a good Superman movie coming out.
Yeah.
That's just
You want to
back
get
good old
political? There's
Superman.
even
And
been a story that was Superman but Russian.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
right,
that.
yeah. And as
Red
Mark
Sun.
said, it just
Good
you
book.
just have to write a good Superman movie. That was possible.
It's-
So it's the
because
opposite
James
of what
Gunn
I was
didn't manage to
asking.
do it.
Always.
It's not that it's harder now. We're just more primed for an actual, authentic, wholesome Superman. But Gunn just didn't nail it. I think glad I asked the question because that's actually a good point.
Well, I think it's the
People are
idea
more
that
open to the idea of it.
I think the problem is a lot of writers and producers are like they take the I don't want to say normie, but the immediate thing to be hesitant about when it comes to Superman, which is just like, oh, he's so powerful, he's like a goody two shoes, like he's a choir boy. There's like nothing really that interesting about him. He doesn't have any moral conflict, so you can't make a good Superman story. And I think too many people in Hollywood believe that.
Hmm.
And are just like, yeah, they're right. So we got to do something weird with it, or we got to fill it with a bunch of other characters, or we got to make him evil, or make him, I don't know, a fetishist like Homelander or something. Like, you know what I mean? It's that I don't think there's enough people who earnestly try to take on writing a Superman story, and that's the real problem.
Mhm.
I'm not like saying I could do it, but I'm like, oh, I feel like if you gave a good writer the task of like, hey, make a Superman story that tackles some of Superman's questions, but he's Superman. He's not an inversion to Superman. He's not a subversion of him. It's just the Superman that most people like while reading a comic book or watching an animated movie or any of the other hundreds of hours of media, like I guess if you can count read time especially, about Superman that isn't bad. Like you just have to make one of those with real people, and you've got your perfect Superman movie. It's just no one wants to do it because I think a lot of them just think it's impossible, and I disagree.
Yeah.
You're just
I mean, there's a
highlighting their
lot-
lack of
there's-
research.
There's a broad annoying trend right now with taking wholesome characters and inverting them into fucking serial killers and
Mhm.
depraved lunatics. Well, that's happening with all the Disney characters right now, right? Or, you know, or characters like that at least, where all their copyrights are expiring, and now it's just like it's a race to
Yeah.
make them all into villains, and I'm just so tired of that already. I was tired of it when the first one of those came out.
Yeah.
So it's just like that looks like fucking slop. I would actually be okay with it if the movies were good, but they're just like dog shit.
It's always execution in the end. Always is.
No.
So, but yeah, Lex is at this, I don't know, talk show, late night show, news show. I don't even know what it is. Doesn't matter. And it's like, well, we got this. We got all our big brain people on there. We're 100% sure it's not fake, and we've been double checking it with everyone. So yeah, here's the message, and it's like the whole wholesome thing in the beginning, and then become super fascist man with with all those bitches, and just repopulate the Kryptonian spirit. Kill them all if you need to. Be merciless. And I was like, oh, okay, that sucks. And
It's a real souring of the lore.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
mean, I'm not like you, Metal. I'm not really super versed in like the whole history of Superman in the comics and stuff. I remember in Smallville, it sort of toyed with this idea where like there was a message like that was misinterpreted, but then it became clear later on. I can't remember
Right.
exactly the wording, but it's just like it was some misunderstanding where it's like, no, we don't want you to rule over everybody. Like you gotta help them. Can't remember what it was, but they toyed with that idea. But here it's just like they're just Viltrumites basically,
Yeah.
and it's like, I don't know. Well, I'm a bit torn on it because it does actually serve what James Gunn is trying to do with this movie, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Where there's this underlying message of like it doesn't really matter where you come from or what your parents want you to do or whatever. I mean, this is all made clear with the conversation with
ending, yeah.
Pa Kent on the farm,
Yeah.
right? Where it's just like you're your own man. All we can do is just help guide you, and
give you the tools.
we're the ones that raised you, and they're proud of them.
Yeah.
There's a nice little arc there, and it's based on that idea of his Kryptonian parents being these evil fucks. Which on one side of that, I don't like it, but on the other side, I can see the utility in it in this film.
Yeah, I could definitely see the utility in it, but the way the world reacts to it is the issue I have, because I just don't believe it. You can't have him saving people, saving squirrels, doing all the things he's done all these years, and then them flip on a dime like that. It just doesn't add up. So, like, as much as it, can benefit his story, the way he used it, I think, was terrible. It threw me out of the movie.
Yeah.
The fact that they'd all turn
Well,
on
what
him
what do you think about the grooming argument that Lex uses in the movie, where people are thinking like, oh, well, he's just acting like this to convince us that he's not a threat. But
I think
eventually
they
he's
should
gonna
have had a
take over.
discussion. That's why I mentioned Death Note and the first episode of Black Mirror, where I like seeing the online discussion and seeing people's perspective. The idea that everyone was immediately buying that when they should be knowledgeable. This movie ignores people's experience with social media, and they know that everything you see online.
Yeah,
the fact that they instantly believe this, we don't even get a discussion. We don't even get a 50-50 or some kind of. I thought it was nonsense, and
The
that's
problem is
screwed up
the-
at the end. But he does good things at the end.
The
And like they
movie-
completely buy him for that. It's fucked either way you look at it.
The movie think it covered its ass by having the host say, "Yeah, but what about all the good things?" And then Lex just says, "No, he was just grooming us. Also,
Grooming
I'm
us. It's
scared,
fucking
and who knows how large his secret harem is already." And it's like, Jesus Christ, really?
The amount of
And then you have
interviews-
people already molding, throwing cans at his face and everything. It was like, oh.
How is saving squirrels
Right.
grooming humanity? You have to look at every fucking thing he's ever done
No,
and judge it
like,
based off
but I
that.
mean,
You'd have to look
he-
through it. Like, I'd want to see that conversation. They skip
Even
it and they go from him saving people to literally throwing a can at his head in the same scene. It's stupid.
Think
It's
of how
extremely
many
stupid.
social media posts, just
Mhm.
little TikToks, Twitter videos, Instagram stories, whatever, you would have of people being like, Superman saved my life.
Exactly. You'd have so fucking
You would
exactly.
be able to do
You'd have
like
a million mini
2-hour
stories.
long like sizzle reel of people saying Superman saved my life. It's
Montage
like,
of him
well,
saving animals that he clearly isn't trying to groom or add to his
Superman
harem.
saved my
It's-
kids. Superman saved
yeah.
my dog. Like, I mean, it's
And it's
it-
a
like,
big
the
issue.
idea that just everyone turns on him is crazy on that fact alone. It's like, well, but we see him save actual people. Those people would be like, look, he might be an evil alien, but I'd be dead now if
Yep.
it wasn't for him.
Exactly.
So
This is why there should
maybe
have been
we
a
should give this guy the
conversation.
benefit of the doubt.
This could have been
Yeah.
as stupid as it is. It could have been way more interesting if we have those people who are immediately like the people who wanted to hate him and they're using this as a smoking gun, as a
Mhm.
smoking bullet. And then there's the people who actually have so many different stories to explain. Like, I don't care what that thing says. I know what he's done. He saved my mother. He saved my dog from a burning building. He did this, and that. And then that could have been interesting in itself. All
Yeah.
the debate and the discourse. But immediately it's hashtag super shit. It's a joke. This movie's a fucking joke. I fucking
But
hate
I'll-
this movie now that
Like,
we're
I mean,
talking about it.
this is something that I think like you could levy against the Zack Snyder Superman after Man of Steel much more easily because it's just like, yeah, no, I saw him fly through our building and like not really care that we were falling to the ground.
Exactly.
It's a miracle I survived and most of my friends died. Yeah, fuck
Mhm.
this guy.
Mhm.
It's like, no,
Yeah.
this Superman goes out of his way to save every living organism. Like,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I
you're-
think
you're
all
so
the
right.
personal stories is definitely a good reason that this doesn't work. I
Yeah.
understand why Lex would make the argument because he's out to get him. But also another issue is he's been doing this for 3 years, and if he was going to do this diabolical plan on behalf of the Cretomians, why hasn't he done it already? Like, what's he
Exactly.
waiting for?
No
Yeah,
one's-
what
no-
is
How many?
who can
stopping
Nobody
stop
asked
him?
that.
By
Nobody
wh-
asked those questions.
By
None of the
wh-
intelligent
why does he
questions.
need to groom humanity when we know that he's nearly indestructible? And also, this is a world in which kryptonite is established, and the U.S. government thinks there's none of it left on Earth at all.
Yeah, it's
Like
it
they
makes
think
the
that, like, no, we
entire world
actually have
stupid.
no way to stop him. So like,
Like
let's
the-
hope that this was not real.
getting this to work for him now is so much more hard than in the beginning. There's a Green Lantern here now. There's Lex having all this tech that he built against him specifically to kill him. You have the other Justice Gang member. Like, it's going to be such a hassle now instead of just in the beginning being like, oh, okay, I'm just going to beat everybody up who doesn't like me. Like, why would I do this crazy plan? And obviously, you think like, oh, like this is like Lex clearly doctored this, right? Like, obviously. And like the Justice Gang and the go inside where Superman is. And I actually like how Guy just uses his lantern powers to just cover up the not the mirrors, the fucking glasses, the windows. I thought it was kind of fun.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, is that true? It's like, oh yeah, the first half, but the second one was destroyed. I never heard it before. So yeah, I don't know. It must clearly been doctored. And then Mr. Terrific, out of nowhere, is like, no, I know the forensic guys. They wouldn't say it's legit unless it is. And it's like,
Oh my God.
fuck does that
I
matter?
hate
Lex
this.
Luthor just said that on live television. You don't even fucking know if he talked to them really. Like,
Okay, yeah.
The fact that
And,
he
I mean,
genuine answer. Holy
Even-
shit.
It's-
even then,
destroys
like,
his
we're-
character. It like ruins his character that he buys it so instantly. He doesn't even doubt it. Like knowing him, like it's just it's crazy.
Well,
He's
also,
robots. He
like,
should have a good
I
idea.
mean-
If his plan was to just like take over the world, he would have got some sense of that from the robot bodyguards that he has this entire time. And
Yeah.
like when your plot depends on everyone in the world being stupid as fuck and changing their opinion on a dime, it's just you've broken your film. It turned it into a joke.
Yeah,
So instantly.
they really wanted us to know immediately. No, it is true. There's no question about it.
I mean, but like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, no
what I
debate.
don't understand is why not have Mr. Terrific be like, okay, I'm gonna hack into the Pentagon and download the like original file. Yeah, man, this is real. Instead, it's like, no, I know those guys. They say it's legit. It's like, wait. This is also a world in which Lex Luthor is holding someone's kid hostage in order to have him create kryptonite.
They didn't want to
So,
have the discussion.
Is
They
it not
skipped
possible that the computer forensics guys could have a family member who's been threatened? And that's why they said, like, it's like, hey, I'm going to kill your family right now unless you say that this is 100% legit.
That sounds like detective work,
Like-
Mark. We need Batman for that, not this dumbass
I'm not
Superman.
Batman. I'm just a normal guy. Normal people.
But that's what I
should be
mean.
thinking
But that's
about
what I mean. This fucking, we're dealing with a Clark Kent who's got fucking brain damage or something. He can't defend himself. He's crying and shit. He fucking needs a dog to save him throughout the whole damn movie. But he's gullible. He's dumb. He sucks, man. And
But what I mean is even just that little thing of like, instead of Mr. Terrific being like, nah, I heard it from a guy and that guy's legit, I trust him, trust me, bro. It's like, why not have the character who, like, at least because as far as we know here and throughout the entire movie, even up to the end, Mr. Terrific is a person that we are intended to trust. So, and we know that he's super good with tech. That's well enough established even at this point. Why not have it be that he analyzes the footage and he's like, yeah, I don't speak Kryptonian, but this has definitely not been doctored.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
have
you
been
could have done a
interesting.
little zigzag with audience expectations there, where at first it's like, oh, that's just Lex Luthor and his shenanigans, but then it's like around the low point, it's like, oh, it actually is real. Oh shit. Instead, right away, James Gunn wants you to know, okay, the footage is fucking real. Okay, that's what we're doing here.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. I instantly would have been better. Instantly.
And of
Do something
course,
with it.
now that someone actually just repaired the footage, being the engineer, she did this. Immediately it's like, oh, so you've been Superman for 3 years. There's other metahumans. The Justice Gang exists. I have to assume Batman is around also. I would assume in 3 years you would have met him. I don't know how you would get around that, to be honest. Unless this is like a universe that just doesn't have a Batman. We know it's not going to be the Batman that we know from the movies.
We know Batman has a movie that's being made, so yeah, there's a Batman that's been around long enough for Damian Wayne to be Robin. We were kind of talking about this last
Basically,
week.
what I'm trying to say is, if you just accept he hasn't done this yet, it's just gonna become. It doesn't matter. He knows people with tech. He loves that message in a way where he's healing up. He just listens to the message because it soothes him. Wouldn't you think he would be like, oh wait, I know all these tech people now because I'm kind of famous and stuff. Maybe I should go to them, especially the Justice Gang members that I apparently trust. Hey, can you like check this out? Maybe you can repair it. That would be swell. That would be awesome.
Yep.
And then they can find this message. It's like, like that's.
It would be a mission of his.
I feel like it's a whole.
Something as
movie by
simple as he could text Batman and be like, "Yo, is this real?" And then
That would be one of his biggest.
Like,
He would pay any amount of money for. So right, it'd be one of his main missions to figure like it's his goal. One of his main goals in life to figure out the ending of his parents' message. Like he would do anything to get that.
And then you get this message, and then people get sussed out by that. Like the things he's in a group with, the people he's in a group with. It's like, oh, like is there some, I don't know, remnants of that feeling in there? And then you can have this whole conversation about that he feels that he's actually like more human than Krypton because he, he's been living here and was raised by human parents and shit like that. Like that's like a whole thing by itself that's super interesting. But here's just like
his values in himself should clash with that. Like based on the morals he was raised with, I would like to see how he feels about finding out the truth, whether or not it's the truth. Of what his parents said. Like that could have been an interesting scene, but he just immediately oh my god, I'm bad. He just starts crying. It's just emotional response after emotional response, and then cut into a next fucking joke. They don't actually get a chance to really see what his character's feeling, and it's
well, I think it's kind of John touched on earlier. Like I think it's that the ultimate purpose of this was to have it be that like your adopted parents can be your parents. You're not necessarily your genes. You're the choices that you make, and the people who raised you have more of an effect on the choices that you make than the people who birthed you and put you on a spaceship. Like,
don't you think that would have been way more effective if we had like?
I know that when I came on my
scene
spaceship,
with Kent,
I didn't think much about my.
No.
Don't you think that would have been more effective if we had like actual scenes with him and his parents bonding, not just the one scene that I think it was a good scene, as well acted, but I think people are giving it way too much credit.
No, they
based on
bonded
what we should-
33 years ago.
I don't know.
Just make it
Yeah,
up in your
that's what I
head.
And that's what I'm saying. The end scene pissed me off. I'm like, why the fuck are you waiting to like almost the credits to show us him as a human? You gave us that cringe fucking speech instead of just showing this little montage. Just you know.
Well, I think people are giving it credit because it is the one scene that's there that's
No,
substantiated.
no, no. I'm not.
And
I
it's
think
good.
people are giving
Like,
it a
I
bit
don't
too
wanna
much
hate on
credit.
that
That's my
scene
issue.
at
I don't think it
all.
doesn't deserve credit. I think it should be a bare minimum for this, and I think it's getting extra credit based on the Man of Steel scene.
Well,
I
I'll
really
say
don't think this
much.
scene would be praised to this degree if we didn't have that shitty Jonathan Kent from Man of Steel.
I guess, yeah. I mean, that might be a little bit of it, but like, it was when that scene happened that I felt like, okay, like, I guess I don't hate this movie. Like, it was good enough to make me question the bad things I was thinking about my experience. Like, I was like, well, I
just
really
to
like
cut back
this scene
to
a whole lot. I was like, I think it's really good, and
Ironheart.
I want to see more of this Jonathan Kent.
Ironheart in the 6 episodes was a complete joke, as an abomination. There was one good scene, arguably great scene, where she got a flashback where she was dancing with her father as a kid, showing like, you know, that's where she learned her the tech, and just a sweet little scene. And I think it was more effective than this, where the wrench dropped and hit her in the head, and then he said, oh yeah, you got a certified Ironhead there, and it cuts back to the future and you see that he's welded the name Ironhead into her wrench. And I was just like, this is an actually effective scene showing what we could have gotten out of this character. And I think that scene deserves all the credit in the world in terms of showing what the best version of Ironheart that we possibly could have gotten. I think this scene is like the opposite. It's getting so much more credit than it deserves, when it's really like they just kind of spoke for a little bit. This is all stuff we already know or should have been able to interpret. I don't think it was that moving or at all, really. I don't want to like shit on the only decent scene, but like,
I don't know.
I
thought
don't
the
think it was
dialogue
that.
good. The performance was
I don't
good.
think
I
it
thought
was.
the moral of it was good. I'm
think
still
it
on
was
team
good. I
scene.
don't think it. I think it was good. I don't think it was as great as people are making it seem out to be. I genuinely think the Ironhead. My point is, I think the Ironhead scene was great, and nobody even like mentioned it.
Well,
But
I mean,
it's
I
like one
didn't
of the-
see
you know?
Ironheart, so
That's
I wouldn't
part
have
of the
been
reason
able
I'm
to cite
referencing that
but
one.
But
I just-
I guess though that
Yeah.
like for me, kind of like to touch on what I was saying about like the genuine like earnest Superman story, is this was an example of that. Like that is what you can get when you take Superman seriously and say like, okay, what is this character? Who is this person? And I thought that the Jonathan Kent, which I mean, we're not even at that scene, but I thought that scene did a really good job of saying like, yeah, you can kind of do the like almost like a Captain America type thing where it's like it's more about who he is than what he can do, you know?
I really wish that Superman was able to come to that conclusion on his own. I don't think we needed that. I think if we had his character a bit more fleshed out rather than crying and being emotional to every single thing that happens, I think that could have been a discussion that happened amongst him and Lois, him and his friends, him and the Justice Crew. I don't think he needed to have that lesson from his father. It just makes him, it's like he's fucking 19. I just don't think where he is at his life, that should be something that's this much of a revelation to him. You are who you know?
Yeah, you're right.
Who we
Well,
really-
I mean, and
that's fair,
that
but I
kind-
mean, I agree with Mark. I quite
Mhm.
like the scene. I thought it really worked for me. I like the
I-
performance. I like the discussion. So
I've never disagreed with any of those things. I my only issue with it is I think it's getting more praise than it. I never said it was a bad. I just think this is something where he's at. This is a scene that works for like that's a scene that works perfectly in a flashback with like a 19-year-old. It didn't work for me there based on where he should be.
So, now that we know this is all real, Hawkgirl asks the question, where did I get that footage from? And then he fucks off to the fortress to check that out. There's also one bit that's kind of funny when Guy Gardner gets inside the room. He's like, what the hell? You have a secret harem?
yeah.
that
Where's
was
it
funny.
at?
Yeah.
Can I come?
But he also points out, it's like, hey, if you're really here to, enslave
Take over the
humanity,
world, yeah.
this is exactly why the Green Lantern Corps has chosen me to protect people from. So what is it? And he's like, back off, Guy. And it's like, oh, fucking make a
that'll
move,
convince
Big
him.
Blue.
I
So,
mean,
like,
yeah, I hated how he handled that. It's like, wait, like, wouldn't that be a good time to do the "I'm from Kansas" kind of deal?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
Yeah.
No, we do.
I'm a human. Like, as much as I am from Krypton, I'm as much a human being as any of you. Like a line like that, as opposed to threatening him.
Yeah, I don't know why Superman was like, back off, man. It's like, no, if you actually like an evil guy, I kind of need to figure that out now. But yeah,
Yeah, like it's a completely reasonable thing for Guy Gardner to be concerned with, given the situation. And like the answer to that question could have so easily been Superman reassuring him
yeah,
and like stating his position to be like, look, I'm not confused as to whether or not I should be evil because I know who I am and I know I'm not evil. You can believe that or not, but that's who I am. He even knows he's Clark Kent.
that's true. Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. He knows he's Clark Kent. What the fuck?
Yeah, like he could be like, my parents are Jonathan and Martha Kent. Like, presumably, I don't know, has he met them? But he could be like, I'm a boy from Kansas. From like, as far as how my personality, my value system, all of that is as American as you are. I'm only an alien by birth. Which, like, I mean, hey, if James Gunn wants to make this movie about like immigration and politics, that's a way to do it that actually kind of makes sense within the story.
100%, but they can't even get that right.
I think I would have liked to, like, you know, if you're gonna do this thematic arc of like, you know, all that matters is what you do now and the choices that you make. Doesn't matter what your parents tell you. I would have liked if the footage was actually misinterpreted or falsified at the very end, you know, where his parents were like, you know, they had a positive message and not just, you know, to have a horror or whatever the fuck.
We're assuming that the engineer can speak Kryptonian also, which, like, that's a big jump.
I think that would have been a nice way to end it, where it's just like, oh, my parents on Krypton, I learned the lesson that I should learn in this movie, and my parents on Krypton actually weren't so bad. Like, they were fine.
Yeah.
That would have been a nice way to restore his background, I think.
So, more exposition scene here before we go to the fortress. We see Mr. Johanpur or Borvaria, whatever. I don't fucking care. The fucking weird-looking evil guy.
Bavaria is the now I'm forgetting the name.
Yeah,
Is
it doesn't
Bavaria?
fucking matter. It's the fucking evil side that we decide is evil because that's what Mr. Eastern Europe. Sorry, I don't know, it cracked me up.
Just give him goofy hair and he's bad.
He gives a speech like, "Oh, see, this guy, the Superman, told you he's bad news," and then we follow him back to his little room, which has a portal in there. Oh my God, he's in cahoots with the Lexter, and he also brought him a donut, and Ultraman has it in his hand and gives him the donut. It's really funny, guys. Why don't you laugh?
I forgot.
Anyway, he's just like, "Oh man, we did it." It's like, "Oh, you better wait before he's really out of the picture." And the donut is, dude. I just realized how fucking retarded this is. Holy shit! So, first you think, "Oh, isn't that kind of funny that Ultraman is standing there with the donut in his hand, giving it to the president guy? That's kind of goofy and fun." But this is actually here to fucking put a little exposition in here, where Lex says like, "See, told you this donut is good. I was thinking of putting that into my half of Johanpur thingy." It's like, wow, you put this here just so you can do this part of exposition. That's insane. Why did you do this? This is so awful.
I had quite a bit of problems with Lex's plan, especially if his whole deal is he's supposed to not be seeming like he's behind all this. His plan is to take over a part of the country and call it Lutheria or something, or whatever the name they put with it was.
Lutheria,
dude.
I think, yeah.
Lutheria, yeah. It's like, okay, yeah, that'll get people off the scent.
Absolutely.
It's definitely no other metahumans you have to worry about. Definitely no Batman. Batman can't take out Lex Luthor, no chance.
Yeah. Talking about clunky dialogue, we get to the fortress and Superman finds one of the robots who for some reason is over and over stabbing his fucking brain. This is just the mindset we're having here right now talking about this movie.
Should be a thumbnail.
Yeah.
Should be your thumbnail.
And Superman asks, "How did they get in here? the door is mapped to my DNA. I was like, holy shit, that was a fucking clunky ass line. Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Superman.
Thanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Jesus.
So wait, does Crypto have his DNA? Like,
I don't think
no.
because like, does the DNA stop things from crashing through the walls from outside? Because isn't that what Crypto does? He just like storms in there.
so. Possibly. This might be a
know.
problem as well. I don't know.
Well, if it's detecting Kryptonian DNA, then theoretically the dog could trigger the fortress.
If
The
it's
cousin got in, so maybe it is Krypton.
yeah,
Well,
I
she's
mean, it
also
must have.
part of his family, though, right? Like, so is it specifically his family, or is it anything from Krypton can get into this secure location?
No, wait, I think it's his DNA because
Yeah.
that was like the whole point. I think I don't know. It's fucked.
It's like an electronic lock where you can program someone to guest code. Like,
Yeah.
That'd
Maybe
be
he has
funny
like
if
an
Lex
extra
took
key.
the dog's DNA and used that to open the fortress.
oh yeah,
a
oh
dog
wait, no,
hair.
he gets the dog inside. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
mean,
he
yeah, I guess if
realizes.
it's just.
Yeah.
I was about to say, if it's just the DNA, like, why does he need the clone at all? Can't he just
Yeah.
have the strand of hair? Like,
I guess he could, yeah. Oh god, it's just so stupid. He realizes Crypto is gone, and he flies over to Luthor Corp and crashes through the door, just like you've seen in the trailers. And you have the Luthor that doesn't really react. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he just mumbles into his coffee mug, like, just do a dog or a cape or something.
which, like, I mean, you do, like,
This-
are you 100% certain Superman isn't going to kill you over this dog?
Yeah, apparently he
Why
is,
would you-
because he does
what-
not react at all.
But like,
Yeah,
what's
It
why
was
not
awkward
commit?
as hell.
You just wanted to piss him off. Like, why not commit to the lie if you're going to lie? Want to say the dog's safe, but it won't be if anything happens to me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got an idea of Superman. I didn't believe he would be this confident. And then Superman overacting and screeching like a fucking whale is just
Yeah.
man, everything about this scene didn't work. Like, this is not the Lex and Superman I want. You calm the fuck down, first of all, Superman.
Mhm.
And Lex, I just don't like. This isn't like a king. Like, this could work with Kingpin, Prime Kingpin, with someone where like, I believe you've connected all the dots and know that the leverage that you have here. I don't believe you, Lex. This seems fucking nonsense. And like, what's stopping him from just stomping your ass?
Yeah, you also have
just-
Eve in the
Yeah, well-
background filming him because social
Yeah,
media.
I was
Yeah.
wanting to mention that too, because part of what bugged me is like he is acting all calm here and making sure she records it so he can use it against Superman later. But just like 3 minutes ago, we saw in the interview, Lex, the interview on TV where he revealed this, Lex going, and I'm scared.
Yeah.
It's like, you sure as shit don't look like it when you're facing off against them.
Yeah, that's a good
But
point.
yeah, that's another thing. This whole thing is being live streamed to like the world as it's happening. Did they not hear him say the silly dog with the cape? It's like you know Lex mumbled something under his breath there. It's like you're not that far away with the microphone.
Yeah.
You might not pick up the exact words super clearly, but like it's like why would you even take the risk of that being something people can hear?
Because everyone
Yeah.
in the world is stupid. They established it, so we have to stick to that now. It's just
True.
we're stuck to that now. So you have to judge this movie. It's a planet full of stupid people. Like, his Superman's parents were right. Like, fuck them all. Create the harem. Idiots.
Yeah. So now,
Oh,
now we
God.
got Superman being angry at Lex, who I assume people trust to some degree because he puts that out, and now everyone's like, "Look, he's evil man." Then we have that weird peacemaker thing. He's like, "Oh, I'm not surprised about that at all," whatever that means for the future. Also, just going back a little bit because I forgot about it. They frame the one robot fully being destroyed as being like this sad thing, like holding in the hand of the robot, and it was like, I don't fucking care. It's like
Yeah.
we had one scene where
Not
he
care.
told us that he doesn't feel anything. So what
I
the fuck am
know.
I supposed to do with this?
You had one scene to ensure that we don't care about this scene. Like, how do you fuck this up, James? How do you screw it up that
Genius.
bad?
It's so
Like, I
Like I
inconsistent.
guess this
It's
is
just
supposed
like,
to
make up
be
your mind
the
how we're supposed to
punchline
feel
of
about these robots.
Yeah.
yeah. This is supposed to be, I guess, the culmination of like, yeah, I mean, even though they say they don't have emotions, clearly they do, and we should be sad about them. But it's like you played this all for too much comedy for us to even understand what the rules of these things are.
Yeah.
Like,
he doesn't feel anything, but also he's in so much agony that he's trying to end himself by stabbing himself in the head repeatedly with a
Yes.
screwdriver.
I mean, I
Yes,
guess I have to
precisely.
assume that that's the thing the engineer did to him, like just programmed him to be stabbing himself in the head and left
But
him
we
there.
have to assume everything with this movie. There's so much that we
That
have to
would
do
be-
so much work.
That would be such a weird thing
You
for
know?
her to do.
Dick.
Like,
Well, I mean,
hang on, like, let me just
everything that
program
character
this one
does
to
is
fucking
weird.
stab
It'll be-
himself in the fucking
It'll be
brain.
really funny. Just give me 5 minutes, real quick.
It'll be hilarious.
Omega Troll. Oh my god, man. And we touched on it real briefly and here and there, but like I haven't seen comedy kill a movie like this since like Thor: Love and Thunder. I really hated the comedy in this. Not just the jokes being bad or not landing, but how much they conflicted with the tone,
Yeah.
the tension, the character we could have gotten instead. It's just it was his priority over so many.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar problem regarding the writer, where his sense of humor, his quirky, fucking annoying sense of humor,
Yeah.
just overrides the integrity of the story.
Yeah. Yep.
And
It's, annoying.
regarding the, because we were talking about the confrontation scene in Lex's office, on a
Mhm.
surface level, it is an iconic image for Lex and Superman to be in this sort of stalemate where they're just staring at each other. And, you know, Lex is powerless in the moment against this superpowered alien, and Superman won't kill him out of principle because he believes in the potential of every human being to, like, see the error of their ways eventually. And but he in this scene, Superman is acting so wildly out of character with the screaming, and he's making himself look really weak.
It's
And
only
it's-
effective if we know the lore of the characters. What they achieved in the scene itself was not. It was it like I said, Lex does not.
It's a funny idea. How about he actually gives a fucking shit about the dog and likes it and doesn't tell us later that it's a fucking bad dog.
Right.
Actually being attached
Well,
to the
I mean, I
thing he
think
wants
that,
to
like,
save.
Yeah, I gotta assume again. I said assume again. I have to believe that the intention of this scene was that a dog owner would get this mad if someone was endangering their dog. Like, I'm
Yeah.
assuming that that's where James Gunn was going with it.
It's not his
because,
dog though.
like,
That's a problem.
Yeah, that makes the whole
But,
thing
I mean,
awkward.
yeah, like, I mean, I guess he does at some point say, like, yeah, it's more of a foster situation, but, like, I think ultimately it's like, well, but I mean, you care about this dog, like, you clearly do. It would be crazy for you to say that you don't, because it's constantly saving your life. It already
think
has.
him even
It's
being
the first
worried
thing that
about
happens
crypto.
in this movie.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
just-
really
I
good
can't
point.
even-
The
Go ahead,
depiction of Superman there is based on how audiences commonly react to the presence of a dog in a movie. You know, where you don't want anything bad to happen to it. Oh no, not the pupper. And then so
Yeah.
it's like,
But-
James Gunn is thinking, well, I'll just have Superman be really angry because that's how the audience would be.
But in this case, it's Superman, not a normal person like the audience members.
I
would
know,
be.
yeah.
And it's an empowered dog, not a fucking normal like lab or some shit. You know, it doesn't work with this scene. Like I wasn't worried about crypto at all. Was anyone worried about crypto? Raise your hand. Like, come on. Now.
I mean,
like
I
just
was, but-
not one bit.
I
was
was
more
kind of
worried for
hoping
the
he never
fucking-
shows up again because he annoyed
Yeah,
me.
I was so sick of that dog. I
I
actually,
know,
it's recency bias, I know, but he's honestly one of the most annoying dogs I've ever seen in any movie. He's so fucking annoying. He just shows
I
up,
think
he's a dick,
like,
and then he just fixes all the problems that you need.
to that extent, the dog magic worked on me. I didn't ever at any point want anything bad to happen to crypto, but like I also love my dogs a lot, so that's like probably why. Less so about his function in the movie, and more it was like, no, not the pupper.
I just wish
Yeah,
it was earned, not just like humans like dogs, right? Throw, and then that's all you need. You don't actually do anything good with it.
Yeah.
Considering what kryptonite does to Superman in this, if there was a scene where Krypto was subdued with kryptonite, I think a lot of people would find that quite upsetting.
Oh, for sure.
That
Which I think it is partly why we had the fucking retarded way Krypto is. I mean, we'll get to it. But he's preoccupied in such a way and made a non-threat in a
You're right.
really
Playing
dumb
VR,
way.
yeah.
You're right. Imagine that
Yeah.
scene. Yeah, you're totally right. Imagine that scene was flipped upside down with the kryptonite, and that actually would have been. Oh, no, yeah, I would have felt something. You're right.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I
now that
guess
we have
the-
all this... Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
I was gonna say that like you know what? I'll bring it up when we get to it, because I was just
Or
gonna talk about the
swirls.
way
Okay.
kryptonite is used, and that's coming up.
So now that Superman has all this bad PR, he's big sad and goes back home or to Lois's place. and he gets a cup of cocoa, and they have a conversation while in the background the Justice Gang is fighting some cosmic jelly, or they call it he calls it like a dimensional imp or whatever, and that
Just
keeps on going in the background the whole time. And he basically says, "No, it's just this cosmic imp. They got this covered." I was like, "Can you just help them real quick? If that's not a big deal,
Yeah,
you can
like-
fix it in like a. There's like a whole city out there." Also, in what kind of state is this universe now that Lois is just looking at this massive, terrifying creature, just like, yeah, Superman, here's a cup of hot cocoa. It's like,
I
what
mean,
is-
even her
what is
being
that?
like, "Hey, look, I've got some hot cocoa waiting for you. Can you please go destroy the fucking Cthulhu out there, like
Yeah.
real quick, just for me?"
That's not even the
It's
first
making
time
me
they
very
did that.
uncomfortable. It's within
During the
eye shot of my apartment.
During the first kaiju fight, I think it was, they showed a shot of someone like eating a yogurt or something, or just
Yeah, like
doing
a
something
like a
completely
convenience
casual.
Oh
store
my god,
guy.
yeah.
I was like, what
I
the
forgot
fuck
to
are
bring
you
that up.
doing? Why
No
would
one
you?
is
Why?
everyone's filming the fucking kaiju and no one's running away until like the very end when it's about to fall on
Yeah.
everybody. It's like this was always something you should have been running away from.
100%, man. It's just, you notice these things, especially you have to take into account how much superhero content we've consumed over the years. These things matters. We know what should happen during a fucking event like this. You can't have some dude just eating a yogurt or stirring his coffee or something.
I mean,
Unless
it's
you
the
actually
problem with
wanna
making
make a
a
comedy.
threat. It's the problem with making a threat that looks that imposing into a joke, because it's like, well, I mean, wait, so like, do you specifically know that this thing is it just not that dangerous, and they just have to like, it's like a wild animal that's escaped, but not a bear. It's more like a raccoon that is in a mall. So it's like, okay, they'll take care of it. Don't worry. Like, this thing's not going to hurt anybody really. Like, I don't need to be involved. It's like I don't know, man. That thing looks like it could pretty easily destroy a building.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
No,
and yet it's just
an
it's just
irritating
not-
scene. The excuse that they got it handled is dumb. Like he would just go out there and help because why wouldn't you?
It's super
Why
close
take
to
the
your
risk?
fucking girlfriend. Of course you want to get rid of it immediately. What are you talking about?
Fucking shoot a laser off the balcony and end this right now, you dick. It
Yeah.
ruins his character.
I mean, whoever's out there fighting him, the Justice Gang, they've been at it for some time.
yeah.
Like, why would
Yeah.
you just sit there in a fucking chair
Longer
watching
than the
when you can
kaiju.
do everything that you can do? Like, just get
Yeah,
it sorted out, help the best you can, and then come back in. But then you can't have the comedy of it, quote unquote, where it's all in the background during this emotional discussion. It's
I mean, I guess the idea is that like he's starting to realize that maybe he's not like the only person who can save the world, but like again, it's the length of time. Like it's not like if you said no, it's a dimensional imp, they got this, and then they immediately took it down in the
Yeah.
background, and then we just get to focus on the like conversation that's happening.
That would have actually been
But it's like-
kind of a funny
Yeah.
bit. It's like, oh, they got this, and then you just see them annihilated in the background, and everything goes back to
Yeah.
normal. Like,
It's like by the time I get out there, they'll already have won. But it's like, no, the entire time they're having this conversation, the Justice Gang is fighting this thing. And it's like, wait, are no people in danger? Like, and they've done a pretty good
Yeah,
job of making
but-
this Superman
Yeah.
very concerned with the safety of like living creatures. But this big like cosmic horror is just that like there's no chance it's hurting anybody.
no.
So
Yeah,
therefore I
that's-
shouldn't help.
That's
Yeah.
part of what really bugged me about this is because, like, it's not doing anything the entire time either. It's just getting hit by the Justice Gang. You see Green Lantern like do stuff to it several times in the background. It's like, yeah, but the giant tentacle eye thing isn't doing anything, and it can't because he already said, "Oh yeah, it's not a big deal, so I'm not going to help."
Hell,
So it's
I
like,
mean, even
what
if
the
you
fuck are they-
want a good reason for him not to get involved too, have this be where we bring up Superman's weakness to magic. Be like, yeah, it's a cosmic imp. Their abilities based on magic. So I'm actually like not really well suited to go fight that thing. But don't worry, Green
Yeah.
Lantern's got it covered.
Yeah.
Because then, like, I mean, yeah, you can still have the fight going on in the background. And it's not as bad. But even I would still then be like, well, could you maybe be flying around saving people from it though?
Yeah,
Like, because people might still be in danger here, man.
I also just found it
Yeah.
distracting because I was focusing on it the entire time, and it's like
Mhm.
I think I missed some of the dialogue because I was just looking at this thing in the background.
Well, yeah, and I guess it's the thing that it's like if we're gonna have a boring conversation with grown-ups, we need something for the kids to be looking at in the background. And I don't like that conceptually. Like just
Yeah.
as a filmmaking thing to be like, well, we got to make this fun for kids. It's like, you already have some like geopolitical talk in this movie. I think there's going to be moments where the kids tune out.
Yep.
Okay, like
So, you want to talk about this incredibly interesting conversation they're having?
I don't remember it. I was looking at the kaiju.
Well, don't you worry. I got you covered. It won't take long. It's basically, oh man, this is annoying. I'm not here to rule anyone. Like I didn't know about the second half of the message. So, yeah, that's not me. And then he apologizes that they fought, and she does the same. And she just points out that, yeah, I just question everything and stuff. And it's it's kind of girl. I was just some girl that listens to punk rock, and you're Superman.
Oh yeah, okay, wait, I did catch this.
Yeah, and then he just says like, what? I like punk rock, and he names some bands, and I'm pretty sure one of the bands is one that James Gunn is in, I think.
Wow.
I think one of them was POD. I was like,
They did mention POD, yeah. And then she says, that's just some radio punk, so it's whatever. It's banter, that's not very good. And
You brought up a good point, Mark, and beyond it just being a dumb gag, like it is distracting.
yeah,
And it takes your
distracting.
mind off of this is an important. Well, I mean, I can't even remember the discussion honestly, and that was
I have
that's
no
the
idea
reason.
what they said.
That's the effect of it.
But I mean, it is like a low point discussion. Like there is a sort of surface importance to it, where like they are reconciling after their fight, and it's just like you should be directing the audience's attention to this. Can we not do a joke for like 1 minute?
Nope.
Like
No.
James Gunn.
Nope.
Do we have
He's
to
gotta-
ruin do we have to undercut every single fucking beat with something
Yes,
funny
it's
in
always,
the background or
It's always here
some
to
gag?
do.
Yeah.
Well, and then again,
It's
like when
irritating.
reminded of what the scene is about, like this is just kind of jokey character stuff where she's like, I'm punk rock. He's like, I'm punk rock too. And like Superman's very clearly not punk rock, just in sheer
It's just James
concept.
Gunn injecting his shit,
But-
right?
But that's what I mean. So it's like even the conversation that's happening is like kind of played for laughs because it's them having a like, yeah, you're not a real punk. No, like I'm hardcore. You're not. No, that's radio friendly bullshit. It's like this is the kind of scene where the content of it can be the joke. You don't need another joke that's just happening in the background. Even if your goal with this scene is let's make this a funny conversation.
yeah.
I don't know, man. Like
The way they
yeah.
approach incorporating the personal elements of James Gunn's, like the music and the things that he likes. You mentioned it was a band that he was part of or whatever.
I didn't know that.
It just reminds me of Thor: Love and Thunder again. Taika Waititi. He named Heimdall's son Axel as like a Guns N' Roses reference when
Right.
like the kid doesn't have anything to do with Guns N' Roses. Wouldn't even grown. It's kind of just like you're just injecting what you like into these characters, even if it doesn't fit. And it's very fucking. I don't know. James Gunn's ego has been a big topic coming into this movie, but you really see it now that we have the entire thing to dissect. It's too much, man. Just
No.
show me a character. I don't want to hear about you and your. Show me what Superman would actually say.
But yeah, they have a bit of a hug, and he tells her that she loves her, he loves her, and he should have said that a while ago, and then says, I'm going to turn myself in. It's like, what? Why would you do that? Instead of saying, well, I want to explain myself and, make things clear, he just says, well, I want to save the dog because it's probably alone and scared, and it's not, even though it's not even a very good dog. So, yeah, there you go. He turns himself in. And he gets grabbed by Ultraman because apparently the government has given Planet Watch, which is, Luthor's thingy that he talked about earlier.
Legion of Badmen.
Yeah, he's in charge now to grab him. And Superman also gets told it's like, hey, can you read my rights? Like, oh, they decided extraterrestrial people are not human, so they basically don't have any rights. It's like, oh,
And
okay.
the fact that Superman didn't just immediately be like, all right, and then boom, fly off.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. That's how we're doing this? Okay.
Yeah.
If I don't have any
Like,
rights, I
that
don't
would have
have
been
to
a
obey
good
your
time
laws.
for him to like rebel against the thing. Be like, look, I'm willing to explain myself, but if you're going to flat out tell me that I don't have any rights and I'm not a person to you,
Yeah.
that is not a good way to go about this.
And Flag, that just,
Let's
I think-
talk and not like don't forget that you do not want me to become an enemy.
Yeah. I think Flag says like, I'm sorry about this, and then he doesn't show up for the amount of movie, so whatever. Apparently he doesn't.
Is he ever in the movie again?
I think once or twice. It doesn't really do a lot. Anyway, he gets thrown into this pocket dimension in the tent, and Ultraman does like,
There we
Damn
go.
it.
and it's like, oh, a full pocket dimension. That's very cool. And Lexus here is like, oh, twice in 2 days. What an honor. It's like, oh, your obsession is getting creepy likes. And then he says that he's not into Martian guys. He's like, I'm Kryptonian. Same difference. Whatever. It's just not very
Yeah, it
fun.
means maybe Martian Manhunter is in this world,
Yeah.
guys. I understood that reference.
And then Superman asks, where are we? And Lex says, I'm glad you asked. I'm going to tell you everything about it. Pocket dimension. Okay. You guys fucking ready for some absolute techno babble?
I hated
No.
everything about.
I recreated the Big Bang with the Luthor Corp Mega Collider to create a tiny hole into the universal fabrics and created this place. I was like, okay, if you say so.
I'd be like, does the government know
Sure, bro.
this? Like,
Guys,
Did
it's
you
Whatever
tell
you
them
fucking
where you're
say, Lex.
bringing
That's
me?
pretty much what you have to do with this character at this
Yeah.
point. You just kind of just whatever.
as
Just
someone in
tell
chat
your
just
story,
pointed
Lex.
out, definitely not multiverse dimension. It's a pocket dimension. Oh, God.
I mean, just like the sheer idea that he created a black hole within the confines of our atmosphere and nobody noticed.
Yep.
None of the superheroes.
Nope.
Not Superman.
Nope.
Not Mr. Terrific.
Nope.
Who like has like super tech stuff. You know, no one understands that Lex Luthor created a black hole within the confines of our atmosphere.
I'm just getting continually more frustrated every time I hear the fucking phrase pocket dimension. Might actually be one of the worst parts of this movie.
I mean, what would have been the problem with them just making a prison that has the technology to hold Superman? Like, could that not have been something that they did instead of the pocket dimension?
But as you might be wondering, well, how they keep it in there? Like, it's just some glass. Well, they got an elemental shifter. I think it's called Rex or something. And he can turn into every element, including ones that are not from Earth. And he turns his hand into kryptonite. And now Superman is gimped once again and can't kick ass again because we nerf him all the time. It's very cool. In the meantime, at the Daily Planet, Lois figures out that Jahanpur got arms for free from Luthor Corp. And also, they are already invading the other country, like 2 minutes after Superman got caught. It's like, wow, that's not suspicious at all, but okay.
It should make it very clear to the world that Superman having Baravia on a leash was the thing stopping this war. And like maybe the US government should be like, okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
we gotta maybe think about things before we put Superman in a pocket dimension.
Yeah, apparently they've what was it? Like they got arms worth like 70 billion, but they only paid like 1.2 billion or something. I didn't even mean to do the 1.2 billion meme there. That just legit the number just came to my mind the first. That was shit, dude. And it's like, okay, now we need to figure out where the Superman is. And don't you worry, Jimmy in his unending riz has Lex's girlfriend's number because they were together before. Yeah. And she wants his cock so much that she instantly tells him that Superman is in a pocket dimension. And this means that Jimmy Olsen's riz essentially saved the world.
I can't believe this is
like
I can't
extremely
believe this.
plot critical.
I can't
this
believe
isn't even
this.
the only time it goes deeper than this.
I thought there would be
'Cause
something to set this up. Like I was waiting for I must have missed something. You guys will clear it up. No way I'm rewatching this shit. But no, it's just that stupid. He just happens to be the ex of this critical character.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And for some reason, he doesn't even like her that much.
Yeah, and that's like the other joke. It's that like she's annoying and has weird toes, so he doesn't even want to deal with her. But like he has to, he doesn't even take that job seriously.
No.
Like there's so many points in this movie where she's like, "Can we spend the whole weekend together?" He's like, "The whole weekend?"
Mm-hmm.
It's like, buddy, she's giving you information that
Yeah.
is potentially going to save the fucking world. Spend the weekend with the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did set it up. Jimmy is undeniable. God. But yeah, this is he just has her in her phone under mutant toes. By the way, he's a very cool guy.
Apparently, he's a foot. The feet are very important to him, and she has weird
maybe.
toes. Therefore, this knockout, beautiful woman is just not good enough for Jimmy.
Yeah, I'll talk about their relationship a little bit later because that's going to be rounded up because they meet up later on. Let's see. But yeah, they now know something about a pocket dimension. Oh yeah, like in the next scene, Eve and Jimmy meet up, and he asks her to get all the infos on him. But you see, it's really funny because he doesn't really want to be with her and call her shrimp toes or mutant toes or something. So
They said your toes look like a shrimp cocktail that fell on the floor. Which, I mean, I don't know. Like, does that make sense? Like, I can't picture it, honestly.
Lois goes to the Hall of Justice to get help from the peeps there. Yeah. And Guy Gardner is not careful with... this is where we get the hypno glasses thing, by the way. It's like, do you know about the hypno glasses? And it's like, yeah, I do know, but you shouldn't ask that in case, people do not know who he is. And it's like, oh, so you do know he's Clark Kent. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you being so careful?
And again, this causes the problem for a scene that happens earlier on when it's like you flat out know who this guy is. Like, and like, why? And you're the only other people in the room are the other Justice Gang, which he says Clark Kent in front of. So he's not shy about them knowing whether or not he is. He's like, wait, so like, didn't the Kents raise you? Like what's the deal there? No mention of it, but we're just giving this like, hey, just so you know, he knew that he was Clark Kent the entire time, and it's kind of treated like nothing. It's like it's a joke again. It's like, isn't that funny that he knows and he's not very careful with it? And I guess Superman trusts people too easily.
No. When she asks for help, they basically say, well, he's held by the government essentially, and that's a bit of a problem. And so we don't really want to do that. But Mr. Terrific steps up and he helps because he can check his whereabouts and track them because nanomachines that he puts into people's bloodstream so he can track them. It's actually kind of funny because he has like, I'll do this with everybody, and you can just see Hawkgirl like for a couple of frames just looking. It's like, oh.
She gets like kind of uncomfortable. She's like, wait, hold on. When did you put machines inside of me?
Like, these are the fucking little bits where it's like, yeah, you can have those. Those are like kind of fun. Like, those don't really undercut anything crazy. Like, that's fine. Like, there wasn't like a big emotional moment right before. It was just like, oh, how did you track him? It's like, oh, I just put nanomachines in people so I can track them. And then you have like a quick glance from someone, and that's all you need to know to get what the funny bit is.
And there's
actual comedy, and it's in line with their character.
Exactly. Yeah, you beat me to it. It's like this does make sense with both of these characters. That's
the key.
A teenage girl might be a little uncomfortable with the idea of one of her friends just putting machines inside her to track her. And Mr. Terrific has the kind of personality that we've established that he's like, he's just a guy who handles everything with state-of-the-art technology, and to him it's like not really a thing. And even later on it's reinforced by him kind of saying, I don't really care about people's emotions, just so you know.
Yeah,
all that fucking fits, and it's where they went wrong with Thor. His jokes used to be in line with his character and his history. Thor Love and Thunder at his expense, so that's the difference. Like, Are you gonna just shove them in, or are you gonna set them up?
Yeah, but he
No?
plays
The
Fortnite.
best
Isn't that
Thor
crazy
joke
funny?
is still when he
God damn it.
the best Thor joke is still when he smashes the beer pint and then says another.
Oh, isn't
That's
it a
the
coffee mug?
first Thor-
Wasn't it a coffee?
I actually,
Oh,
my
is it
favorite
coffee
one
mug?
is when he goes into the fucking
But yeah,
pet
I like
store. He's
that
like,
one.
I need a horse. It's just
horse?
his delivery, and it's just like, we don't have just birds, dogs, cats, and give me something big enough to ride. It's just, he's just so out of his element, and I love it. They play it completely serious, and it works because you get his history.
Hi,
Ugh.
Jojo.
Yeah.
Speaking of dogs.
But yeah, Terrific ends up helping her, and then we have another funny bit with a garage door that's slow, and that alone is not a great joke, you know.
Oh my god! It was aggravating.
But at least they could have
Like,
just let it play out and then just cut to them inside without saying a word. But no, we have Lois saying, "Oh wow, you have a flying saucer, but you can't afford a fast garage door." And he says, "Well, I haven't looked into this yet." And then they go inside. It's like, well, that joke wasn't great to begin with, and then you just
it
put
wasn't
over it
funny
even
enough
more.
to pad the movie out by like
Lasted-
another 3 minutes
Felt like
of
it
watching a
last
door.
10 minutes, man. It just kept going. It was a whole episode. I just
Yeah. And then
I
they're
hated it.
sitting inside the Terrific Mobile or whatever he calls it, the T-Mobile. No wait, that's a nice.
T-Mobile.
That's where I get my internet from. Sorry.
That's pretty good.
And she just starts trauma dumping on Terrific, and he's just like, looks at us like, listen, I don't really do the whole human being emotions thing. It's like, okay. And then she continues, and then at some point he just turns
Yeah,
around
he just
and
gives
looks
a
at
look,
her, and then she stops. I was like, I thought it was kind of amusing. I was like,
Yeah,
really,
that's fine.
bitch? You still talking?
Yeah, he's just like, no, like you don't get it. I actually don't care.
He's like, I literally do not give a shit. Anyway, this next. Fuck. Okay, hang on. I have a brace for this. Back in the pocket dimension, Lex brings around the president and a hostage, which is the Indian friend or whoever he was, the guy that helped him once, and he points out, it's like, hey, this is just a guy I met before. He helped me out a little bit, and Lex puts a bullet in the revolver, spins it, and holds him at gunpoint and asks question, like asking Superman to tell him who he works with and what he wants to do here, because apparently, so I should have probably said this before, the government's like, hey, you have now you're allowed to take him in, put him into the pocket dimension, and because you can contain him there, but we need to, talk to him to figure out what he does.
No, they're totally fine with them bringing him to a place where the government has zero oversight over him or doesn't know how he's being interrogated or about what, won't learn any of the information that he knows. They just hand it off. It's privatization, That's why we got to become communists.
Well, you just basically finished my sentence. Exactly. It's just like, so you don't have anyone from the government here who looks at this like, oh, how are you going to ask him? It's like, oh, you got a hostage? Oh, you threatening him with a gun? Oh, you fucking shot him in the head and killed him straight up. Like, oh, okay. And this is the part in the movie where it's like, oh, so we're going serious now. Clearly, we're going serious. You just had Lex execute a hostage in front of Superman. You have Metamorpho, I think is his actual name, or his hero name, whatever. See that, start to cry. Superman is freaking out that someone died because of him. I was like, oh, okay. You got me back a little bit, right? Like, that's actually crazy. That's like straight up super evil, super villain behavior. Let's see what we do next. Pretty much exactly 1 minute later, we have Mr. Terrific fight a bunch of guys in a goofy action scene where the music says fun, fun, fun. And I wanted to fucking kill myself.
Oh, yeah.
I also wanted to mention too, very quickly, it almost
In
feels
Minecraft.
like it's played.
You got it in there.
after shooting the guy, Lex has a line, and it comes across as like they're intending it as a joke of, "Oh, I expected that to last longer."
Yep. That
It's
was
like,
that's where I thought you were going. They make a joke because you said a minute later. It's like 10 seconds later that he makes that joke, and it undermines the entire tension of the scene. And it doesn't make any sense for him to use the Russian roulette thing. I'm being fucking cynical, and I think they're just ripping off Squid Game season 2 because the Russian roulette scene was really popular in that. It was awesome scene. So you know what? Let's do our version of that. But it doesn't even fucking make any sense. You could have just had a knife. You could have actually just been torturing, break his fingers. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. And then
For some
undermine
reason,
it for
the music hit me harder than his one-liner. For some reason,
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know why, but that one was like more. It's like, oh, maybe it was like the words "fun, fun, fun" that start when you start speeding up people after I just saw someone getting executed.
Yeah, it's the fact that we just went from a scene that could have been treated like imagine. Well, you haven't seen Moblands, but what Moblands would have done with a torture scene, like an actual show with real people, real fucking characterization. But with this, it's like you forget that it's a joke of a film, and they have to remind you with the fucking next scene, right?
Yeah, the scene with the brother and the sister in Mobland. Oof. That was tense.
Tonally, the movie is a mess, and
It's
here
fucked.
is
It's
like
completely
an
fucked.
extreme. This is an extreme example of it here, because this is the scene where Lex does an evil thing, you know, and Superman he's fucking getting fucked by the kryptonite, and it's just everything's grim. And not only is it undermined by the line that was, but also I'm pretty sure in the pocket dimension right around the corner is the fucking monkey farm.
Yes, we
typing
see
all the
that
Yeah, I
shit.
on the
think
way in.
we already saw the monkey farm, right? Because that's.
Oh
on the
yeah,
way in.
I forgot to
Right,
mention
we
that.
didn't. How did we skip that?
I bring it up again here because that's just, we saw that in the same area. Like that's just happening pretty much right around
Yeah.
the corner or whatever it is. And
Yeah.
that's just in the back of your mind while this grim thing is happening. I'm just like, fuck.
Monkey,
Like
they
I
usually
can't
Yeah.
take this seriously as a grim
Chad,
moment
just to,
because you've
at
done
all.
maybe just for people in chat who might not be aware, Superman gets brought to his cell, basically, or his block, and while they're on the way, they see like a massive farm with computers and monkeys that type in shit, and Lex tells us, oh yeah, I've been using those to spread misinformation and make the thing #supershit go viral.
Yeah.
So he has a
I didn't skip
literal
ahead, did I?
monkey farm.
Sorry, I thought
No.
that happened already.
It did. We missed it.
I kind of
Okay,
I
okay.
went through it because I was going a bit quicker. I blocked it out for my mental health, probably.
Dude, it's so fucking jarring. It just ruins everything that happens in there that's dramatic because the
physically
monkey
can't.
farm is in the same place.
Exactly.
I can't take any of this seriously.
Also,
That
I'm
was my
sorry.
moment.
I have to
I sent
ask.
you guys a picture of that.
I have to ask a question though. How the fuck did they get the internet into this pocket dimension?
Oh, fucking hell. You don't even start. Don't even try, man.
They got an Ethernet
All the
cable running out of
questions.
the portal.
No,
a really,
okay.
really long one. A super long one.
One of the portals is open all the time with a
Oh,
cable.
fuck.
I guess.
Well, they can't do
There's,
that. We
I was
know
just gonna
that.
say with the monkey,
Yeah, they use a VPN. Nice one, Hector.
the monkey scene for me was the end of the line. Like you've crossed the line here, where it's like it's completely over. I can't take this movie seriously at all, and it breaks any tension that can be achieved in this scene. So that entire scene of the Pocket Universe, I was barely paying attention. I was just like, this is a complete joke. You've botched this in such a significant way.
And also, like, more so than that, it just like it shows how much of James Gunn's insecurity is like seeping into this, because it's like,
Yeah.
like, I mean, and again, like it's the same thing I kind of said about like the Batman with like 4chan being the reason why the Riddler has a bunch of like terrorists that are willing to die for him.
That was still better than this, man.
It's
That
like,
was cringe,
guys-
but it was better than this.
Well, I know, like this one goes as far as being like everyone that criticizes you online is actually monkeys who are being controlled by an evil supervillain.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfuckers, stop.
And
We
his
get it.
insecurity,
You don't
I
like
think
when
it goes even
people
further.
criticize you on the internet and you think they're all just silly man children. Fine.
Yeah, to have a whole scene
Sometimes you
dedicated
just
to this.
Don't make great movies though too. and like not specifically targeting James Gunn, but like all of the Hollywood producers that seem to just really get a hard on over the idea of making mean commenters on the internet the villain in fucking superhero movies.
Yeah, it's been an obsession of theirs. And I was just
Yeah.
gonna say his insecurity is strong enough to make a scene like this that is genuinely you're either gonna find it funny or you're gonna agree that it's pathetic. I don't like there's no other choice. There's no other way you can go with it. And I think it's projected onto Superman. It's a big part of the reason his portrayal is so soft and sensitive and hyper insecure about the things online, because that's James. It's James portraying himself in Superman. It's James showing his dog. It's James talking about his movie, his music preferences. This is James Gunn Superman. It really, really is. He's just he fucking injected himself into this movie in a way that just damaged so many elements of it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, like, inserting your life experiences into your writing isn't always a bad thing. Like, sometimes that can actually work to make things feel a little bit more human and real because it seems like it's coming from like an authentic place. But like, when the authentic place you're coming from is, I don't like it when people say mean things about me on the internet, and you're a millionaire Hollywood director. It's like, dude, come on, like this is not something you should be really getting that worked up about. And if you are, it's like, well, think about the criticism then. Like, which ones are being silly people who are just being mean, and which ones are telling you things about your writing and your movie and the choices you're making that maybe you should be considering when writing your next project? Because like, I don't think like, I mean, assuming that we are the monkeys right now, I don't think that James Gunn is incapable of making good stuff. I think he's perfectly capable of making very good, even superhero movies, not just like any other kind of movie. Like, I've seen superhero movies he's made that are good. And I don't want him to disregard everything we are saying as a bunch of retarded monkeys on the internet. I prefer that he says, okay, what are these concerns? What of these concerns are nitpicks and not really things I agree with that actually hurt the movie in any way? And, you know, like he's bound to disagree. I'm 100% certain he would disagree with us on a lot of this stuff. But maybe they're making some points that I went a little too far in this regard, or I should have used a bit more restraint here, or maybe this joke did undercut what could have been an emotionally impactful, serious scene. Like, we're not just haters. We are ultimately trying to figure out what worked and what didn't work about the movies and video games and TV shows, all the stuff that we're covering. And I mean, I say we, not like us, Metals Forge.
No,
Forge now,
That's
specifically.
part of the
but,
reason.
like, people on the internet who criticize things is the we I'm referring to.
Part of the reason I despise the term hater, because it just dismisses criticism. Like,
Yeah,
haters,
it's like
what makes a hater is that they don't have a point. They're hating just to hate. And when you have an actual, you know, reasonable criticism and they ignore you and just call you a hater, it's just what's the point of the conversation? How do you improve as a creative if you're not willing to look at criticism? It's incredible.
And that's why things like this seeping into the work itself is so disappointing, because it's like, man, like, are you really that bothered by people not liking what you did in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, as like, to the point that it's like now that has to be a big part of the A plot of your Superman movie? Like,
no. Yeah, it feels incredibly fickle. It's like, I want to get
I
this in
scoffed at
now.
the monkeys just out of bafflement. I was just like, "You are fucking joking, aren't you?" It's weird because I don't think James Gunn would make a joke like that in Guardians of the Galaxy with all its multiverse shit. Because a joke like that in Guardians of the Galaxy would be so ridiculous. But here, for some reason, in a Superman movie, he feels it's okay. During the sequence where Superman is meant to be at his low point and imprisoned and all this shit, and Lex Luthor shooting people in the head, like it's so jarring.
Yeah.
I don't know why he did it this way. I don't know why he handed this in and was happy with this, really.
Yeah, and also this prison has political people in here that that they didn't want to kill, but just want to, I don't know, imprison discreetly, and also old ex-girlfriends of Lex Luthor, because he's petty like this, apparently. So cool, very nice.
Another thing I wanted to mention with that scene too, when he's getting brought in, is we see Crypto, and he's like in front of a screen and he's chasing squirrels flying through their clouds.
Mm-hmm.
The squirrels have little capes on them.
Yeah.
I know it's like the tiniest of details, but like, why was that necessary?
I don't like the whole pocket dimension either because we're just setting up more multiverse shit with the DC universe now.
Yeah.
And you know,
I mean,
it's
I
like,
know it exists.
didn't we get enough
there.
of that with Marvel, for Christ's sake? Like, aren't we tired of multiverse shit? And now we're doing the whole thing with DC again.
Yep.
And like, at least Marvel built up to it, but now right away with the DC universe, I mean, it's already a mess, and now you're throwing in the idea of multiverses into the
Yeah,
mix
that's what
as
I.
well.
Imagine Iron Man had multiverse in it. Like that's how he
Yeah.
fucking built
Yeah.
the suit or some shit.
Yeah.
It's like fucking hell, man.
The thing that's frustrating about the multiverse for me is that there's so much potential for actually good storytelling or exploring like different versions of characters, and we never get that. It's always the dumbest shit possible, and I'm so sick of it.
And then
Yeah.
you put the power creep on top, and them all just fucking
Yeah.
shit around. I mean, fucking look at Marvel. It's like incursions, they exist, and then in Deadpool Wolverine, actually, fuck that. We never do that again. Even though we send out Doctor Strange at the end of Multiverse of Madness to get rid of those incursions where they happened, and it's just all a fucking mess. And if we have like our starting movie already going on with like, I could do portals and rifts and all this crazy technology, and we have a Green Lantern already, and metahumans and Superman, and fuck me, dude, like this is so much to take in, and none of it actually fucking works because we have no idea what people think about this. Apparently, it's the norm because if you look at all the people, they just look at kaijus and space imps and don't run away. It's just like, let me book a little picture of this. Cool. Click. And then they almost die because they just gaze upon them. It's just completely stupid. It's fucked. And I can guarantee you we're doing multiverse thing because like you have like things like Crisis on Infinite Earths, which they did in the CW shows, which was fuck awful. So yeah, whatever. It's a whole mess. Anyway, let's move ahead because I got a movie left.
Too much movie.
Mr. Terrific and Lois arrive at the beach, and Mr. Terrific just starts scanning. It's like, here, this is where he went, and then they start attacking him. And he puts a shield around them, then walks through, and he starts beating everybody up. You know, people don't get to act when they're not on screen, but he just yeets people around. Also, instead of all ganging up on him, like a whole bunch of them just keep shooting the shield where Lois is in, who is clearly not a threat. So I don't know what the fuck they were doing. At one point there's a guy with a clipboard trying to hit Mr. Terrific, and he just gets annihilated immediately, of course. So yeah, I don't know. He wins. He wins the fight. That's what's happening.
I have a question about Mr. Terrific's powers because I'm not familiar with them. Does he have like super strength and stuff, or is he a normal human that is just incredibly smart and has crazy advanced technology?
Good question. I have no idea.
Because in that fight, he's like punching these soldiers out. I'm like, if he's a normal human, then he shouldn't be able to do that easily.
We also do the
Never
thing
mind
where they just punch the helmets and it just does damage immediately.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Fuck, that just reminded me of Obi-Wan when the fucking woman rubs the helmet.
Or every encounter in Star Wars Outlaws, yeah. Oh god. So yeah,
The scene Creetosis was talking about, like, lady taps the stormtrooper's helmet and he just insta-killed. Like, fucking just obliterated. Just gently caresses his helmet and he's just done. I remember that scene. Like, what the fuck was that? And then she kills herself with a grenade that she could have used the entire fucking fight scene. Should have used it at the beginning, you dumb bitch. And then she suicides with it. Holy
cool.
hell. Flashbacks.
Yeah, because he wins, they go to the portal, he hacks it, and he says that, oh yeah, looks like it's just so crazy. He just says that so casually. Oh yeah, it looks like he created a fucking pocket dimension with a black hole. If he's off by like 1 nanometer of coordinates or whatever the fuck technobabble they use, there would have been a black hole where Earth used to be. But hey, that's just Lex for us. He always does this crazy shit. Also, every time you open this portal, there's a chance you open a rift between these worlds and everything is gonna be fucked. Like, awesome. What a cool world we live in. This Lex guy, what a wacky goober, am I right? Whatever. They hack that. In between, we see Metamorpho being, sad. It's like, no, this is all fucked. Can you really get to my son, Superman? He just nods. And then he gets rid of the kryptonite, but Superman can't heal because there's no sun here, he figures. And you're like, oh man, how are we gonna do this? That's annoying. Then we go back to Mr. Terrific and Lois going inside the portal, but there's nowhere they can go because they got picked up. Superman and the other ones got picked up by like a little platform and a little fucking weird fucker that controls it. I don't even know what that is, and I don't even want to think about it. But it looks like a fucking creepy pasta monster from somewhere. I don't know.
He's the portal gremlin.
The portal gremlin. Yeah, that's a good one. He goes inside, he looks down, it's like, oh, an anti-proton river. It's like, okay, sure. That's there.
Whatever the fuck that is, yeah, okay.
That annihilates you in minutes or seconds.
Except for when it doesn't.
Well, apparently not when you're Superman, so whatever. Lois asks if they're gonna rappel down here. I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, how are we gonna rappel down here into a fucking pocket dimension? That's stupid. And she says, oh, maybe it was one of your circles. Like, really? Those are spheres. Those are T-spheres. Circle is 2D. You stupid bitch. Like, I don't know. At this point, I didn't even know I was laughing because I found it funny, or if I was just losing my absolute brain juices at a rapid rate.
I actually like that.
I don't think
whatever
Lois
character
would
we
have
can get at
said
this point.
circles. It just seems forced to me.
Yeah,
It did seem a bit forced, but at least we got something from the dude. Like, I like that he was offended by her making that mistake. But I feel like we could have got a better version of that.
I mean,
I'll take whatever I can get at this point.
I would have said balls.
Yeah.
I would. Why didn't he do it?
Yeah, that actually works.
Yeah.
That makes
Also,
way more sense.
balls jokes can be pretty funny.
Yeah. That's a balls joke.
That feels like something she would say more.
Yeah.
I think she would say that. She'd more likely to
Dude,
actually say that rather than circles.
So it would actually been hilarious if she just would have said, I don't know, maybe you have something in your balls. And then he just gives her a look. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Whatever. Well, lucky for Superman, Metamorpho says, oh, but I don't have a sun here, but I can make something that's like a sun. And then he does, and then Superman is fine. I have no
This
notes.
containment plan is so fucking dumb, and somehow Lex is surprised when he finds out he escapes. Like, how did he get out? It's like, well, maybe if you hadn't exposed him to kryptonite that's attached to a guy that can be compromised or reasoned with, who has their baby right across, like in the cell across from you guys.
What's also funny is about
sight.
the cell with the baby is there's just this random goon that just sits there with the baby in his arm and just goes like, remember your baby, I got that.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, he has like nothing to pass the time. He just sits there with the baby.
Yeah. I mean, why lock Superman in a cell with the power to get rid of the kryptonite? Like, why not just like have the guy create some kryptonite and break it off and then just put the kryptonite in there in the cell with him, and then there's no chance of him getting out. But instead, he gives Superman this way out, and then he's surprised later on when Superman breaks out. It's stupid. Like right away, I was thinking he's gonna reason with that guy, and then he's gonna get out. Like, why couldn't Lex in all his genius see this coming?
I can't believe he did the obvious thing. God damn it.
Yeah.
I really hope he can't just make a little pocket sun that doesn't explode everyone on instant. But
especially after doing the Russian roulette thing. It's like you don't think that guy is gonna think twice about like who he's aligned with.
Yeah.
Where it's like, should I really be doing this to poor old Superman? Nah. Like, it's so dumb.
Yeah, and everybody is just yelling, he's doing something, but apparently no guard is near enough to actually hear it. And I think the guard in the cell doesn't have a phone or anything, so he just watches this happening. He's like, oh, well, I guess I'm fucked. So, but yeah,
well,
fucking Superman is now recovered enough to do something. He's not fully recovered, but he can punch the wall or the glass and gets out, beats the goon, and has the baby. And fucking Elemento, I called him Elemento in my notes here, and I found that funny now because he's called Metamorpho, but I don't know. He flies out and tells, it's like, oh, my baby, that's awesome. But sorry, Superman, you have to take the baby because I can't carry it when I'm transforming. Awesome. We have Superman gimped once again. He's nerfed again. He has to carry around a fucking baby.
Just sorry, I was taking care of the dogs. Just before we move too far off of Metamorpho creating a son,
Yeah.
why have him have the line where he says, I can't create a son, when he just goes ahead and creates a son?
Yeah, right
When the
after, it's like,
solution-
I can do something like a
when-
son.
When the solution wasn't something like, okay, can you do anything that produces comparable radiation to our sun? And then have him like create uranium or something like that. Or try to modify a mineral that radiates in a way that actually does help heal Superman, you know, like it's like maybe if he was going to say, no, I can't make a son, we were going to get something clever, but it's like,
Yeah.
no, we can't make a son. And then he just makes a son.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's some good writing right there.
It's like, just take out that line then be like, okay, well, I've never done this before, but I guess, and then have him start saying the different elements that make up the sun as he does. You cut out the
Yeah.
one line about him saying, oh, I can't make a son. And that would have just made way more sense. But like, I was trying to be like, okay, can't make a son. What are we going to do this? He's going to create some like vitamin D tablets or something for him to take. Like, what's this going to be? And then he just makes a son. And I was like, okay, so you can.
So you lied.
Did you just not know you could? And you were like, because then the line should have been, I've never done anything like that before, but okay, I'll give it a shot. You know? Okay.
I don't know
Yeah,
why
but
it
they're
takes so long to come around. I mean, as soon as he's in the cell or they're in the cell together, like Superman is that guy's quickest way to getting to his kid.
Yeah.
Like that, his best option is like right there. But instead he just decides to poison him slowly, and just sit there crying.
Dude,
Like, what are you doing, dude?
I would have loved this Rex. Like, dude, you put Superman in here with me, and I control the kryptonite. Yeah, fuck you, Lex.
Right.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna make him stronger. I'm gonna make my little pocket son. Fuck you, bitch. He's gonna break out.
I've done that immediately.
So yeah, they're all out. Superman has to carry the baby. They free the dog, who instantly misbehaves because that's really funny. Also, we have a time limit because the portals can't be open that long because it just squishes the portal mechanics or something. Also, of course, all this happens exactly while Terrific and Lois have the portal open, so they can actually have an escape route. And also, Terrific finds them with his little balls. I call them balls now because I think balls are funny. And he just flies around, and one of the scout balls is getting eaten by the dog because the dog is a little rascal. He's an agent of chaos, and he just bites the fucking.
Yeah, that might be a thing that they could use later.
That is clearly a fucking setup, but it's fucking stupid, and I hate it. That's their setup for later. It's like, oh, see, this dude is a toy. I can write movies. God, I hate this movie.
Yeah, I think I might be moving towards hate too.
Then they get
Did we
attacked
get
by
to
the
where-
raptors now, who are here because they guard this. But Superman can't just annihilate them all at once because he has to carry that stupid fucking baby. And then he gets trapped in the antimatter, and he has to just have to keep up the baby so it doesn't get annihilated by the fucking anti-gravity matter river. And fuck.
This has been a problem, I think, throughout the movie. This is the scene where it's most egregious. Him ignoring his skill set. Where the fuck are the laser eyes?
He uses
Just
uses
fucking
that,
laser everyone to
He
shit.
does
It's
use
over.
them later, so he
Once.
definitely
Holy-
has them.
yeah, he uses
That's what I
it
mean.
once for the
He
last
never
guy.
uses it when it's intelligent. Yeah, that's what I mean. At the start, you have to establish why he's not utilizing. You have to write it. It's like having a fight scene and immediately having the gun taken out of the equation and fall off a cliff or some shit. So okay, it's out of the fucking picture. We can have a hand-to-hand now. You need to justify it. They never show me why he's not using his laser eyes. So every Superman fight scene, I'm so distracted by like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this?
I mean, for a while, I was assuming that it might be because he doesn't want to kill anybody, but then he uses his laser eyes and like hits like 5 of them with it in one spin attack. And
Makes
I'm
no
like, okay,
sense.
are those guys dead?
Yeah, he just doesn't use it.
Did you kill those guys just now?
You just go, "Bzz, bzz, 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 bzz." Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Easy. But no, he just gets
Or
yeeted.
put down
and
the
what I-
baby for a second and fight them really fast. You're Superman.
Yeah,
That's what I
put
liked
the
about my
baby on the
favorite,
ground and just punch them all and then get the baby back. You're fast.
Like, considering what he does during the kaiju battle, you can't convince me that once the thing is on the ground, he's incapable of protecting them.
yeah.
That's what I
Like,
liked about Homelander in
You
season
managed
1
to
is
take care of a
he would
squirrel, man.
Homelander would constantly do the things I wanted Superman to do, like actually be efficient, like go into a building and just fucking laser everyone, like because you can. You don't need to throw a punch, dude. Like and let you know, it's just more believable and it just makes it more enjoyable. You get
Well,
realistic
and again,
fights.
like that brings me to like the difference between Homelander and Superman. That makes sense if Superman's like, yeah, I have laser heat vision, but that is going to kill people, and I don't want to kill anybody. But then he uses it later on a bunch of people that don't seem to die from it. So it's like, okay, well, I guess the heat vision is non-lethal. So
Yeah.
they're like, I mean, what's going on with that? they don't really address it. It's just like, no, he uses it, and I guess we assume that those people don't die because he doesn't seem to really care about it afterwards, which for this Superman at least would affect him pretty seriously, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Before this scene, I was pretty like annoyed or baffled, like across the board. But here, I started like drifting out because it was just so insane everything that was happening on the screen. It's like all this psychedelic colors, and he's in a river that's like whatever the fuck it was, protons, and he's like stuck in it. He
voxels.
can't fly out. I guess I don't know why. I guess it's just the certain matter that he's trapped in. It's too strong. And he's holding this baby in one hand, and we got this weird tentacle monster. After that guy splashes everyone with his acid, and I'm just like, oh, dude.
I mean, like,
portals and shit.
I
Like,
heard you
it's
guys
too
mention it, but it's
too
like
much.
the anti-proton river or something like that. And doesn't Mr. Terrific specifically say that will annihilate any matter it touches?
Yeah, except when you're
So we're-
Superman, I guess.
Like, I mean, like the
or the
baby
people
is like
fighting
getting
him.
splashed by the protons or anti-protons. And I'm just like,
No.
wait, hold on. Why would we have him say that then? Why not have this just be a river of like little voxels that aren't really explained to the audience, and we can just assume, okay, it's not lethal, but it is strong enough to pull Superman. Like
Yeah.
I would have been able to do that math from this scene, but when you tell me it annihilates everything it touches, I have to be like, well, but not Superman, I guess, because Superman, like, as much as he's very strong, he is still matter. We still see him get hurt in this movie quite a bit.
They didn't even need the river whatsoever. All they had to do was say that he's weakened from kryptonite. He really fly, and he's completely out
Yeah.
of commission. Just
Yeah.
add the burn goo that they had on his face. Like we could have bought it. Instead, we have to have this Minecraft river, and nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Chicken.
Yeah, I hated, like, I've said this a few times, but I hate absolutely everything about the pocket dimension in this movie.
Oh, yeah, it's
Every
really
single moment, every frame, every character, every decision.
Well, speaking of, did we mention how Crypto is restrained and watching the squirrels? I can't remember.
Yeah,
if we
Cree
And
mentioned
did
that.
that. Okay.
Little squirrels
Yeah.
with the fucking capes on
Why'd
them.
they have capes?
Tiny
Yeah,
little
that's true.
capes.
I was in the kitchen when you said that. Yeah, why capes?
Is that
What's the point
some
of
weird reference? Isn't there like a Superman squirrel somewhere in the comic? Or is
There's a
that-
super squirrel in the comic. I'll bet money on it. I would not be shocked.
I feel like I've seen something like this before, and I feel like James Gunn was like, "That's smart. I'm gonna put
There's
that
a,
here."
I know that Marvel has a squirrel girl, which everyone hated until she popped up in Marvel Rivals, and is apparently pretty hot
Jesus
now.
Christ. I think it's a simple fix. Whoever said it earlier, make him crypto, whatever, the stupid dog being suffered by kryptonite, and
Yeah.
it would have been a more effective scene.
Don't fucking pussy out all
Well,
the time.
honestly,
Just
I
make
think
me-
that would have upset people too much. I think that's why they didn't do that.
Mhm.
To, like,
Well,
to
I
have the
heard there was
dog
a
being like,
statement. I think there was a statement where apparently there was going to be a scene where Ultraman punches the dog, and it made like the audience gasp, so they decided to take it out. But it's like you also had the engineer like effectively suffocate him
Yeah.
in like the first action scene in this movie, and like
yeah.
I feel like that made me go, oh fucking hell, as much as
Right.
him getting punched would.
Man,
No,
it's this
I
fucking
reacted
thing
the
where
same
they
way,
wanted.
but I think Kryptonite would have been even worse in that regard.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been too sad to watch that. So I think that's why they went with the fucking dumb squirrel thing.
It's just so boring. Like they always pussy out on being actually evil. Like if I would write a
Every time.
story and I do a test screening and I would hear the people gasp at a thing, I would be like, "Fuck yes, that's exactly what I
that's the
want them to
reaction
feel."
Do it. Imagine
I'm
7.
gonna-
Oh, we can't have the ending of 7. People will get upset.
It's
Fuck
this,
off.
Yeah,
dude.
like,
It's the
oof,
same
I don't
thing. I'm
know.
good.
People like
it's,
Gwyneth Paltrow at this point in history.
it's like in wrestling. You don't want no reaction. You want them
Exactly.
to boo you or to cheer you.
Yes.
You don't want them to sit on their ass and not do anything.
Exactly.
And
the
it's the
heel and
same-
babyface mentality
Exactly.
is completely ignored. It's so ignored.
I
You
don't
don't want dead silence. You want them to fucking show up. You're right.
And just
brother. You're right.
the thought of having someone react in a gasp in the movie would be like, yes, perfect. I
But
want to
no,
make
they
them
go soft
laugh.
in
I want to
every
make them
opportunity.
gasp. I want to make them cry. I want to make them shit themselves. I don't know.
That's it. But here's a fucking example. Mufasa's death in The Lion King. I rewatched a little piece for one of, I can't even remember which video. I think it was Lilo and Stitch. And I was like, fuck, I haven't watched this in like 30 years. This is still effective. This is still so effective. Does the effectiveness of that scene take away from the lighthearted parts of The Lion King or the jokes?
One of
or anything
Jeremy
like that?
Irons'
No,
best
you can
deliveries,
do both. You can do. It's not a sin for kids to feel something other than goofy comedy and nonsense. It's like they think everyone is fucking stupid and numb.
Yeah.
And just isn't thinking when they watch movies. I don't get it. Did you not grow up with movies, James? Aren't you not a film fan? Do you not like understand? I always say this all the time. Nothing pissed me off more when I was a kid than kids' movies. Movies that were just diluted stories. Where I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, you need to make everything stupid because you think I'm stupid. I get you. So I'd rather watch things that were older or more mature. But I don't know. That mentality seems to have been completely lost. Fucking like Gargoyles and X-Men. I love them because they didn't treat me like a fucking stupid kid. They actually explored interesting content.
Yeah. Someone in chat, Mootle dropping Mauler off the cliff. Long live the chunky one.
Long live the long man. Kind of trips you up because you're like, wait, am I saying long twice? It's sounding less cool than it was in my head.
So yeah, they go through this river which leads into a black hole because that's how that works, I guess. And they can't really get them. He whistles for Crypto, who's busy destroying balls, and then he gets around. But instead of helping them when he needs to, he just licks the baby like a dog. Because funny, we need funny right now. We don't, even though we want tension, we do funny. And then Metamorpho comes around. He tries to grab them, but that doesn't work. And they get almost sucked in by the black hole. But now they're off the river, and so he can use his super breath to blow them backwards, and he grabs the dog, and they all get freed, and now they're here. They're fine, I guess.
Where was that super breath the whole scene? Why didn't he do it immediately?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
I
This is
don't
what I mean about this fucker. I don't get his powers. I don't get why he doesn't use them. It's in addition to them, him being overpowered is not the issue with Superman. It's his powers being contradictive. He ignores them when they could be useful. I don't get it. I would rather just see him completely be overpowered and deal with these scenes in a way that makes sense than ignore your powers and not have to sit there and just be confused.
What I find weird
so
here,
annoying.
specifically here is, or just in general, they use the dog so many times to save Superman's ass. Like before this scene here, the dog actually gets someone off Superman, like one of the Raptors. But now that he's here and needs the help, the dog's just like, no, now I'm gonna be unruly, funny dog again. Which is weird, because I feel like the dog realizes when he's in danger, because later on the dog is like lying on his chest when he's recovering. So I don't even know what they want me to think what the dog is thinking.
there's no through line with the dog. It's just cute
Yeah.
scene, funny scene, save Superman, cute scene, funny scene, save Superman. There's no actual thought process behind it to follow.
The dog
one
is
of the
a
best
plot
written
device.
dogs.
It's just a plot
Do
device.
you remember? You can do it, but it's got to be set up. One of the best doggos in a movie was The Mask from '94. Jim Carrey's The Mask, Milo. Does anyone remember that doggo?
Yeah,
That dog
I
was
remember.
yeah. They established from the
Good dog
opening
was.
scenes, Milo was like Jim's late for work, and Milo's searching through the whole apartment to find this guy's keys. And like, there's so many little scenes throughout
Yeah.
the movie to set it up where it makes sense. I completely believe Milo. Fuck this guy, Crypto or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah.
I hate this dog. I fucking hate that dog, man.
But yeah, then they escape. They follow the other sphere, and they make it just through the portal, and then it crunches together. But they made it out! Hooray! Our heroes are safe, and they're escaped. And then they look at Superman's hands like, "What's this?" And that's kryptonite poisoning. It's like, "Oh, he'll be fine. Needs 1 or 2 days. Bring him to safety. Use the T-craft to bring Superman to safety." And now we do a thing that was I'm pretty sure was just ADR because we cut to them going to the ship, and we hear a Terrific say, "The controls are easy and intuitive."
Definitely,
That's like,
definitely.
what?
They fucked up. Like, here, take my flag saucer. Here's the bro. It's just like, this is what ADR to the rescue. Holy shit. The keys are easy and intuitive.
It's
Like,
so funny.
wow. Just slap in whatever line and it all makes sense, James. Don't
Yeah,
worry. We got
but then
you.
she still has trouble flying it, obviously. So
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, I mean,
Plug and play.
the idea that she almost crashes it even once makes that whole scene a giant problem.
yep.
I'm convinced that scene
Like-
was added afterwards because if you see the cast reaction to when she actually flies back up, dude's on his laptop, the other guy's smoking a cigar. Nobody is reacting as if they almost just died.
Yeah.
It's a complete joke that they just added in. It's so cheap, man. Cheap.
Also,
cheap,
the
cheap.
dog
I
is
mean-
being annoying again by just jumping on the lab. It's like, "Oh, see, I'm still here." It's like, you should have gone to the
Yeah.
fucking black hole, you piece of shit.
Lois, she gets sucked into a black hole for like the last 30 minutes. They just needed something to do for the scene. That's what it felt like to me.
I mean, like, it's
yeah.
almost like the joke they could have used is when she's first firing the thing up, she's like a little bit afraid, and then she's just instantly amazing at flying. It's just like, oh, yeah, I guess these controls are pretty intuitive.
Yeah.
But that's not as funny as having them almost die, which kind of makes it seem like, oh, maybe the controls are actually not very intuitive. He just thinks they are because he's really good with all this stuff. And Lois flying it is actually a very bad idea.
Yeah.
That's just we know they're
Because
not
that's
going to
sort of
die.
the
so
impression
it's-
we then got. Like,
the joke just doesn't work. Like we just know they're not going to die, and the way they portrayed it as well. If you want that joke to have any effect, you have to show the reaction on everyone's faces to just falling off a building. But they don't do that. They're literally calm as a cucumber. It's crazy.
We got to Lex, and he's very angry and starts yelling at people and throws things on the ground and then tells people to pick that up. Then they pick it up, put it on the table, and he pushes it back down again because he's comically evil right now and annoying and angry.
yeah.
Baby.
Also, for some reason, he yells at Engineer, who hasn't been around in this movie since the beginning, or since they've been in the fortress. And she wasn't in charge of anything in the pocket dimension or was there, so I don't know what the fuck she's gonna tell you after you ask her, "Why did he get out?" She's like, "I don't fucking know. I've been here the whole time. Shut up."
I know. I was completely. I never agreed with that character. Bro, like what did I do?
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. Yeah, and she's annoying, but yeah, I felt for her in that situation because she's just spazzing out over nothing. It just made him look so stupid.
Yeah. And he also yells at Eve, because she's dumb and takes more pictures. Then she goes into the server room or something.
I actually like that. You stupid bitch, get the fuck out of here. Throws a pencil at her,
Yeah.
and that's why she betrays Lex because Lex threw a pencil at her.
Yeah, for a
Like, this is
pencil
the-
and yelled at
Yeah,
her.
this is plot progression in Superman's fucking super. I'm just about to say Superman's James Gunn. That meme is like completely
And,
injected.
And then to do, as Metal was saying, and then to do the
Yeah.
industrial espionage, she goes into a closet.
Closet.
That is like right next to where all the people are.
Yeah,
and she
Ultraman
speaks
hears her talking to Jimmy on the phone,
I don't even
And-
think you would have had to be Ultraman to hear her. Like she's talking at just full volume, and it's
Yeah,
like,
I
man,
coulda walked
like,
by and heard
maybe
that shit.
you should have been be like, okay, I'm gonna go get a coffee, like,
Yeah.
and have her just leave the building. Maybe that would have made that work a little bit better. Yeah.
So yeah, but they hear her. She sends all the photos, and from some exposition goons later, we learn that Lex just thinks she sent sexy selfies to some guy, and then that's why he threw her into the pocket dimension, because he's that
Well, I mean,
petty. Like it's legit, like just some random goon guys. They're just like, man, the word goon has been destroyed, hasn't it?
yeah. I guess that's-
Yeah.
No, not be a movie. It was like because of gooning. No, okay, tough crowd.
oh, thanks for the reminder.
Anyway, that's what it is. So, but again, we have like fucking Jimmy. He's on the phone, and he's like, "That's it. I'm gonna send you all the information to take him down." And we see him in the Daily Planet, being like, "Yeah, okay." And she's like, "Okay, I'm just gonna send this to you if you hang out with me for a weekend." And he's just, as Marc already pointed out, he's like hesitating and stuff. And I'm just like, bro, this is life-changing stuff for
motherfucker.
you and more. Like, you don't even know this yet, but this is going to save the world that you have this information, pretty much. Like, this should have just been
Well,
an
I mean, I
instant
think
yes.
he-
Like,
he
oh, I
does
can
know
get
that
this.
It will, like,
I can
kind of
get this.
exonerate Superman. So at the very least, he's aware that like this will make it so that Superman will be free again and can therefore save the world. If not now, then presumably any number of times in the future when giant monsters attack this
Yeah.
city. But no, that you can't spend a weekend with a woman who likes you. That would be too much.
Like, just the career implication of this. Like, this is going to be headline news. You get this. This is going to maybe get you a big paycheck or whatever. Like, this is like an easy yes. Like, yeah, I'll hang out with you for a weekend. But then
Yeah.
again, like,
It's
I
not
don't
like
even.
she says, okay, then you have to marry me. Like that would maybe like, okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I could promise that, but a weekend? You have trouble agreeing to a weekend, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Come on.
And the thing
Stop
is,
it.
I don't even know why he's so annoyed by her anyway. Like, she seems annoying, like a stereotypical blonde, you know, as you do sometimes. But she isn't like malicious towards him or anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Like she just likes him a lot. That's
as
her
a matter
problem.
of fact, Jimmy is the one who saved her as mutant toes or something on her phone. Like, he's
Yeah,
being
he's
the
kind
dick.
of a dick to her.
Like, he's the dick here right now. And also, he's on the phone. The last thing he hears from her is no, and then gets the information, gets the pictures, and is like, looks at the phone of the bitch, like, oh man, just selfies. That's not gonna do anything. He doesn't call the police or anything.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to care.
Worse, when he talks to Lois in a bit, he describes it as, oh, the phone got cut off. I think she might have dropped it in a toilet or something.
Really, I'd missed that.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What a piece of shit. What the fuck?
I mean,
Yeah, he
yeah,
sucks.
people generally
I didn't
scream
notice
in
that.
horror saying no right before they drop their phone in the toilet.
That is fair, but
I mean, like,
Tone-
I don't think that's how they would actually. I think it would just be like, oh, fuck. And then that.
Yeah, it's joking.
Yeah.
Right?
You just hear mid-sentence, bloop. That's it. But like, for him to say that, just it's such
Yeah.
a
Because last
It's
week
very
we
true.
hear of her as no, clearly panicked, and she just barely gets out the message. So yeah,
one of my big pet peeves with dialogue writing and like a lot of shows and movies and stuff is like shit like this where something very obviously happened and yeah, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to
Mhm.
be like, yeah, maybe that person was an idiot and fucking dropped their phone in the toilet like the stupid idiot moron they are, as opposed to something might be wrong.
yeah, yeah. No, that's we're not doing that. She gets to rot in the pocket dimension until we're done with the story. Screw her.
you can only do that with characters. All these people are just surface. Do much with.
Yeah, I guess, but she's got weird toes, so fuck her.
Yeah. Also, thank you for the
That's
raid.
like the
Appreciate that.
justification,
Thank you very
James.
much. Let me see. Where was I? Oh yeah, we could talk about Jimmy and him being a piece of shit. So Lois brought Superman to the Kents, and he just chills there in his bedroom for a day, I guess. And then Lois talks to Jimmy on the phone, and she gets sent the selfies. She's like, "Oh man, that's not really a thing." And then, like, I kid you not, it's comical how the pictures are framed. So either she's actually like, Eve might have planned this from the get-go for some reason, or it's just very
I feel like she must
convenient.
have.
I feel it's just very convenient. The picture that Lois sees is a selfie of her, and in the background there's just a card of John Bohr with the two sides cut in half. Is like, goes to the Gherkin guy, and this goes to Mr. Luther. It's just like this cut up.
Yeah, that's where you get the name of the country being like Luthoria or something like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like to give Eve the character a little bit of credit, I feel like this had to be her plan, because when she says, "I'm going to give you everything you need to take down Lex," this is the like file package that she sends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
like
what I
she knew
thought.
she had this and that it would be that powerful. So yeah, I'm going to
I
assume
actually
that.
kind of like that because. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was saying, Led. I think that like maybe she's a little bit smarter than she
Yeah.
seems. That like she was
Mhm.
thinking like, okay, if I'm ever in trouble, I might need something that can take this guy down so that I don't end up being stuck in a pocket dimension forever.
Yeah, and someone
That
pointed this out
actually
in
one
the
of my
chat as
favorite parts of
well.
the
Like,
movie.
the framing is sometimes really funny because she's lying on top of a desk with like documents right next to her, perfectly
Yeah.
readable. Unfortunately, this completely ruins Lex for even
Yeah.
allowing this at all. Because
It-
all
it-
she
it
does
makes
while she's
him
around is like,
unbelievably
"Ooh, a selfie! Ooh, 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 ooh." It's like, oh,
That's what I
can you-
mean. Those selfie scenes were annoying the fuck out of me, but recontextualizing them as her game plan or like the strategy, I think it's pretty cool. It's one of the best things this movie did. But at the exchange of destroying Lex, even like it's not.
Yeah.
And I think
Just like-
that's what like I guess the intention seems to be that her seeming like dumb blonde who doesn't have anything between her ears is the reason why Lex didn't care. Like he didn't pay her
Yeah.
any mind. It's just like, okay, whatever. Like,
That needs to
stupid
be
girl.
fleshed out. There's
She's around
something
because
there.
she's hot.
There's something that he doesn't even interact with her throughout the movie. If we got a sense of their dynamic and how she is able to let him get his guard down, I think, yeah, it could have worked. I just fucking, we got some of the best Tywin scenes through Arya and him talking, because just something about her demeanor just kind of disarmed him, and we got a little bit of a soft side to him. Just a simple scene like that with Lex and this chick could have been more effective to seeing how she could have effectively gotten his guard down to the point of taking out, literally ruining him, you know? But they didn't do anything. I don't even really remember anything with acting other than the pencil and telling her to shut up. But I don't know. Could have definitely improved the scenes if they did something.
Well, Superman is hanging out, having a little sleepy sleep, while Lois goes back to the news station. Oh wait, before we go back to that, Lex is angry and it's like, "Oh, we don't know where Superman is, so
Oh, yeah.
we just make a reason and create intentionally a rift between dimensions, so he has no other means as to coming wherever that is. So now we do it." And the little scientist guy is like, "But that's dangerous. We gotta kill everything." But Lex says, "Oh, we can just stop it by putting in coordinates, right?" And the scientist man says, "Well, that's just theoretical." It's like, "Well, that's good enough for me." And then she starts it. And the funny thing is, that doesn't even matter because in the end, they just stop it anyway. So the whole being theoretical is not even the point we explore. It's just like, now it works. So, yeah. I guess they did
really
good theory.
I hated that a spatial tear in the middle of the planet was the final threat, because it was just like, we need Superman to stop this. I'm like, what the fuck is Superman gonna do?
Exactly.
What are you
Is he
gonna
gonna
do?
punch
I
on
was
the fucking
100%
rift?
Punch the
expecting him
ground?
to just hold it with his hand for some reason. Because, hey, this is Superman. We're doing the whole, like, powerful thing, right? It's like, no, he's going to fight Ultraman in a bit. It's like, oh, but what about the tear? That's the funny thing. At some point, Superman is where Lex wants him, but he doesn't stop the tear and just causes more damage for absolutely no reason. So
Yeah.
that's really cool.
When like Lex also should be like, yeah, I kind of want this planet to not be destroyed. 'Cause
Yeah.
I
Is there
live
ever a
here."
moment of his saying, "Dude, you're fucking crazy. What are we doing? Like, this is what we're for." They
I
just
mean,
seem
there
to be
is
there having fun.
the guy with the glasses and the mustache, right? Like he's
Mhm.
like, "Look, I'm stopping the terror," and then Lex keeps like threatening him. He's like, "Look, man, like I've got a family. They live on this planet. Don't yours? Like don't any of the things you care about, things you like to do, restaurants you like to go to, aren't they on this
Did he have an
planet that
answer?
you
'Cause I
maybe
feel like I
don't
was
want
just-
torn in half by a black hole?"
I must have been tuned out by that point because I don't remember what was Lex's response. What was his thought process?
Oh, that doesn't come up. That's something that Marc just said
yeah.
that should have happened.
Yeah, no,
I thought
it's
you were
just-
describing a
No, it's
like,
just the classic thing where Evil Man is like, I'm gonna just let the world die. It's like, yeah, but you live on that world and you can't breathe in space, so
Well, I was trying to picture this scene. Like, man, this sounds like a decent scene. I should go back and what? No, you're just giving me a hypothetical.
yeah.
What's worse than that is that they lampshade it because Buddy with glasses is like, oh yeah, we won't have a place to land on once we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's upset by it, but he's still like just not doing anything.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Superman wakes up at home. He's feeling a bit better. The dog is lying on his chest. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
And then he has a little talk with his dad, and it's just good old Superman fashion Kent's dad, where he gives him some advice. That doesn't matter what the message of your parents said. We raised you, and it's your actions that matter in the end. And you did very good, and I'm very proud of you. And it's all very emotional, and it's fine. It's fine. He didn't tell him to kill children potentially, so that's a big step up.
I was going to reference that. I was going to say it's not a high bar to cross, but I'm glad he didn't say to let children die.
I mean, I again, like Brooks did bring up the idea that it's like, well, maybe it's just because the last Jonathan Kent was so
Exactly it.
Yeah.
narratively horrible.
That's what I'm saying. This new guy, he did a good job, but he's getting way overpraised because that psychopath that he's replacing. So.
Well, I mean, like I was going to finish saying,
You
but
can't
with that,
forget that.
with that said, though, this was still my favorite scene in this movie. Like I
could totally see
did
that.
like it quite a bit.
Same here,
I
yeah.
thought that
Competition is slim.
This is what I mean. This is what I'm saying. I said that from the beginning. I never disagree.
Yeah, I know.
It's the
Fine,
best
fine.
scene. It's well acted and everything, but it's almost like, man, the most basic scene that we should expect in a superhero film, a moment with him and his father, is the best scene in a superhero movie in 2025. Fucking hell, man. Like, that's a failure. That is a massive failure. I said the same thing about Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
C-3PO's jokes being the best part of that movie in a Star Wars finale is that's how you fucked up. So
I mean, I guess like
it's
Thunderbolts
getting-
is the only other one on the board, but yeah, I'd say it's the best scene in a superhero movie in 2025, at least as far as the ones I've seen. Like, are there any others?
I'm fighting for this. I've ripped this bitch apart for 2 years. Ironhead scene in isolation, it shouldn't even exist based on the story they were telling us. But if just that scene alone, I think it's the best Disney plus Marvel scene. I honestly think that. And this is someone I fucking despise Ironheart. I fucking hate this character with a fiery passion. But the Ironhead scene was excellent. It was good. Like, I feel like anyone who doesn't mention that when they're discussing Ironheart is being totally disingenuous. She could have worked. She could have worked. I'm saying it here.
Yeah.
But I've just got the I've not seen Ironheart excuse, which, you know,
It's
I
not
think that's
worth
reasonable.
watching, but in isolation, that scene is actually really effective. Like, for a father, like, showing the family dynamics. See, it's on par with any of the scenes with the elements you needed to take Ironheart, but they made her an entitled psychopath instead. That scene in isolation is what she should have been. And this scene in isolation is what she should have been more a part of.
So Brooks, you're cutting out a little bit.
Oh crap! How much was I saying there? Which part?
Oh, it's just a couple of words.
No,
we could still hear what you were saying. It was just cutting out.
To sum it up, the Ironhead scene was excellent, and it was a representation of what that show should have been. This scene was good, but it's something that should have been a part of this movie almost regardless, and it should have been a much bigger part.
Yeah.
It should have been something they incorporated throughout rather than saving it for the little flash, the montage at the very ending. It was strange.
Well, I'm looking
Strange
for the
choice.
Ma and Pa Kent show on HBO Max.
Well, one thing the trailers did I didn't like was, you know, at the end, I mean, we'll get to it, but they have that montage of the Clark as a kid with his parents. Like they put shots of that in the trailer as if there's gonna be a part of the movie where it's like kid Kent, or you know, growing up on the farm,
Wow.
and
I didn't
that
see
annoyed me
cheat.
to see that it was all just for home footage at the end, basically. So yeah, I would have liked more stuff on the farm. Yeah.
For sure.
Cheating. It's cheating.
So,
Well, we
well,
know who Superman is. We don't need to see that again.
Yeah.
after that
Right.
is done, on the good old television, they see that Jarnpur gets invaded, and well, the conflict gets put in a very different light because now, as I said earlier, we just straight up see a full-on military complex fighting people with shovels and stones and
Yeah.
pitchforks. So
With
I'm
no-
not even entirely sure what the whole point of the scene was, where they talk like, this is much more complicated because, you know, I was expecting just, you know, a conflict, two military presence that, you know, fight each other. But this looks like a fucking military squad or military, well, complex, I said complex already, just invading some village that has nothing. So now we,
Yeah.
because now it's
There was,
basically like, yeah, this is good country, this is bad country. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess the whole thing where we talked about there might be some more issues with this, that doesn't matter anymore.
Yep. All the ambiguity of this conflict is like it's almost over the second that initial Clark and Lois conversation happens.
Yeah.
Like we hear once that the guy running Jaronpur, or the name I keep on forgetting. We hear once that guy is a tyrant and that like maybe he's oppressing the people who live there. And
Yeah.
we never get a newsreel footage of him saying crazy stuff. We never see him mistreating his people. It's just nope, they're just all good men, and
Mhm.
we should be sad, and the other side is evil, and that's it.
I think it's a bitch
Yeah.
move the way they portrayed it straight up.
Yeah.
It's just, like the choice of having like a little boy raising up this Superman flag surrounded by peasants without any proper weaponry while being invaded by some people with guns and full military outfits and tanks and everything is like, that's a bitch move. Like, did you want ambiguity? Say, oh, fucking stroke here, or did you want a evil country versus good country? Because you can do just evil versus good country.
yeah,
That's
I gave
fine
us
by
our
me.
answer.
But why are you pretending like there's a question of why if Superman should have done this or not? Because if you would ask the vast majority of people about this conflict in this universe here, it's like, yeah, there's like people with full military outfits versus people with shovels and guns. Like, oh yeah, no, Superman, that was actually pretty good of him because there was no way they could have done anything, obviously.
Yeah.
It's not,
Yeah.
because the way they portrayed the beginning is like, oh, you took the side of this one because people would have died and they were maybe like on the downside, like they didn't have like as many weapons or much smaller things or whatever. But this was just straight up, yeah, military versus people from the streets.
Yeah.
It's much more of a victim versus bully kind of dealio instead of two nations fighting each other
Right.
or
Yeah.
two countries. So yeah, it's a bitch move. I found that upsetting when I saw this. It's like, oh, that's bullshit. So all the things you told me earlier is just fucking bollocks.
I mean, again, like maybe it is relevant to bring this up because of how much internet commenting plays a critical role in this movie.
Right.
But like the Twitter chatter that I mentioned, I glanced at, I did not engage in at all, about like this being an allegory for conflicts that are currently happening in the real world. I remember seeing one comment, and granted, this is a like anecdotal because it's one chatter on the internet. It's not that big a deal.
Right.
Saying it's so refreshing to see that James Gunn is taking a clear stance and not trying to do any of this both sides bullshit. And I'm like, yeah, but the most interesting part of the conversations around the conflict was at the beginning when he did actually kind of try to bring up the other side. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like that
Yeah.
actually made it so that Superman had something to wrestle with, and they just did nothing with it. And like, I don't necessarily think it's better that you just pick a side. If like, I mean, again, I don't even necessarily think this was intended to be a specific real world allegory, because the idea of there being like a superior military force nation trying to just take over one that it can easily take over is not specific to any individual conflict. That's just a thing that happens in the world,
Yeah.
right? The thing that makes it interesting is Superman's either ability to, or no, what would be the word? How right he would be if he inserted himself into a conflict like that
Exactly.
without any kind of oversight from like other governments in the world, or like things that prevent our society from having America just say, yeah, we're super powerful, so just anything that we think is good or bad, we're just going to do that, and if you don't like it, we're just going to bomb you.
Yeah.
Like, which, I mean, maybe some people might argue that that's what they do, but like, look, if that were the case, America would be in constant wars with everybody all the time. Like that is not how it works. It's much more complicated than that. But yeah,
I'm a bit torn on
sometimes
this.
things are
I
more
mean,
complicated.
I agree that like the whole discussion around it is there's a bunch of stupidity.
Yeah.
But like we were talking about earlier, like the idea of nations at war in the world of Superman and Superman intervening in some way, that is an interesting idea to explore. And you know, there's always going to be periods of time where one nation is warring with another. On the other hand, I did find it a bit distracting, and I couldn't help but think, is this a Russia-Ukraine thing? Is that what James Gunn is thinking here? Like, but I just didn't let it bother me. I just like it was just there in my awareness. And
I mean, I
just
think it's
set it
perfectly
aside.
natural to have that thought, of course.
Yeah.
Because that's just on the news. You know about it. It's recent. It's current. So you see
Right.
this like, maybe there's something there. But then
And
if
there
you
is
go, if you
always going to be
just-
something current, right? So like,
yeah.
whatever.
But then
it
you
is.
just also you have to just like, okay, in the end, it is just a movie. So I'm just gonna judge it for that. If you want to do a message there, I don't know, whatever message they think this was supposed to be, they didn't do it well either way. If it was based on real or not real stuff. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think that's perfectly natural.
Yeah. I think it's easy to take it as James Gunn not really trying to make a comment on it one way or the other, but the fact that it's there and that stuff is happening in the world currently, that you know, it's also not surprising and annoying that people will be like, hey, yeah, James Gunn's on our side, he agrees with us.
That's unfortunately where it always fucking goes to. It's like, see, he likes this side and not that one. And it's like,
and I mean,
okay.
the truth is, like, geopolitical conflicts are a little bit more complex than what is ever going to be tackled in this kind of superhero movie, especially
Oh, of
this one.
course.
Like it's there's more to it than that, you know, like, and there's more questions to grapple with, especially when you're talking about other countries intervening, or in like the case of this movie, or in like any superhero movie where questions like this are tackled. What does it mean for a superhero to intervene in this kind of situation? And that, like, I guess the thing I liked about it the least is that they just didn't seem to want to do enough with that question. He kind of drops it. It's like, well, yeah, it turns out actually evil Lex Luthor plan all along, so it doesn't matter. It's like, well, I don't know. That's what about the next one, right? Like, what about the next conflict?
We can talk about
Not
the
every
same...
conflict is going to be Lex Luthor's evil plan, you know?
Also in this one, the Justice Gang just involves themselves in here. Does anyone care about that later on? I don't think so. Not if we go by the movie. That just happens. Then we're just like, yay, Justice Gang, hooray.
Well, and then especially because Hawkgirl makes it very clear that she's like, yeah, I'll just flat out kill.
Oh yeah,
the
she just
leader of
fucking
this country.
kills the president guy. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
I thought that was a bit dark for that to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, it might have been kind of interesting if we got more of Hawkgirl and understood like where she's coming from, but it's just like, well, no, I guess, like, is it just this person she's okay with killing, or is she constantly killing people?
Yeah, it's okay because
I guess, like, when it's the kaiju thing at the beginning, like, I guess, yeah, she's okay with killing Godzilla, but, you know, I guess you probably should be.
Yeah.
It's a little different
fact-
when you're just like, I'm going to execute this world leader because I don't like him.
Yeah. I mean, M8 points
I'd
it out.
rather they-
Probably M8 points it out in chat, probably a bit jokingly. It's like it's okay because Lois writes an article. The thing is, I think they think that's okay. Like, I think the movie thinks that, yeah, no, we cut it. They did the article. He's evil, but it's like, no. This is the thing is, you still have the question looming. It's like, okay, this was a conflict. They involved themselves. And I think they do like an offhand comment at the end when everything is done, where two or three people from the Pentagon meetings are like, see, now the meta-humans control everything with their power. We can't really do anything. And that's like all the commentary they have about this.
Yeah, it's like that's a pretty big deal, man.
Yeah.
Like that effectively just takes all of the power away from world governments and puts it in the hands of individuals. And if you're going to address that in your movie, I think like you need to kind of make that the whole thing your movie is about, which is why like Civil War is one of the best MCU movies because there's a genuinely interesting question at the core of it.
Yeah.
And the two people fighting on either side are both people that we like. So it's not necessarily immediately clear who anyone should be rooting for.
Yeah, because they all
Team
want,
Cap, though. Team
in the
Cap
end,
all
they
the way.
all want to do good. And even when they separate, you still have them have a means to talk to each other because Steve sends Tony like a phone. It's like, hey, if anything goes like super bad and you need my help, fucking call me. So, yeah, it's just it's such a good movie. It's so good.
Glorious.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
actually
okay.
surprised
you
to
can just
hear
touch
that,
on it
'cause-
a little bit in
'cause,
this movie and say
Like,
keep your
I thought
plan.
you and the EFAP guys would like not like that movie because of the dumb shit, like that big airport fight and shit
Civil
like
War.
that.
How-
Civil
what-
War is
why
like
is
one
it
of
dumb?
is probably our favorite MCU movie.
Yeah, I
really?
think it's the best
Wow.
MCU
Yeah.
movie.
Civil War
But
is
why
excellent.
why is the airport fight dumb other than just not liking it? They
Well,
all have a
it's
reason
like
to
if-
be there.
'Cause, I mean, I remember thinking if I saw that on TV, like all these superheroes are supposed to be on the same side, then they're all just fucking fighting each other in their outfits.
When I saw the poster for Civil War, I remember laughing at it. Wow, that's how far the MCU all in. They got Iron Man and thing fighting each other. Like, this is so stupid and goofy. Watching it and realizing they all have a motivation and a reason to fight on each side, and like every single one of them, and it's in line with their history in the MCU. I thought it was like brilliant in terms of writing. If the fight doesn't work for you, that's one thing, but the motivations is what sells that fight for me. Everyone is on board. Reason.
No, I get the ideological divide. That's fine, but then it's just they're all in costume, just punching each other on the tarmac for a while, until eventually they're just like, "Hang on, guys, come on."
Well,
And it's just
no,
like, yeah.
they're
That's-
trying to.
it ends with Rhodey almost getting paralyzed. There's a dramatic payoff for it.
Yeah, there
And
is a
them
dramatic
punching
payoff,
each other
and-
makes sense in the fact that they're not trying to kill each other. Like I think
And-
there's aspects of it that work for that reason. So
Well, and they also didn't just meet up there to fight. Like they're trying to get somewhere, and the other side's trying to stop them from going anywhere.
yeah, there's a goal.
So, like, it's not like they decided, okay, meet me behind the schoolyard, and we're gonna have a little scrap.
And
Slumpy
T'Challa's
Joe.
trying to
Right.
T'Challa's
in
trying
and
to
fucking
kill
your mom.
Bucky. They're not just punching each other. T'Challa's literally trying to kill Bucky. He just can't get his hands
Yeah.
on him. And it ends with like I get your point in terms of the tonal aspect if it doesn't work for you, but the fact that it ends with Rhodey almost dying and having like legit repercussions from this, he almost gets paralyzed. Like there's
No,
Oh,
I
I think
agree.
he
That's
does.
a grave scene. Yeah, it's sad.
He does get paralyzed, right? Because he's wearing like mecha legs for the rest of the
yeah, pretty
MCU.
much.
Well, or he becomes a Skrull, you know?
I didn't so,
After Civil
I'm not-
War is
I'm
when
not
it becomes
acknowledging that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Slumpy
yeah,
just
I
pointed
almost-
out in the chat and made me sad. So I had to take you
Yeah,
with
it's
me in my hole of sadness. Talking about the hole of sadness, we're not done with this movie yet.
No.
Wait, where did we stop? Wait, I scrolled too far. Oh yeah, the conflict. I was talking about the conflict. So yeah, he sees that, it's like, oh shit, I need to go there, and the mom is like, I'll clean your boots. I'll go get it for you. But then also Terrific
cute.
comes around and is like, hey, there's like this crazy rift. I need your help. It's like, well, I can't do that. They're invading Jahanpur. It's like, well, there won't be one if you don't come here. And the whole time, as you guys already said as well, it's like, I don't know what Superman is supposed to do here, but sure. he decides to go there, but he also calls it a favor from the other ones, so they go check out the conflict in a little bit. Metropolis gets evacuated, they just all go around, and it's so crazy. And of course, with all this happening, this crazy... I can't believe I have to say this in the first iteration of this new DCU, but we already have this problem because he's been around for 3 years. We established metahumans exist. Where is everyone else? Batman would show up for this. If Batman would hear about the fucking rift in the planet, it was like, I'm gonna check this out and help. Right? How are we doing this in the first iteration of this?
Nah, he's too busy to help.
I'm losing my mind. This is supposed to be like a fucking new beginning, the new one. And I already have to ask these stupid fucking questions that I have to ask in Marvel Phase 5.
I mean, again, this is the problem with the big shared universe idea. That if you're not like really strict about what has happened, what the established rules are, what the characters are capable of, what they do, all that stuff matters. Or else you shouldn't do a shared universe. You just have it be like kind of like the Batman, the Matt Reeves, Christopher Reeves Superman, the Matt Reeves Batman movie was, where it's just like there's no other superheroes other than Batman, and I guess maybe Catwoman, if you call her a hero in that movie, right? And like, while that movie's got its own issues, trying to square away a whole bunch of rules about how this world works isn't one of them. And it's just so bizarre that it's almost like this movie had the perfect opportunity to be like, okay, we're going to set all our own rules. But then they start it with like making it so that they've got a whole bunch of rules to contend with and just the audience has no way of understanding them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the worst of both worlds. And I'm pretty surprised that that's what they ended up doing with this, because a clean slate is a wonderful thing if you utilize it, right? But no, I guess not.
So Lois and Jimmy show Perry, who is like the boss of the Daily Planet. It's like, here, we have worked out all the things with Luthor. This is all happening while the others are evacuating, but those 4 or 5 that are still here, they're just hanging out. I don't know, maybe this is not their first evacuation. I don't fucking know. I don't care. It's stupid. They show him all the stuff, like, here, see, this is all going on. They tell him that, he's an insider. He gave the fucking guy Bavaria, fucking whatever. He gave him all this fucking shit in exchange for half of Jahanpur so he can be a king, and he gets like all this investment back just because of all the oil there, and he wants to build some utopian city or something, whatever. He wants to do that. Also, he's basically behind everything that has been happening as a means to stop Superman, including the rift that's currently creeping towards them. And then they go to the flying saucer while also saying to close the story and post it, while the rift is wrecking Metropolis. It's pretty cool, right? Are you excited yet?
I hate everything about the rift, if I mentioned that.
Alrighty.
So yeah, they just go into the plane while posting the thing on the internet, so now it goes its rounds. They also almost crash with the aircraft while they're all in there, but they don't, because it's just comedy, baby. Superman arrives and he saves some peeps. Hooray, saving people. That's awesome. He talks to Terrifics like, well, I can't hack this thing. It's not hackable. I don't know why he thought he could hack the rift in the floor, but he tried, I guess. Good on you, Mr. Terrific. And I was like, oh.
Well, I mean, he does do a bunch of hacking on the portals that even being 1% off on your calculations could end up destroying the world.
Well,
So
at least he had machines to hack there. In this one, he just does things to the rift, and apparently he tried to hack it. I don't know how. Maybe he tried to hack the first thing where it came out. I don't know.
When you're such a good hacker that you can hack the very fabric of our reality.
Oh, dude, he's terrific, you could say.
Yeah,
my
I mean,
God.
honestly, that would be objectively a terrific thing to be able to do.
Was like, well, Lex must have the means to do that, so go and check him out. But before they can do that, Engineer and Ultraman are here, and we have to do the boss fight. Whoop whoop. So basically now Superman is here where he needs to be for Lex to do his thing, but for some reason he doesn't turn off the rift. So that's just splitting shit in half, including his own tower of his company. But no worries, he can detach the station he's in because it's actually a little airship with all the things in there, self-contained energy and everything. How does it work? Stop asking questions. And then they obviously do the fight, more of the weird number attack combo shit. We already talked about this, how stupid this is with all the delay. They should just use an AI or a fucking controller or just sit there and observe cautiously.
Damn guy an Xbox controller, and that's all you need to do. Like,
Yeah.
There's one thing I wanted to mention quickly, and this ties back to Mr. Terrific's powers.
Mhm.
He gets pretty hit pretty hard into the dirt there.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if he's a normal human who's just hyper intelligent and has technology, he's probably fucking dead.
I don't know. You ever played Metal Gear Solid 4?
No.
Well, nanomachines can do some pretty crazy shit. Just trust me on
Nanomachine,
that
son.
one. Yeah, like
Well, yeah, I could
think that's what
excuse
they
it
said he
if
put
he
in.
has that.
That must be it, because the scene that you mentioned earlier, punching people and whatnot. He looks like he has power, so
Yeah.
it must be that.
But yeah, he is out of the picture. They land in like a stadium or something, and he gets to fight them. He kind of tosses around the engineer while Ultraman is dodging shit, so she's unconscious for now. Like he does like a fucking spinning jump attack, like Kratos with his blades, but it's cheese to blades.
Yeah.
uh,
And again, too much VFX here. It just looked all
Yeah.
very.
yep.
This is the epic
Phony.
shot, the epic scene where he gets kicked in the balls. So that's one of his program things that he was able to use here. Pretty cool.
I'm
And
glad they keep working this into fucking every property ever. I love seeing characters get fucking kicked in the balls for no reason.
it's really
Yeah, how many
funny.
MCU or just superhero things in general?
Oh
have
boy,
done
they
that
coming.
just over
Coming
and
to
over
get
and
ya.
over. Yeah, I
Oh my
swear to
God.
God. Wait a second.
But yeah, the Superman can't cope with his epic numbers game punching thing. He still doesn't realize the cameras himself. For now. So now their plan is to use the nanomachines from Engineer to fill his lungs and eyes and brains and whatever crevice they also find to suffocate him. And now...
What?
Huh?
Sorry, just quickly. One of the things they mention here is that the nanomachines are able to nullify his laser vision. Fucking how?
Because they said so. Stop asking questions, I said.
Because that's one
I
of the
think at
things
one
that
point they
irritated the
say
shit
that
out of me. Like,
they've like entangled his optic nerve. Don't they say that at one point about this? Am I making that up?
I remember a screen where things go towards the brain, so maybe they can do that. That's the only thing I got as well.
maybe, but he also let them cover his eyes and just didn't use it before they got to that point, before they got to his brain or up, like, within his eyes, you know?
Yeah,
He just doesn't use it when he should use it. The whole movie. It's frustrating.
yeah. They don't even show him trying to use it. They just say
Yes.
things, and then I guess Superman just knows without trying. So this,
Like, if they try to block it, like with the goo or whatever, like that's something. But they just don't. You just forget. Honestly, you could forget he has laser.
yeah.
Yeah,
Also, another
jump
thing
scare
pointed out
when
in
he does-
chat: he doesn't use the super lungs to push it out before it's too late, or freeze
Nope,
them or
doesn't-
something.
Doesn't use his powers. This
Yeah.
guy cares so much about the comic books accuracy that he's willing to do Guy Gardner's stupid haircut, but he doesn't remember Superman's powers. Like it's so weird.
Metal
the
yeah,
things that he
it's
chooses to focus on.
Caring about the aesthetics is the thing. It's the way that
Yeah.
you trick a lot of people by being like, look, Mr. Terrific has the weird T thing on his face, just
Yeah.
like in the comics. Guy Gardner
Sup-
has a dorky haircut, just like in the comics. It's like, okay, but how come Superman can't use heat vision?
Yeah.
But he
Yeah.
also can, but just he doesn't a lot of the time. Fuck you, shut up.
He's got these big fucking disgusting red diapers, but like they can't remember like his basic power.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know, because that's one of the coolest things about him, of just having like a legit skill set that he should have mastered after all these years. So he should be doing it in creative ways throughout all of his fights, and he's just flying around punching people. That's why I find this guy so boring. Personally,
I mean,
I'm just not. A
like,
big
I guess
Superman fan.
that's kind of the thing that I guess I'm gonna give Snyder some more credit here. That like at least in the Justice League movie, once that's definitely not the case. But once in the Justice League movie, which I didn't particularly like, but once Superman shows up, conflict is essentially over. Right? Like, I mean, he at the very least, they just established that, like, look, Superman can just kind of handle this shit. So, like, all we have to do is make it so that he is like in the picture, and that's kind of it. Whereas this Superman, it's like he is constantly forgetting about his powers and not using them, or using them too late, or doing things in a way that seems, because like even with the nanomachines, once he starts like flying up into space, I thought his whole thing was that he was just going to fly high enough to like suffocate the engineer who's controlling the nanomachines, and then they would just all fall out. But instead, it's like he goes all the way up and then appears to fall, and then it's like she's like, "Oh well, I can't take an impact that's this fast going to the ground."
Yeah, makes you
And it's
wonder
like, off the bat-
what was even the plan initially by Superman? Just fly up and then what?
Well, I think that the plan was to slam into the ground, but my problem with that was, okay, so you're killing her then.
No, but that doesn't
Like,
even
yeah.
make any sense. She's not attached to him when he starts flying up. That happens while he's flying up. So he
Well,
flies
I mean,
up, then he attaches. What was the plan
Maybe
before?
like if he
Oh
gets
yeah,
far
fuck, you're right. She's not even on him when she's in it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
He's just
Maybe if
dipping.
he flies high enough into space, she loses connection with the nanomachines. Like,
See,
because I mean, like theoretically, he should be able to get to the moon in like 3 seconds.
yeah.
Like Superman is supposed to be very, very fast.
I also thought he
but-
would just use, the friction of going back into atmosphere and just burn it off by falling down.
Yeah,
but that's not a
that could
thing
work
at
too.
all.
It's crazy. Everyone had different theories.
Yeah.
That would have been better than what they actually did. I've heard so many, and it's just like, oh my God.
And like, I mean, I think the bigger question is like, okay, well, like, why was this how you decided to settle this conflict? And I don't have a good answer for that. Like some of these things, it's just like, well, it might be kind of cool if he flies up really high into the air and then slams down into the ground. And even like, I mean, okay, assuming that even she attaches to him on the way up and isn't attached there, it's still like, okay, well, I mean, so she can't absorb an impact like that,
Mm-hmm.
but also it just knocks her unconscious. Like Superman isn't at all worried that he might have just murdered this person. That
They don't
like,
even address it.
yeah, like,
She should be
and
dead.
like, I mean, I guess the only difference between that and like the killing Zod thing is like, well, he I guess just somehow knew that it wouldn't kill her, even though the action he did could have very well killed a person.
Mm-hmm. No.
It's just
Like,
like there's just so much that is contradictory and just like it doesn't make sense. And like that's what's just frustrating about almost every single action scene in this movie.
Yep. By the
regarding
way-
his powers,
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
there's regarding his powers, there's the parts where he should be using it and he doesn't, and that happens a bunch. It's almost like he's like just getting used to his powers or something. It's like he's not even aware that he has them sometimes, and
With that-
I'm surprised that there's not more use of them when Clark is just being Clark. You know what I mean? Like Smallville, for example, he would use his heat vision to toast his bread and stuff like that, or
He shaved.
I don't know,
shaved
like
with it.
using his chill breath to cool a beer down or something like that.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see more.
There's some
stuff
charming,
like that, too.
charming
It's
day-to-day
fun,
stuff.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, X-Men does that a lot, and just a lot of super media or just even anime and what. But Superman, even though he has these powers, you never seem to see him. And even in battle, when you really should, like
Yeah.
his life is on the line. Frustrating
There's
to
even a
watch.
scene pretty early on in this movie where he is making toast around a person who is aware that he's Superman.
Yeah.
The scene where he made breakfast for Lois, we should have got a whole montage of powers to make things.
Right.
It could have
yeah.
took 30 seconds.
Oh, if he would have had more things with the Kens, his parents, where he does like things with his powers, could have easily done that
Yeah.
there. Cool down the beer for his dad or something. There's so many ways you could have done it, but they just didn't because fuck
And we
it.
see a lot of flying, but I don't really see him like running around super fast. And I was expecting one scene at least where he's just Clark Kent and he has to do something where he's got to act fast and like run and do the thing and run back before anyone notices. And then he would be like, "Well, what happened there?" You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like the older movies did that too. Like
For some reason,
So much fun.
mentioning things like that immediately makes me think of SpongeBob, where they have like superpowers or something. It's like, I can run really fast. I can run up this hill back in here. And then there's like a little pause. It's like, should I do it again? Nothing happens. I've never seen a lot of SpongeBob. That fucking stuck with me. Found it hilarious. Should I do it again?
Early SpongeBob had some good jokes.
It's good stuff. So while he's covered in nano goop, they think, okay, we got this covered. Call the terror president to invade the peoples. And he legit just tells his soldiers to pave the blood with the other people's blood. I was like, oh, pave the floor with the blood, not the blood.
Yeah.
With blood.
Again, yeah. So
how should
it's
we
like
pave the
that
blood?
world
With
leader,
more blood.
More blood.
That world leader just deciding, yeah, I'm not even going to try to pretend to the world that I'm the good guy in this conflict. I'm going to be talking like a crazy person who just wants to murder for the sake of it.
Yeah, he does like a whole speech about killing everybody. It's pretty cool. But yeah, they start the invasion because Superman can't interfere anymore. We already talked about the weird plan with the nano stuff, but it works somehow. It turns out to be alright, and he just pukes and pulls out the goop. And then we see Ultraman is a clone of Superman. What? And that's how he got into the fortress. They immediately say that because they think you're retarded.
It was Bizarro all
Oh
along.
my god. And they just kind of beat each other up, blah, 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 the whole fucking input thing. At some point, Lex says, oh, see, brain beats brawn, while using inputs to beat the shit out of Superman. So,
Yeah, well,
good stuff.
Using brains to develop brawn to fight the brawn with, fucking idiot. Level 9 intelligence.
All throughout the movie, Lex has been doing dumb things, so it's such a rich line to come from him.
Yeah, again, during all of this, the whole Rip is just going through the town and just doing its thing. It's like, okay, guess it's just going. In the meantime, that one child is still holding the Superman flag, and there's this one soldier that was about to straight up shoot the kid in the face for no reason, which was like, okay, cool. But the border is fine because Superman has called in a favor, and the gang is here, and yeah, Guy Gardner and Metamorpho, they're here destroying and I would say killing a bunch of soldiers, because Metamorpho just straight up, I don't know, fucking gets out a big fuck off hammer and destroys a tank with people in it. Those fuckers are
these heroes are not shy about killing people, it seems.
Which is weird for Metamorpho, because he was very distraught about this random guy getting killed, but I guess he doesn't care about these people, I guess. I don't know his character, because I already know everything and don't learn anything new. I guess he's cool with killing.
You see, he was distraught because he wasn't able to kill that guy himself earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just really didn't like the look of that Indian gentleman. It's like, you just killed him. You didn't even let me give it a shot. I wanted to kill him with my tornado powers.
That kid was holding that flag menacingly. Okay, that's fair, yeah.
That kid about to get shot was ridiculous. I'm like, am I supposed to laugh at this part? Like,
especially
who comes
because
along and sees a kid like that and goes target sighted.
There's a whole lot of soldiers already walking, just walking
Every
past
single one
the
of them
kid.
is a giant shit.
Yeah, this is one guy's like, oh, that's my chance to finally kill a child. Let's fucking get it.
Yeah.
It's just comically evil.
Totally.
But yeah, the Justice Gang is here, and he gets a couple of fists and middle fingers out and just flips over tanks, and they clear the place, no problem. I guess they didn't think that not maybe another meta-human might come in there or something. That they just thought Superman was the only one that would do something, I guess. That's just what I have to guess because I don't know fuck shit about this world. So I guess that's that. So this was a big surprise that happened. Hawkgirl, again, straight up kills the president. Just lets him drop. So that's cool. Does it have any ramifications? Not in this movie. Probably not in the future.
It also comes across as really weird because she's like carrying him for a while, and she only drops him when he's like, "You'll never kill me."
I know. Like she
It's
calls
like,
his
well,
bluff.
Yeah.
Where was she going? Like she was gonna save him
What
before
do you
that. She was gonna
say?
just put him down gently, and then she
I mean,
decides
like,
to murk him after that comment.
That's the other thing. It's like, why the hell would you say "you'll never kill me" to someone who is like got you 3 kilometers above the ground, and at any point could just be like, "Yeah, I can," and then let go? Why?
Yeah.
Why antagonize them? Like at the very least, why not say, "Hey, please put me down. We can talk about this. I have a family." You can say a million other things that will not result in instantly you getting killed. But no, it's like, I'm an evil man, so you don't have the balls to kill me, little girl. It's like, wait, why would you? What did you plan to gain from that?
Here's something he could have said that would have like gotten him out of the situation temporarily. Lex made me do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting her to kill him. I thought she was gonna drop him in garbage or in the water, or
Yeah.
give him a wedgie, hang him by his underwear up somewhere, something
Makes the-
Well, I
kind
mean,
of silly
honestly,
like that.
Or like
Makes the
by
entire
proxy,
thing
just
confusing
drop
now.
him in the middle of Genporia or whatever, the other country,
Mhm.
and then
Well,
just
it makes me.
have him fly away, and just the citizens are like, "Okay, well, we're gonna kick the shit out of you."
Oh, again, we can reference Iron Man.
yeah.
It makes me wonder why Superman would even chill with a group that's just willing to kill people.
I know,
If
right?
That's not even like a conflict for them.
I mean, I guess the justification would be like, well, this situation is more war, and like everyone's killing each other, so that, yeah.
No,
I
like if
guess-
Superman was there when he dropped him, he would have saved him.
Yep, 100%.
That's
Yeah.
right there.
But it's
there
like,
would have been
okay,
a conflict. There
I'm
should have
sending
been.
these people off to fight this war their way, and I've got other shit to deal with, so it's not my problem. Superman.
Well, we're almost there, guys. Hold on to your butt seats. We're almost through.
Not almost enough.
They beat each other up more, and Lex starts to monologue at some point when Superman tells him, "You're just envious, driven by jealousy, blah blah blah." It's like, yeah, I know, but this envy has driven me to wanting to kill you, and also I fabricated the whole military conflict. Somehow he did that. And he thinks he's now the hope of the world because Superman has shown them how insignificant humans are compared to meta-humans. And now he will take the mantle of savior because, yeah.
The idea
Yeah.
that Lex Luthor does anything he does out of envy is insane from like any good portrayal of Lex Luthor I've ever seen. It's not that, like, Lex Luthor thinks he's the good guy.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm the one who is trying to actually stop the omnipowerful like alien who can instantly just destroy our entire planet if he wants to.
Yes, I'm not even a Superman fan, and I know that. Like this movie
Yeah.
just didn't get that at all. He's a clown.
I mean, like, to be fair to other portrayals of Lex Luthor in Superman movies, I don't think the Christopher Reeve movies got it particularly well. I thought Gene Hackman was too much of a mustache twirling villain to be like a proper representation of what you can do with Lex Luthor.
Michael
Because his
Rosenbaum,
motivation
man,
is,
Smallville.
well, there you go. There's a portrayal that had the ability to take some time. And I'd say that like the Bruce Timm animated show is like probably the best example where Lex Luthor does a lot of ethically dubious things, but he very rarely does things that are just flat out evil because in his head, he's the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He'll like slit throats to get his goal, but he thinks that
Yeah.
he's doing it for the greater good ultimately.
It's
He doesn't just
goal-oriented,
think,
that's-
yeah, well, you're super strong and buff and you can fly real fast. So yeah, I gotta be better than you somehow because I'm insecure. And it's like, God damn it. Like,
That's the balance that
why
usually
not
makes
just
a great
have
villain,
a
right?
villain that like is commanding and interesting and maybe does have some things behind his philosophy that you can think about. Like even fucking Thanos has more going on than this Lex Luthor.
Mm-hmm.
And man, like I don't know, just I'm so pissed off with how modern comic book movies are being written.
Yeah.
I really did want to like this movie. I was really hoping that fresh start, new Superman movie, this would be good, but things as simple as just the motivations of the main villain, just total ball drop.
Yep.
I agree with what you're saying, but I also think there could be some deep-seated envy that's playing into his actions there too. But regardless of what might be driving him, just the fact, the way the exposition is handled is just so eye-rolling. Like I don't believe that Lex would just go on this monologue about how he really feels and like.
Yeah,
it's just silly.
I think that like, yeah, I can agree with that. There might be a part of Lex Luthor, even the good versions, who is just kind of jealous of Superman, and that's one of the things. But I don't think it would be conscious. It would be subconscious or unconscious.
It's something you have to portray in a more mature.
Yeah,
something you have to portray in a much more mature way.
Yeah, of course I'm jealous of you, Superman. Fuck you.
It's got to be subtle, man. You can't fucking do it like. Like this is comical.
Yeah, this one just straight up
childish.
says, "You just arrived here and just become the vocal point of everybody." Man, it's like fuck.
Yeah,
the reason I
He's
think that
real.
is because I think Lex has worked very hard to get to where he is and build everything that he has, and he like keeps himself healthy and in shape and buff. But then here comes this alien who's just hasn't had to, earn any of the powers that he has. He was just born that way. So I can see a little bit of envy possibly playing into his thoughts about Superman.
That could be a good story, but they don't explore it in that
the character
way. It's
when,
like
when it becomes conscious envy. Like when it's like, he's aware of it, and he's like, yeah, of course that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's like, oh well, I mean, so you know how stupid and petty it is. Like,
I think it would be
level
more
9
interesting
intelligence.
if it was a deep-seated thing that even he wasn't aware of, and he would have to like seriously think about that. But I mean, certainly don't expose it in this way and make it just super on the nose. Like, it just sucks.
Pretty lame. Then he starts to smirk because now he says, Superman starts to smirk, and he's like, "What are you smirking about?" And he's like, brain beats brawn, and then he whistles for Crypto, and Crypto
to
saves
bring some
the
extra
day.
brawn into the fight.
More brawn, woohoo! Is Crypto cool? And then you see this was set up in the pocket dimension. He wants to play with the toy balls, and then he tells them, "Get the toy," and it's like, whoa! And then he destroys the cameras, and now he beats up Ultraman or Bizarro Superman. The rift has opened the path to the black hole now. There's a whole black hole now as well. If you're confused where this one came from, that was just below there. That just opened up. That happened. It's pretty good.
There is something I want to mention about the cameras being destroyed, and I wrote this in our group chat earlier. I think it would have been a much more satisfying conclusion to that fight if, like, because Superman had heard Lex yelling the commands at this point. So it would have been much more satisfying, I think, if Superman, like, changed his fighting style. So it's like, yeah, he's not going to be able to guess my moves if I'm doing something different than I always do. As opposed to the dog just killing all the cameras for him.
I mean, what are they supposed to do if Superman's like, "Oh, all those cameras, are you watching me through this and give controls, or just want to see this?" What if he just fucking destroys them with his laser vision? Do you have a command for that as well? Do you just have a command?
You can't
for
use
this?
it. You can't use it. He's not allowed to use it for some reason.
Okay.
Yep. Well, and I mean, again, and like I think him having the plan to be like, I'm going to bring Crypto here, and then have him destroy the things with the command makes it seem like that brings up that problem, because it's like, well, you could have destroyed them though, right?
Yeah,
like
easily.
They can't move as fast as you because they're drones. They're not super.
Oh, by the way, while we're at the drones, those drones kept up all the way up to the atmosphere and back down. Like they still get feed the whole time while this is happening when
they're
they
very
go
high
up to
quality
atmosphere.
drones.
Very fast, high quality drones. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess like my point is though, it's like him having crypto be his plan makes it seem like, wait, why didn't you just destroy them though?
Yep.
Then like if that was like if you knew that, then why not? Why did you even wait for the dog? Whereas that's kind of what I was saying, that if it isn't something that occurred to him, that like if he wasn't really aware of it, having crypto be an unruly bad dog that just attacks things when he sees them and like they look like things that are his toys that he wants to play with. Would have been a payoff to be like, oh, they like, yeah, no, crypto is actually he did it. He made it so that now they can't give Ultraman commands, and have Superman realize that to be like, man, that bad dog is just such a good dog. Like, you know what I mean? It's like that would have actually made the unruly behavior that Cryptos had through the entire movie have weight in the story. That wasn't just like, oh no, it wasn't all just for laughs. Like this actually did really come in handy. And it wouldn't have seemed like a contrivance because it, like, I mean, yeah, like it's a dog and dogs will like run and chase things, right? Like, I mean, that it is like, okay, well, yeah, I mean,
they also portray this dog like, as I said, like this agent of chaos going around. And right now the idea is, hey, I have analyzed and put all this data down to stop laughing.
Ermagerd, the dater.
To dater, Obergerd. So I've put all this data down. I've analyzed it. I have control over this guy, and I don't know. Have the fucking cameras be invisible. Like, don't make them so obvious. You can see them the whole time. So at some point, something happens. I don't know, because of the rift, the invisibility doesn't work properly, or you can kind of see them. And he maybe realizes this, but he's so preoccupied with having to fight Ultraman and all the inputs and controls, he just can't get over it. And then at some point, the dog is here, and because the dog doesn't go by any kind of logic of a fighting style, just sees the fucking floaty bits around and just starts to grab them. And Superman just starts to realize, oh, why is this getting easier to fight? It's like, oh, wait, there's like shit around. These are important to Lex for me to be defeated. And then the dog does all the things. And because it's a bad dog and the chaos dog or whatever, that saves the day because it defied the logic behind the fighting style. Something like that. But we don't even do this. It's just like, oh, get the toy. Ha ha ha. Isn't that a catchy line? Then we pay this off amazingly. It's like, no, you didn't.
But the thing is, like, he doesn't ever at any point establish that he has taught Crypto to obey a single command even once, other than whistling.
Yeah. The dog should have just done
it. To come to me is pretty much the only thing the dog can do. So it's like, why not use the dog's chaotic nature as like the punchline here?
Yeah.
I don't understand the logic on being like, no, we have to have it be part of Superman's like big plan.
They wanted to do a fucking Hulk smash moment from Avengers. That's what they wanted to do, but it doesn't work here at all. So yeah, it sucks.
Well, it's a bit of an audience fulfillment thing too, where like they know Superman isn't gonna thrash him, but then the dog comes in and then Superman can go, no, don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, now he's winning, but he gets knocked down one more time, and he has to like dislocate his shoulder to kind of carry him over or like drag him over because there's like a big part of a building falling down, and he just uses that to crush him into the rift, into the black hole, and then wins that way against Ultraman. Pretty lame.
Granted, I'm not an expert on exactly the rules of Kryptonian anatomy, but if you dislocate your shoulder, you can't like pick someone up and throw them with it. It's at least not how humans work. I'll tell you that much.
So yeah, that's done. Hooray, we won. It felt very anticlimactic. Like the fight wasn't nearly long enough for me to care. Because all that has happened is he gets his ass beat after a couple of punches. Then they talk. He gets his ass beat some more. Then he gets the dog. The dog kills the cameras. And then he beats him up and kills him. It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, and again, like I think being in a situation where you've got to dislocate your shoulder in order to like do a Hail Mary to win the fight isn't the most satisfying way to beat this villain, especially once you've established that now that it's not being given commands, this thing kind of can't fight on anything but its
Yeah.
instinct and doesn't really know. It can't predict Clark the way Lex could,
Exactly.
presumably, because that's why Lex was controlling him. Otherwise, what would be the point of even giving him commands if like Ultraman can just fight as well as Superman or better because he's stronger or whatever?
And I feel
Then
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I mean it's pretty much it. It's just like I don't understand why could this not have been the thing? Like, okay, so now that you're not being given commands of precisely which moves to use in which situation, I'm just gonna kick the living shit out of you
Yeah.
now because I'm Superman and I can think like a human.
And you
And
you feel like that's what we want to have because fucking
Yeah.
Superman got his ass beat all fucking movie because he got nerfed and gimped and just beat up by Ultraman because of all the stupid numbers they shout. But this movie in general has like it's like a lack of punching by Superman that's satisfying.
It's proper action.
it's-
Like he
it's
never
like-
really had a moment that was payoff or like a really great action sequence. Like Iron Man's first sequence is one of the best sequences ever, still to this day. This you can hear the sounds in your head like
Mm.
easily. And with this, he just didn't. There was just nothing, man.
Like even when he was
Even at the
fighting the
beginning, I
kaiju,
appreciated.
he
Yeah.
does like this thing where he goes up way high and goes down. You think, oh, he's gonna fucking smash this fucking thing to the ground. It's like
Into
no,
the ground, something.
Yeah, but it just goes like back. It's like are we? It's like
Something
oh.
that gets
Oh.
a reaction out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All of
yeah.
it just seems like basic punching. There's only so many times I can. That's why
A
it would
bit
be
of a
interesting to
nitpick
see
there,
him actually
too, but,
utilize his
like,
weapon.
when the kaiju like kind of crushes him into the ground, why does he burrow away like 10 feet before he pops back up? Like I was like, wait, like you're
don't
kind of
know.
destroying a lot of property there, like for sort of no
Yeah.
reason. When
But
like,
throughout
you
the
could-
whole fight, why isn't he just going and using his laser? Even just every single kaiju
I mean,
fight,
like I
it's
guess
a
that was
giant
the
thing, you know?
he did not want to kill it. Although I think that like again, you've got ice breath, so maybe they
Yeah.
just freeze the thing. Like
Shoot it in the
especially if
leg.
your
There's
plan is
people
to,
being
like-
endangered here. It's just too distracting during every single.
yeah,
they never
cripple
address
it,
it
I
at
guess
all.
would be the
No.
move, but
Yeah.
The only punch I remember from the movie is the one where the guy's teeth fly out and clink off the lens, and I didn't like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought that-
God, that was so
I thought
bad.
that didn't fit
That's
at all.
so
It's the
stupid.
closest thing to an effective punch for damage, but it looks like shit. And it's against opponent that's just a drone. Who cares?
it's also
Yeah.
like very.
I don't like. I mean, the fact the teeth are there, I don't like seeing the close up of that, and then the fact that they hit off the lens as if the camera is a diegetic
Mm,
object in the scene. That
Oh, I
bothers
didn't even
me.
notice.
I mean,
didn't
I
even
guess
notice that
maybe it's
part.
supposed to be one of Lex's Ultraman cameras.
no,
Oh, I don't know if they
that's
were-
that's after
I feel if
Ultraman
that
is
was
done,
the
though.
case. I feel
Oh,
if that
yeah?
was the
Oh.
case,
Yeah.
there'd be like a visual filter and like a HUD on it.
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
Raptors arrive right after Ultraman is done, though.
You know what? People really like that Deadpool movie. Maybe we should break the fourth wall sometimes.
So that I mean that whole
Oh,
last fight scene is really hard to get invested in because that whole input method is so distractingly
So
stupid.
lame.
Strider in
Even
chat.
the
Yeah.
fact that he's
And
fighting.
it all hinges on that.
Yeah. By the
Even
way,
the fact that he's
Strider
fighting
in chat
him-
just points out Mauler brought up a good point for that fight. Why didn't Guy make a kaiju-sized jetpack and fly the kaiju away from the city? That would be
Yeah.
fun. That would be awesome.
I was thinking Superman could just picked him up and flew him away, but I don't know. He only uses the
Superman feels
strength when he comes, you know?
weirdly weak, especially
Yeah,
against
I
that
don't know.
kaiju. It's like, oh,
Well, I was just gonna say, watching him fight himself is incredibly lame, and it's one of the things that the
Yeah.
early MCU got criticism for all the enemies are just different versions
Yeah.
of them. Like even
Iron Man versus Evil Iron Man, Captain
Yeah,
America versus Red Skull, who is German
Right.
Captain America.
T'Challa and Killmonger, same thing. There's a lot of different examples. Hulk and the stupid-
Abomination, yeah.
yeah, Abomination. Yeah, and you would think James Gunn would have had all these to learn, but instead he's making the same mistakes and new ones in addition to his own bullshit.
yeah.
Well, I guess
I
it's
never
like, well,
thought of
they
that
did
before, but yeah,
Zod
that's-
and Man of Steel, so we got to find another way
Yeah.
to have him fighting someone of exactly
It's-
equal strength.
It's lame, and it's something he should have learned from.
Yeah. And then, well, Triumph, but we don't have time to brief for this triumph, because we got Mr. Terrific yelling at Superman to stop messing around, and Superman saying, "I'm not messing around, I'm doing important stuff." I was like, okay, funny. And then all the
like,
Hilarious.
he was though. It's like I'm killing the I'm fighting the Kryptonian. That you guys know how you're kind of afraid of me becoming evil. This is evil me,
That was
literally,
evil me.
like flat out, exactly evil me. And yes, I just stopped him. You're welcome.
I think it was just the delivery. I like the thought process behind it, but the delivery just didn't work for me. I don't know. It just felt flat. Is that what you're referring to, Metal?
It was just another instance of a random comedy thing pouring in after we had this fight, and I was just like over it.
At least this
Also,
moment
yes,
has a point to it in terms of like him saying that. But
Jay Jameson does bring up an interesting question, and I think definitively yes, Superman does kill Ultraman.
Yeah, he throws him into a black hole.
No one seems quite as bothered by it as killing Zod and Man of Steel. It's like, well, he didn't snap his neck; he threw him into a black hole. You know, just like you just put him into the antithesis of existence. That's fine.
Throws him in a black hole, and then they close that rift after. So I assume he's dead. Maybe in Superman Part 5, he comes back as Super Ultraman of the black hole.
Or they
variety.
the black hole actually brings him to the Bizarro world, and that's when he actually is called Bizarro from here on out.
Oh god! So all those raptors arrive. They beat them up quite easily.
Raptors are the Iron Man soldiers that Lex Luthor has, by the way. Everybody,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
didn't catch that.
He goes in he goes like roundy round and does like lasers and stuff, and it doesn't take long. It just destroys and kills them, possibly. Who knows?
I mean, again, yeah, like I think that if he did not kill them, then it's establishing that his heat vision is non-lethal, because he sure as hell shoots a bunch of them with his heat vision.
Oh yeah.
And maybe it's just because of things like the boys existing, where like Homelander's heat vision, which is flat out murders everything it touches.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Am I wrong in thinking that like Superman tends to not use his heat vision against normal ass humans? I think I've seen him use it against supervillains a lot, but
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Superman use his heat vision on like a fucking bank robber.
No. Normally he doesn't. He just punches them or something.
But he'll use it in some
I
intelligent
think-
way. Maybe he'll like take out their tires so they something. He uses
His general
like,
approach is
on
the
their
minimum
bodies.
amount of force.
Yeah.
So, like whatever threat he's dealing with.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not gonna go out and just insta kill them with lasers, but he might use it in some clever way. But
It's
that
been a
movie-
while
this
since I've
movie just avoided
seen
that.
Superman vs. the Elite, but I think that's basically what happens there. He tries to not like kill them with massive force, but in the end he just has to up the ante and just show them basically like, yeah, I can just fucking annihilate you in an instant, but I chose not to. I need to rewatch that. I remember that being pretty good.
I mean, it's kind of the big moment in the Justice League animated series too, when at the end of the first season, I guess, or the end of whenever it stops to become Justice League Unlimited, it's when Darkseid shows up. The kind of like big moment Superman has is he's like, all right, just so you know, this is going to be the first time I actually fight at full strength, because I live in a world of cardboard where I can just destroy everything if I touch it even a little bit too hard. And you are finally giving me an excuse to use my full strength. And then he just kicks the living shit out of Darkseid. And it's like really satisfying, because it's like, oh man, like
Yeah.
fuck with Superman apparently. But yeah. Here though, that like I guess I mean we're kind of veering from the point. It's just if he is using his heat vision in a super like fancy move where he does like a freaking figure skating spin while shooting his heat vision in all directions, like what does that mean for what the heat vision does? And I don't know, is that just me nitpicking too much? Because I'm just like, I mean, like this seems like it causes a big problem, because if it isn't lethal, why hasn't he been using it much more often in this movie? And if it is, why did he just use it on human beings wearing armor, granted, but it's still human beings inside there, right? Like the raptors are not metahumans. Am I correct about that? Like, did they at any point establish that these are super soldiers or something like that?
I'm pretty sure they're just guys in suits.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. Like, well, it was a
That's
cool
just what I
shot. I
mean,
was
the
like, you
fact that
might
we
have
even
wanted to
have to
go
dis-
with robot henchmen if you were gonna use that shot in this
Yeah.
movie.
The fact that we even have to discuss it is such a mistake. Because as far as I was concerned when I saw that, was he murked all those dudes. But now you're making me reconsider. Oh shit! Like, what does that
Well,
actually mean for his character?
That's
What
the
are
thing.
they?
Like,
It's
if he
they
murdered
like
all those
ignore it.
dudes, then like, is this not just the Zack Snyder Superman times 100? Because the one guy that Zack Snyder Superman got in trouble for killing in Man of Steel, like from at least from like the audience, was Zod, who is a very, very, very dangerous threat. These are human beings in suits. You know, get them out of the suit. They're not a problem. You can put them in jail and they will be there until they get parole.
But does he have a really distinct no kill rule like Batman, like Daredevil and shit?
Yeah.
Does he?
I mean, like, at least he does in most Superman stories. In this one, you would assume he does because he doesn't even want to kill the kaiju.
Yeah.
So, like, that's the thing. Like, if you don't want to kill a giant Godzilla creature that is destroying Metropolis because you would like to put it in a zoo somewhere, you're okay with killing human henchmen? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
they're also very
there's a
high
lot
up,
about this
even if
movie
he...
that just seemed like, wait, what are you doing actually, though?
Yeah.
Like, what does any of this mean?
The thing is, even if he doesn't intend to do that, he just blasts them with the laser and they're pretty high up, so the impact on the floor is probably going to kill them anyway. So I'm pretty sure some of them died. There's no way around it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Well, where were we even? Oh, the Rift is still going rampage. And Lex says, no, the people chose him. Let them die. And because the guy wants to turn it off. He's like, no, you won't. And it's weird because I feel like there should have been a line after he sees that he's been exposed on the television. Because right now they haven't chosen Superman yet. Because as far as we know, the people still think Superman is bad, I guess. Because that's the last thing they showed us them seeing. But, you know, just me. But now it's time to gather up up on the thing. Because Superman flies up there with Mr. Terrific. And he yeets him into the wall. It's like, hey, you can use this panel. I can help you. I know how this thing works. I can turn it off. And Mr. Terrific's like, I don't need help. I'm Mr. Terrific.
I hated this.
And I'm just like, no, he operates the thing. He just knows how to do it. You can just let him do it. It's like, what is...
I mean, yeah, like, it's... I guess that was supposed to be, like, a cool line for Mr. Terrific, but I was like, wait, why would you take the chance? Like,
Yeah. Like, he knows how it
I mean, maybe
works.
it's that, like, does he just not trust him? Like, does he say, no, like, you might not actually
think
close
it's
the lift,
just-
you might make
I think
it so that
they-
I cannot?
I think they just clunked it up because they set the line earlier. They say, fucking hell, I need to sleep. They set the line where it says, oh, in theory that works, and then they could have done the things like, I can close it, okay, do it, and then it doesn't work, and then Mr. Terrific shows up, hey, let me do the calculations. I'm Mr. Big Tech Guy, and then he does that. I feel like there's just something missing here, where he needs to take over or needs to do it because he can do the calculations that have been theoretical at this point. But the whole theoretical part never comes up again. He just turns it off in 2 minutes, in like a minute.
But, well, I mean, but why would you take the chance at theory when there's a person who's like, yeah, no, like, there's a button I can just press?
No,
that
I'm
closes
saying
it.
the guy who says he can do it said earlier, in theory, they can turn it off again when they put in the coordinates. I'm saying if you want Mr. Terrific to do it, he's like, okay, I'm going to do the thing I know I can do, and then that doesn't work. And then Mr. Terrific can come in and it's like, hey, I'll do that because I'm Mr. Big Tech Guy, and then save the day.
Yeah, you're right. That would have definitely been more effective.
So that's why I'm thinking they just clunked this up heavily. Because I think what they want, or maybe even thought they've done, it's a theoretical thing. And the guy says, I can help turn it off, and he just immediately says, no, I'll turn it off because I'm Mr. Terrific, har har.
Yeah.
While he doesn't even know it's just a theoretical thing he can do, that can be done. You know, they just put it in here without the context. But yeah, it's just
To me, like, I guess because like the other guy was saying quite a few times that like I'm shutting down the rift now, so I was assuming that he just knew how to shut it down. I guess I didn't
Yeah,
catch
same.
the part that like. So I thought Mr. Terrific was like flexing on him and being like,
Oh, he
"Nah, I
definitely-
can just figure this out."
In
And
terms
like
for
to me,
him,
I was
he
like,
did.
"Wait, why would he take that chance? Like, why would he not
Yeah. No,
say like,
okay,
okay, like, let's see, what are you going to do? At least tell me what you're going to do, and then I'll do it because I'm probably better at it."
Yeah. Because I think they just didn't do the thing with the theoretic anymore. They just wanted to do the flex. But whatever. That's stupid, one way or another. Lex's big Angie.
Not a very terrific decision.
No. Superman does this little monologue about, I'm human, I fuck up all the times, and that's my greatest strength. Even going on when not really knowing what to do. And then Lex starts his counter monologue, but then he just gets fucked up by Crypto. And they just watch that happen. And I don't even know what to add to that. That's just
I
what
mean, I
happens.
guess Superman is kind of trying to stop Crypto, but again,
Oh
this
yeah.
is more
No, stop
more-
Crypto.
No,
Bad
no,
dog.
stop,
More-
no, bad
Wow.
doggo,
which
bad.
like I mean that like
Oh,
that talk
such a
would
shame.
have torn Lex's throat out so fast. Like I
Bro,
mean,
yeah, Lex is dead.
Yeah.
The movie's
Draconian
fucked.
dog,
That speech,
like-
it like cemented that this whole universe is screwed. If
Mhm.
that's the way they're gonna like do their characterization. Like I lost all faith in James Gunn in that. Like the monkeys made me lose faith in this movie, but that speech made me lose faith in James Gunn like completely.
I
Ugh.
mean, like it's just I get you wanted to have your Hulk smashing Loki scene like that, but
Mhm.
it's just wait, but Loki is still a super powered person, right? Like you can have a being like the Hulk banging Loki into the ground side to side and it being funny because we can believe that Loki might not be dead because he's like from Jotunheim or whatever.
Yeah.
But like Lex is a human and Crypto is like a dog with the power of Superman.
Yep.
So he doesn't have the restraint that Superman has. So it's like, how is Lex alive for even a moment here? Like it's
Honestly,
just
like,
ugh.
a Crypto doing something crazy and accidentally killing Superman being responsible could have been a good way to start the domino effect, people not trusting him. And
I mean,
like just do
and
something
also
with this character. But
there's a
was
line
just
in this
waste.
movie about him saying, I don't want Crypto to stay at the Kent farm because he's gonna kill all my parents' cows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's like
Mhm.
You have lines like
idea
that to set it up.
Crypto might just be trying to play with something and end up killing it because it has the strength of a Kryptonian is the thing this movie acknowledges.
That's true.
A
yeah.
real Superman movie could have done something with that, and it's one of the most effective ways because he's not going to make that mistake on his own, right? He'll die before he does that. But the dog screwing up and him being responsible, you
Yep.
could have played with that, and they had the setup for it. They had but they didn't do anything with Crypto. Crypto was just here to be cute, and make merch, and have the kids be happy. That's it. I hate this dog.
Yep. Then they all get up, get ready to do stuff. Then the Daily Planet releases the article, and it's all over the news. There's this cringe line from this random guy that says, "Finally, something conservatives and liberals can finally agree on is that Lex Luthor sucks." I was just like, "Fuck off! Why did you put this in here?"
I mean,
Jesus
Oh, I
at
hated
least
that.
that did the hey, like maybe we can all just agree on something sometimes. I actually guess didn't mind that entirely, but it was one of those like, hey, obligatory Sean Gunn cameo.
It's so stupid anyway, because they actually like show the normal populace as being like just fucking retarded puppets. Like yesterday they were like, "Oh, Superman is evil." Today, "Oh, actually it was all fake." Man, guess we're stupid anyway. Guess everyone can agree that Lex Luthor sucks now. I don't even know where the
Yes, I
fuck he
mean-
got that information from. Like this shit was released like 15 minutes ago, and now they're doing an interview with some fucking guy. It's like, what do you think about Lex Luthor? And then they say this line. I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, he's playing Max Lord though, right?
Yeah, it was
Like,
Max
he's
Lord, so at least it's
Pedro
a character.
Pascal's
they're setting up.
character from one of the many things Pedro Pascal's in.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, Wonder Woman 2.
Whatever.
Electric
This is
Boogaloo.
fucking annoying.
I would have much preferred if their encounter, like Superman and Lex, ended kind of like you might see in the cartoons, or you have seen in the cartoons sometimes, where they just sort of like Superman would be like hovering just outside of the command center, and Lex is just staring at him, and then Superman just like flies away, and then Lex just watches him instead of like the whole dog thrashing him around thing.
That
Like,
is
and
that is like
sort of
a
preserves
specific
Lex's
scene
integrity
from
as
the
a
animated
villain.
series. That's great.
They
Yeah.
didn't have that in mind. Like you really it's kind of like Kylo Ren, where they just kind of screwed him in the first film, and it's really hard to get that back once you've lost that as a villain.
The thing
You
is, the
can't
way
fuck it
we've
up immediately.
portrayed Superman in this movie, that wouldn't really work because he hasn't been like stoic at all or like threatening in any way towards anyone. So him just floating outside and looking at Lex would be just like, okay, that's kind of weird. Well, the other Supermans I know from like comic animations and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, he like did like some badass stuff and people know how powerful he is. Well, he is just,
He would have an impressive moment, like a feat of strength or something. Like I wouldn't call him weak, but his strength wasn't impressive whatsoever in this movie. Like you have Superman, like you have the opportunity for some amazing stuff. And I appreciate him saving people, but I just feel like they could have did so much more with the time they had with the movie. And I remember being like an hour and like 20 minutes into it, still being here, like I'm still not sure what the point of this movie was. What are we even doing here?
Well, honestly, I think this movie felt to me more like DCU movie 1, and also Superman's in it, as opposed to being like a movie where Superman is like the focus.
Yeah.
Like,
It's Chris
there's
Gore's
a
comment.
lot of other characters doing stuff, and Superman doesn't really do all that much, and when he does, he's not that impressive.
Yeah. Chris Gore's comment just crystallized.
yeah,
What I said earlier.
for sure.
Like it feeling like
This is a clip
season.
show from
No, a
season
season, like
one.
a season 1 that's condensed into like 2 hours. Something.
Yeah.
You know.
And
Show.
I didn't like the speech either. I thought it was really dumb. I didn't like the way it was delivered either. I think like other scenes with him, it's like he seems a little too emotional and unhinged. And like on the like voice is kind of cracking. It's just uncharacteristic.
Is it
uncharacteristic? But I like the idea of him taking a moment to lecture Luthor, because like if he can't punch him or do anything physical to him, all he can do is use his words, right? And so there should be a moment there where it's just like, that's your problem, Luthor. You don't understand this thing about being human or whatever the fuck, right?
Something that doesn't make him sound like a child.
Which obviously is bullshit. We all know you can do a fucking tear down without any fists. I mean, Arcane season 1, when Jace talks to Silco, it's like, hey, you should take this deal, because if you don't, we just gonna fucking slaughter every single one of you, and then just walks away. It's so fucking good.
I remember liking Arcane.
Yeah, I
Me
remember
too.
loving Arcane.
Yeah, so then Lex cries like a little baby? Is that what my brain was wanting to do there? Holy shit. Yeah, Lex cries like a little baby because he's been beat. And then we have the aftermath, pretty much. We see bibbidi bobbidi boobidi boo, all the Justice Gang people and Metamorpho doing fist bumps and shit with all the people. Like, yeah, that's awesome. And the Metamorpho wonders if he can join. He's like, no, not anybody can just join the Justice Gang. And then Metamorpho says, Justice Gang? That's a cool, name. And then Guy Gardner is just
All
like,
right, you're in.
all right, you're in. I think Guy Gardner was my favorite part of the whole movie.
They mentioned earlier about like not wanting to invite Superman because Guy doesn't want him to have a vote.
Yeah,
and, like I think that we didn't really get context on what the vote was, and I guess that kind of shows like, oh, it's about the name.
Oh, yeah, it's about the name, exactly. Yeah. Then Lois and Clark make out. The other people realize that that's already been a thing for 3 months, that she's hanging out with Superman.
It's like I think Perry is just like, yeah, no, they're definitely hooking up. How long has that been going on? And it's that Jimmy already knew. He was like, about 3 months, I'd say.
It's a good joke, but it makes their scenes awkward in the beginning when we know that everybody's What's the
Right.
point of them playing it? Playing around.
I guess the thing was only Jimmy really knew, and even then we don't know if he explicitly know or if he just like caught the vibe. Because like I mean, even the way he answers it, he's like, "Yeah, I'd say about 3 months." Like he doesn't really say like, "Oh yeah, they've been."
No, the
together for
black
a
dude, the boss, whoever that was.
Perry-
He
Perry.
says,
Well,
it,
no,
he says it explicitly, and then Jimmy just
What?
everybody knew it.
No, but like no, because doesn't Perry say how long have they been hooking up?
No,
like
the
when
boss
he
says
notices
that,
them
and
kind
then
of.
Jimmy says about 3 months. So basically, like implying that it's obvious.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I guess I think obvious to Jimmy for a little while, for at least 3 months, obviously. But I think Perry just clued into it, like when he saw them kind of wander off for an exclusive interview.
maybe.
Yeah, that's that. Then we learn who the dog belongs to, and it's a Supergirl who's hungover because apparently she goes and gets drunk on planets with red suns
red
because then
suns.
they can get drunk.
I mean, I didn't hate that.
I think it's cringe. It's just-
I mean, like to be fair, like Superman being able to get drunk in a place with a red sun is like that is something that like has been in a few stores. I think it was even on Smallville once.
I don't care
Well,
about
I think
that.
it was like he
the
had
po-
red
Super-
kryptonite.
I mean, Supergirl being there, like hungover and just getting tossed around by the fucking dog, and it's like, see,
Oh.
this is why this is a bad behaved dog. No boundaries.
Oh, I didn't listen to a word she said. I was just she's fucking hot. I was distracted.
Yeah,
Like, oh shit, Panera.
Millie
then
Alcock's
they-
looking pretty good these days.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe I
she leaves.
They're
was
one
made
word.
by it too. Fine, I'll bet it.
I really like the actress. I like her playing Supergirl.
Mm.
Part of me wants to like it's just another James Gunn thing where like taking an idea and turning it on its head, where instead of like having the sort of stoicism and poise of like a Superman or Supergirl, she's just like this sort of bratty, wasted, young girl
Hmm.
who's just like hungover and just, like
I mean, I guess-
I kind of see the humor in that. I kind of like that beat, but I also didn't. It just
think-
felt like
I think I didn't
James
mind
Gunn's
it
trying to
enough. just 'cause
challenge
She doesn't.
His
people's
say
style might be
anything-
better suited. His style might be better suited for that than it is for Super. Like I think that would have a better.
Oh,
shot
I
of
would say
being good.
yeah, absolutely. But I also think that like I didn't really see this as like a representation of what Supergirl is going to be as a character, like in her entirety. Because I don't mind the fact that this happened because she doesn't really play any kind of critical role in this movie. Like it's effectively the post-credits scene, even though I think this happens before the credits. And
Yeah.
it's more like a hey, yeah, no, like Supergirl is in this movie, and that makes a bit of sense with the line that he says about like me with the dog. It's more of a fostering situation. And I just thought that having a little laugh there about like the reason Supergirl's not been helping is because she was off the planet and Superman didn't really know where she was 100%. And she's entering here as like she's coming home. Like this is presumably where she stays and lives. So like her coming home and being kind of drunk and stumbling in, it's like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's good that she's sleeping here and not just somewhere dangerous where she's hammered. But I don't know. Again, like it's possible that Brooks might have hit the nail on the head that I found her attractive. So I wanted to be okay with it. But I guess it didn't hurt the movie in any way, is what I'm saying.
I just didn't give a shit. I was just like,
Yeah,
okay,
at that point, I
another
was like, what the
cringe
hell?
thing that I don't give a
Yeah.
shit about. Okay, moving on. I get to leave the cinema soon. Thank God.
But the only compliment I can give her is like her 5 seconds. She had more chemistry with the dog than he did the entire. Like that's it's just I don't know. It's a tiny point, but I think that's better suited for James Gunn's talents, whatever's left of them. Because this movie, definitely wasn't it. Actually, I really don't like this movie at all, especially after.
Is the Supergirl movie being made already, or is that just like one of those things
don't
that's
know.
planned, but there's nothing with
I
it?
don't know.
Because I'd be interested to see who's going to be behind that. Because man, sometimes you get news like that, and you're like, oh, that could be kind of cool. But then you hear something like, hey, 28 years later, part 2, being directed by the person who directed the Marvels, and it's like, oh, God.
Yay! Hooray!
It's like, wait, hold on,
Yeah.
seriously, like you're not kidding right now, are you?
Anyway, let's wrap this up. We got him chilling out now on his little thing, and the robot said, "I put his family movie on because it soothes him, but it's now from the cans." And you see all these things we never get to see of him growing up, and see, it's all nice, and it plays the punk rock music he talked about. Wow, amazing. And then we fade to black. That was that.
Yeah, and I guess we also see a poster of that band in his room in
Yeah.
Kansas.
And if I'm not mistaken, the band he talks about that he likes, if I need to double check, but that's what I think I read when I was reading the credits while waiting for the post-credit scene, that the song was written by James Gunn. So I don't know if he was like in a band at some point, in a punk band or something, or if that was like a thing for the movie, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. That's going completely by memory from Wednesday. So.
Oh God. Okay, so in chat, that's actually true. Michael Walkman's. It is the guy who directed Cruella. Dude.
Oh, good God.
See what I mean? It's like, what? Who's making these decisions? Hi, Rocky.
Who's giving those people more projects? It's not fair. Yeah, and then the after credit scene is just them looking at a building that was cut in half, but it's like misaligned and looks like that bothers
so
him.
Lame.
And then Mr. Terrific is like, "What do you want me to fucking do about that? Come on, man." And then he runs away annoyed, and I think that's it, unless I missed something in the background I was supposed to see. But
was that there were two. There was one like mid-credit scene and then one at the very end. I remember both of them being like kind of useless.
The mid-credit
Wait,
scene
what's
is him looking at Earth from the moon with crypto. That's it. It's just
Oh,
okay.
I fucking blanked on that completely because it's fucking useless to me.
Well, because it's just like it's an out of context shot that kind of means nothing. It's just like okay, fine.
No, both those after credits scenes were weak. I mean, the one with crypto looking at Earth, I guess that was fine. Just a silent little shot of him and his dog. But the last one just didn't land for me. I didn't find it funny. I was just like, that's what I waited for? Fucking hell.
Yeah,
It's like,
that was the
and like
same.
even like the idea of criticizing him for like not doing a perfect job of reconstructing reality after a black hole tore through the middle of fucking Metropolis. I'm just like,
Yeah.
guys, like you can't be this picky about your rules when your rules are fucking insane. Like,
yeah.
there should have been no repairing that. Like that damage should have been there forever. Because what did you do? Create a reverse black hole?
You'd
that
be
just
happy
brought
it aligned
everything
as
to-
well as it did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I was expecting a big DCU setup because that's what Iron Man did. At the end, Nick Fury shows up
Yeah.
and he mentions the Avengers. Like that's huge. So I thought like this being the first movie in that cinematic universe, it would have done a big thing like that.
Yeah, or like give us our first look at this universe's Batman. Maybe have the big post-credit surprise here be that this is how we find out about who's playing Batman in this universe.
Yeah.
Like that would have been kind of neat, right?
This doesn't feel like a movie that had the last 10, 15 years of superhero movies. That's one of my biggest takeaways from it. It's just
You
so
have him
many
even
lessons
say
to be
like,
learned.
Bruce, you don't have to wear the mask, and then have Bruce take off the cowl, and that's how we find out who's playing fucking like Batman. Like takes off the cowl, it's like Ryan Gosling's there, and everyone's like, holy shit.
Well, the state
well.
of the DC cinema is just, it's such a mess. I mean, the whole Snyder thing, and then you have the Batman, which I actually like, but the problem is that it's so tonally way off, way different than this. Like, you can't unify these universes.
Yeah, not at all.
Mhm.
Like-
This is why they should have focused on that, especially after Penguin giving it new life. Like,
Yeah.
just stick with the ones that's working. And historically, superhero content that's more mature and like just adult oriented has just been more successful. Superman doesn't draw the same way Batman.
I think their problems though, if they want to be, because like I feel like the people at Warner Brothers still are under this illusion that they can be cranking out 3-4 superhero movies a year and they're all going to be making tons of money because they're thinking like, well, we're going to have our MCU at some point. And I think the problem here is that if you take something like the Batman, ultra powerful metahumans being introduced into that vision of Batman would be difficult. The same way it would have been for the Dark Knight trilogy, because it's like they're a little too grounded for us to imagine Superman flying around while like Penguin is, you know, like messing around
cutting a deal
with Sophia Falcone, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like it's year 2 Batman, so you can't have it be that Nightwing is already introduced, because Dick Grayson wouldn't be that old if Batman's only been Batman for 2 years. And what else do you do with like street level DC characters that can start spinning off a whole bunch of movies so you can be making 3-4 of these a year? And I think that the answer should have been, okay, let's not. Let's just make one every couple years, see how they go, and maybe they'll turn into massive classics that people want to watch forever, like at least 2 out of the 3 Christopher Nolan Batman movies. And they seem just allergic to doing that, because they've taken like 5 years on Batman 2 that may or may not even happen. And now they're trying to skip to the front of the line again by being like, here's a Superman with a world that's already got a Green Lantern and a Hawk Girl and a Mr. Terrific. And by the way, Batman's here somewhere, and Damian Wayne's going to be the Robin for this Batman, which means there's 2 other Robins that have already retired from being Robin. Sorry, 3, because if you want to do fucking Red Hood, he's one of them as well.
No.
And this is like, oh God, like my brain is hurting. You guys seem to just be totally unaware of what it would take to make something like the MCU work. And it's just, you can't jump into the middle of it. You need to just make a movie, set a tone for a universe, and if people like it, make another one, see how people like that one. And once you get 3-4 movies in, you have your team up movie, and then you might be flying.
This is why I was saying, sorry, go ahead. If you're
But that, I mean, that's basically the end of my point. But you can't just decide to jump right to, oh, right, this is a world in which there's already 10 movies that we've never made and you haven't seen, but they're relevant to what's happening here.
Well, they've done it twice now. This is why I was saying it feels like a movie that hasn't learned from the last history of all the MC movies and the DCU movies fucked up. Because they already did this with DC, just skipping right to the middle and not actually fleshing out their characters and establishing their universe. And they're doing it again, but they're doing it in one film this time. Like the arrogance of James Gunn to like not take the lessons of the past, see what worked with the MCU, especially in the early phases, see how the first phase of the DCU completely botched it, and try to address that. I had no expectations for this movie, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I thought it would at least be coherent and like something that people can defend. The fact that we're looking at a movie that still has the same multiverse issues, the same clusterfuck issues of all the characters, the same lack of characterization, and even the thing I mentioned of fighting the same villain, something that the MCU got criticism for like over a decade for, 15 years, even longer than that.
Fighting the shadow self of the hero villain.
That's something that if he's aware of the meta, he should know not to do that. But he's got all the problems and all the things we're sick of in one movie. He fucked this up. He fucked it up so bad, and this would have been bad on its own. But the fact that they committed to this when they have the Batman and the Penguin to grow to work with is that's a really good base to start from. And
but he did a
like
ground hole instead of a sky beam, so
no.
I know, Jojo.
Ground hole.
No, this is it. I really like the Batman. I really love Penguin, and I really hate this. So
the idea that he is going to be overseeing the whole universe now, I mean, especially after this script. Like I laughed at that when Matt Reeves finished the Batman script and gave it to James to read, as if like it needs to pass he needs the James Gunn stamp of approval.
I know.
Forward. Like, give me a fucking break, especially after this. I think the smartest thing DC can do at this point, and this would be a way for it to distinguish itself from Marvel, is just to allow all its properties to be their own independent thing.
Yeah,
let Batman do its thing. If you want to do another Superman, fine, but just don't try to mix them together. Don't build up to another Justice League thing. Like, just do. The fact that they feel that they have.
It's the fact that they feel that they have to. They feel like that's where the money's at. They're just copying the MCU blindly, not even realizing they're copying them blindly and not even paying attention to the hole they dug themselves with that. Because look at the MCU now. They're acting as if the MCU is still as successful with that same model, instead of learning what fucking sent it off course.
Did No Way Home make $1 billion? think that might have been the last Marvel movie that actually crossed the billion mark. Like
Deadpool and No Way Home are the only super successful
Deadpool,
Marvel
yeah,
movies.
Deadpool, I guess, kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Those two.
And
But No Way
even
Home's
then,
like Sony, right? And Spider-Man complicates things, especially when you have all the other Peters coming back. Like there's one I can't even really. I don't even really mention that when I think of the MCU in the last few years. It's kind of just an anomaly, certain circumstances.
yeah, but like I mean, I guess though you could make the argument though it's still in the same universe though. Like I mean, because you have like Doctor Strange in it and stuff, right? But like so like again, not Disney making that money, but I'll give them that like there has been I guess two. Both of the two though are the anomaly ones that are pulling in characters that Disney like either just recently got acquired or don't own at all.
Yeah.
So it's like we live in a world where a Fox X-Men movie is the most successful Disney movie that's been made in the MCU since Endgame, which is wild. Like it's like how did that happen? And I guess I just right now I think the state of modern superhero movies is worse than it has ever been. Like flat out. Because I can't think of one movie that could get announced that I'm genuinely going to be excited to go see. And granted, because of this show, I might still end up seeing them. Probably gonna have to see one later this month, but I'm not looking forward to it. And if I was not doing a podcast where we sometimes talk about media that isn't fantastic, I sure as shit would have not gone to see an MCU movie for a very long time.
Exactly.
Yes.
There's so many things that I would have watched. Wouldn't have touched this.
And that's the thing. Like, I think me being a guy who watches a lot of comic book movies and stuff, or at least historically has through my life, like I'm not up to date on every single issue of every single superhero comic, but I've also read a lot of comic books. I'm kind of a target demographic in some ways. And if I've got no interest in it, what does that mean for normies? Like, how many normies are just like, these suck? And
That's
so
why
you
I
got to
think-
think, it's like, why are you trying to hit that jackpot 777s of, oh, this is the team up movie that has spawned a million spin-offs so that we can just use the infinite money glitch that is shared universe superhero movies? It's like, wait, like, what if you just focus on making one really good movie at a time and don't worry about connecting them, because that carries with it a lot of baggage as far as rules and stakes and decisions that are made with characters that you're using in one movie and then using again in a different movie from a different writer. If you guys aren't going to be on top of all this stuff and like tyrannical about it, like being like, okay, no, this is how Superman acts in this world. This is going to be how Batman is in this world. Anyone writing one of these scripts needs to know these rules like the back of their hand before they even submit a first draft. But I feel like these studios are just not even thinking about doing that. They're just like, no, like we're kooky artists and, you know, we want everyone to be free to like add their own spin on things. It's like, then don't do shared universes. Like, it's that simple. It's like, you can do that, but just write things that stand on their own and don't need to connect to other things, or don't imply that they connect to other things. But I think the trick is they want to have, the thing they didn't do in this movie, that post-credit scene that makes you see like, okay, well, if you want to find out what happens next, you got to go see this next movie. And it's like, when's the last time a post-credit scene made you actually think, yeah, okay, I'm there day one?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not great. I have nothing to add, and I'm tired. So
yeah,
yeah, the shit sucks. I hated it more after the rewatch, and now I hate it more and more. And yeah, it's pretty bad. I went from apathy to pretty bad to the shit sucks dookie balls. So there you go.
Yeah, I went from uneven on it. There's things I like. There's a lot of things I hated too. Yeah, now I think I just burn it all.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll go see a Green Lantern movie with Nathan Fillion, but I think I just like Nathan Fillion.
Well, you mentioned
that has anything to do with
being
this universe or that character specifically. It's just I like that actor and I think he's charismatic.
Well, you mentioned the state of superheroes right now, and I think having Ironheart this back to back is fucking death blow. This is not this is not what we need to bring them back to full form. Pretty bad.
Yeah, Ironheart was so bad that I actually did rando rants on them. I didn't even remember this comes out, and it's like, oh, this is out today. Oh well, I guess I can watch
Oh.
something during lunch, and then
The Green Lantern isn't a movie; it's a show. Awesome! I don't have to leave my house. that's great news.
Nice. Well, yeah, pretty bad. Well, we got a couple of super chats. I mean, we've been going on for a while. If anyone needs to leave, now might be a good place to drop out. 3.
Oh yeah.
All right, see you later.
Yeah, I actually gotta help out too. I gotta get some food.
No problem.
But yeah, I definitely wanted to rip into this movie. After all the hype and all the discussion, it's crazy to see that it was just. I think it was an embarrassment. This was really, really, really a lot of fundamental mistakes and direction. A direction I did not think they would take with this movie, like focusing so hard on the comic book accuracy, when that hasn't really yielded great results in the past, compared to something like The Dark Knight, where, like, you know, if especially if you're depending so much on this universe, having it be a little bit more realistic and grounded, I think would have been the way. And like John mentioned earlier, this was the movie that we really should have taken the time, even though people could be sick of them, taking the time to establish his backstory, even in a different way that we haven't seen before. It just missed out on so many things, and like I have no interest in this universe. So that's kind of my overall take on it, but I love from there.
Yeah. Well, you got anything going on? Something people to lead to? I think you did Ironheart stuff.
I've been battering Ironheart 2 years now. I made my first video ages ago. Aged like wine. According to the chat, it's aged like wine, which I'm really proud of. I made 2 more, so like 3 videos overall,
Nice.
comparing her to Tony in different ways in terms of the. If anyone wants to check that out, go ahead.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, terrible character, terrible show. Stay away from it.
Can't wait for Ironheart to Ironhearter.
Oh god, I'm probably never gonna see her again. She's fucking terrible. But yeah, it was fun, guys. See you guys next time.
Absolutely. Link down below,
Brooks.
chat.
Thanks
Go
for
check
joining.
him out. It's good stuff.
Take it easy.
Bye bye.
Amen.
Okay. Super chats. Let's read them. Got 3 super chats in a row from Blankface, all 35
thank you.
Zar. Thank you very much. First one is just says get riches, freak bitches, Jor-El. That's very, very, very amp. That's true. Another one by Blankface, of course, saying that's part 1 of 2. Can't wait for Peacemaker season 2 to have a scene in one episode where John Cena looks at the camera and says, anytime the Suicide Squad in Peacemaker season 1 implicitly or explicitly referenced the old DCU was no longer canon. James Gunn told me. That sounds like a Deadpool thing as well.
God, I wouldn't put it past them. I don't even know if that's a troll. Like, he might have seen a clip.
He might have seen a clip somewhere, yeah. Good lord. Yeah, it's not great.
I really thought the Supergirl is being directed by the guy who did Cruella thing was a troll, and it's not. It's real.
Sorry.
I hated Cruella. I found that movie like offensive on
It's
the deepest
really
level.
bad.
Yeah. So that's not a good. I didn't
It's
know
okay,
that either.
Rocky.
That's not a good
It made
sign.
Rocky cry. Rocky has the same coloring as a Dalmatian.
Oh man. Let's see. We got 5 gifted memberships by Idaco the Tricky. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then $5 by James saying, "Watch the animated DC movies. They're better. Damn it! Even the bad ones are funnier." That's true. The animated ones are really good.
Pretty good.
As I did, there's a couple of them that we did on the Forge a while back. Mask of the Phantasm is one of them. I remember that one being really, really fucking good.
Yeah,
that I actually
phenomenal. I saw that one in theaters when I was a kid. That actually
I
had like a
bought the
full release.
Blu-ray after I've seen it for the first time. It's really good.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's a
Rocky.
good one.
It has that scene with Bruce Wayne at I think it was at the grave of the parents where he just breaks down. That fucked me up. That was so good. But yeah, the DC ones are mostly, if not great, they're at least solid and a good watch.
I think we did Batman Dark Knight Returns, didn't we?
I
I feel like
think
that was time
so.
when I was just a guest on Forge.
Could be. I need to check because a lot of them were like beginning of the Forge format in general that I did with meme, so I don't fully remember which one I've done.
That one had RoboCop voicing Batman.
Right.
Oh yeah, cool.
Dark
Peter Weller,
Knight
great actor. It's okay, Rocky.
Returns.
Watch RoboCop
let me
later.
check
He loves
real quick.
RoboCop.
Dark Knight Returns. Oh yeah, that was you and meme. We did part
Yay.
1 and 2. That was a long one as well. Damn.
Yeah, it's like 3.5 hours. Something like that.
5.5 hours.
Well, no, the show.
Oh
the
yeah,
movie.
okay. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. You're still going. We're wrapping up right now. We're doing it.
Don't worry, Kevin Feige. We shit on this movie quite a lot on this episode.
Yeah. Your next one better be good.
Yeah. It's your time to strike. You're like AMD after the NVIDIA announcements.
5 bucks by M8566. Thank you very much. Saying, I want the monkeys.
I don't. Fuck the monkeys.
One membership by Max Relax. Thank you very much. Saying, would be good if this still works. Oh, yeah, remember I had problems with the membership stuff, but I guess that works. Good to see for you and us. Thank you very much. And then M8566 sending 5 gifted memberships as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another 35 Czar by Blank Face saying Hollywood continually seething at internet trolls just shows that it works, that it will only vindicate the trolls. That's true, yeah. They need to do as Superman says, just don't read it, or just grow over it. Just like, yeah, whatever.
I mean, like, it's just the idea of like the amount of elitism that comes with when you're writing things that are like core critical villainous aspects of humanity. You've got in your deck right now is internet trolls. They're so mean.
They're so mean, huh?
The broad consensus on the movie seems to be quite positive, and it seems the common opinion is that it's stupid fun.
Yeah.
And worded one way or another.
I guarantee you,
if
if you check in like 2 months, people will not say that anymore. I feel like this is one of those movies where everyone says, you know what, that wasn't that good actually. It's like, yeah, I know.
Flashy, entertaining stuff, cute dog, fun things, Nathan Fillion being funny, and like, watch 6 months from now, it's gonna be like, yeah, that kind of sucked.
I couldn't even enjoy it on a stupid level. Like, it was just too stupid that it actually affected my enjoyment.
As I said, I was sitting in a cinema. I'm just like a tidal wave of pictures going over me. It's like, God, I just do not care. And then it's like
Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was better.
Just
and
like
I haven't had the desire to watch that movie again yet.
Just 2 or 3 bits where it's like, oh, that's all right, I guess. That made me chuckle a little bit. It's like, oh, this could be interesting.
It's okay, Jojo.
That's that. Boy. Pretty bad. So, another 14 Zara Blank Face saying, crypto comes when Superman whistles. Red Rocket.
Attacking me right now. Jojo, no.
Oh, God. 5 bucks by James, thank you. Also, we should make Metal play a slightly frustrating game. Let's bring back Sir, You Are Being Hunted, just for the lols. I don't even know what that is, but apparently it's slightly frustrating. Sir, You Are Being Hunted, survival game. Okay. What the fuck are these as little robot things? Okay. Weird. Looks weird.
Oh no. Oh no, I've lost Jojo. She might start barking. Maki, I love you, buddy. You're a cute puppy.
35 Zara by Blank Face. Again, thank you very much. I can't let James win because he's a wombo. Oh my god.
No!
It's a super chat war! And then our super chat by Blank Face saying, Jimmy has a constant plus 10 charisma AoE. Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, like... I mean, it was a weird running gag to begin with, and then they made it critical to the plot.
Yeah. Like... 2 bucks by Type Zero saying, so the GL movie will be fighting evil Kryptonians? Oh, Green Lantern movie fighting evil Kryptonians. Yeah, maybe.
Well, apparently it's going to be a show, which honestly I'm happier about because it's like, okay, maybe this will actually have time to develop some characters and I don't have to leave my house and spend money and buy popcorn because I feel
Yeah.
bad for the theater near my house that's small.
I bought one energy drink, which again was way too expensive. I think it was like $5 for one Monster Energy. Could have bought 2 for those in the shops, but you know.
I will buy popcorn, I will bring my backpack in, and I will drink from my water bottle.
Smart.
Not spending $4 on a bottle of water, I'm sorry.
More blank face super chats. 4 more here coming up. Yeah, thank you very much for the generosity. Appreciate that. One saying, I want the panel to have a go and come with insults towards Superman better than hashtag super shit. What about hashtag crypto cringe?
Incels for Superman would have been funny. It's like, wait, hold on. Is the psyop that it's like they're trying to make people not like Superman by saying that incels do?
I've got Crippy. Hashtag Crippy. Anyone else here got something on their mind?
I can't think of anything.
Damn.
But wait, in which respect? Are we doing what hashtags for Superman that like would troll him?
Oh,
Yeah,
Blankface said,
negative
I want the
Superman
panel
hashtag.
want the panel to have a go and come up with insults towards Superman better than hashtag super shit.
Honestly, hashtag shitty man probably would have been better.
Shitty man.
It's kind of the same idea,
Man.
but super shit doesn't really mean anything. Like,
Sounds like you have
I mean, I guess-
Kryptonian fatigue.
he does eat, so he
Kryptonian.
presumably poops. Like, I guess.
Kraptonian? Oh,
Yeah.
vicious.
Kryptonian, yeah, that's not bad.
That's good.
And 70s are by Blankface, and I feel like the message was a bait and switch. The first part of the message is like hope, happiness, smiles, and then the second part is like become Mega Hitler and spread your seed.
Hashtag alien Hitler.
It's true. Yeah. And then another 2-parters. It's funny that the reason James Gunn established his world having heroes was to solve potential world-building issues. Well, that didn't work very well. But something tells me the new heroes, magic system, planets, etc. are still going to be revealed, causing the exact problems he wanted to avoid. Yeah, I mean, he introduced the problem already by having 3 years pass and having everything established. So there's things in the background we haven't seen yet that should have been a factor.
I think he introduced a whole shitload of problems with the Hadron Collider, creating black holes that can give you a teleportation system by means of a pocket dimension that can also rip the planet in half when you want it to.
Yeah.
And be sealed up on command. Like, just all of that is difficult to make any sense of. But everyone should watch Steins Gate. That uses the Hadron Collider in a much more interesting way. It's an anime. 26 episodes. It's good stuff. Don't watch the dub.
I got $5 by Rio Planeswalker. Thank you very much. Kal-El, you will bring them light and hope and hit all that earthosy. Gel.
I mean,
Well, hang
there
on.
you
Said by Jor-El Tate.
Oh no.
WS, Christina Besco. Christina. So he says it, but her name's just Kirisu, so it's Chris, and then every time he calls her Christina, she's like, there's no Tina.
Emma with another $2 saying, all Forge Marc is just angry face.
Oh, no, all comic book movie forges.
Yeah.
I get imbued with the spirit of the JoJo bean.
Ah! Another 35 by Blankface. The American Constitution still protects non-citizens. There have been many court cases to have argued over it. Yeah, but space aliens don't count. That's what the movie said, so shut up. $5 by Slumpy. You should watch Justice League Crisis on 2 Earths sometimes for a Forge. Bring Meme if he's up for it. Well, I got some fantastic news for you. You should check out Metal's Forge number 17. That's where we did that. No, 27?
This was
It's the early
animated
one.
or the CW one?
That's the animated one.
Oh, okay, good.
Crisis on 2 Earths is the animated one. Yeah, that's in the archives from like 3 years ago. I don't even remember that one that well, but it's like with the owl trying to destroy the multiverse. Still had problems, but I remember it being pretty good. It's been 3 or 4 years now, so I don't particularly remember it well.
They certainly did Flashpoint Paradox better than the movies did.
But yeah, I did that with Meme back in the day, so you can go check that out, actually. 35 by Blank Face, thank you. I would consider it a moral failing on Clark that he hasn't managed to control his dog yet. This animal is a risk across the world, but Clark doesn't care. Yeah, the thing is, it's also not his dog, so it's him and Supergirl, I guess. But absolutely, this should be a big concern that this dog is just going around doing shenanigans when it's having superhero powers.
I feel personally attacked.
But yeah, I absolutely. And then another one by Blank Face saying, does Supergirl know about the harem mission?
I mean, sign me up.
Michael Lockham with the 500 KES. I'm not sure what that is, but like currency-wise, I don't think I've seen that before. But thank you very much, obviously. The purpose-altering message in the movie doesn't meaningfully test Superman's fortitude. He's the same guy before and after its revelation. Absolutely, 100%. He doesn't really learn a lot or anything, really. He just seems the same-ish, which is kind of lame.
I mean, I guess it's like he learns to value the lessons that his like parents who raised him taught him over the like abstract lessons of the parents he never met. Like that's, I guess, the thing.
Yeah. Oh, Forge 17 was versus the Elite. Ah, okay, yeah. 29 is the other one. Okay, cool.
You need a forge.me.
Type 0 with $2 saying, so Superman is on the moon. He doesn't breathe. I think he always could go to space. I don't know how he exactly works, but I don't think he needs air. I think that's always been the case because Kryptonians just don't need it necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, that's also what made him getting suffocated by nanomachines things a little tough to...
True, yeah.
I don't know. Swallow seems a little on the nose, but I didn't I didn't intend to make that pun, I suppose. But yeah, no, Superman has never really needed a spacesuit to go into at least low orbit space, though sometimes I have seen him in one when he goes like far out into distant space because of lack of yellow sun, making it trickier for space travel.
Oh boy, yeah. And $10 by Slumpy, thank you very much. There was actually even more to Jor-El's message that was corrupted. LOL, just kidding, son, don't do that. Humor and I have a dark sense of humor. Anyway, never. Anyway, never. That message further corrupted. It just goes on. It's just even more and more corrupted.
Every movie we get a little bit more of the corrupted message, and like every 2 or 3 it switches them from being evil to good.
Yeah, and at some point it's just the explosion of the planet.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the super chats. Thank you very much for the super chats.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it, as always. Before we get out of here, let's see what our guests are up to. Of course, thank you guys for joining us. Always a fun time. And
no problem. Thank you for the invite.
Hell
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anytime.
Cree, what are you up to? You released something recently for something. I forgot what it was, but that's what you're here for, to tell the people.
I released a video talking about Jurassic World Dominion and how awful that was.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right now, I'm deep in the editing mines on my Fallout 3 video. It's looking to be about 6 hours long.
Hell yeah. Long.
And I want to try to get that done this month, but there's no guarantee because I'm also thinking of doing a really quick Jurassic World Rebirth video.
Right.
And maybe a quick Superman video if I can. Oh boy, so much to do. So little time.
I get it. But yeah, link down below. Go check it out.
And one last thing, I'll be back on Wednesday playing Left 4 Dead 2 again.
Yeah, baby. I still need to download mods. I think you posted some
Yeah.
more. I need to click them.
Yeah, I posted some maps. I'm going to look for more.
Nice.
There's a whole bunch of them that require multiple downloads on the Steam Workshop to get working.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, good stuff. John, tell the good people what's up.
John Graham on YouTube. I've taken a break from video production for a little while. I'm working on a video game actually.
Ooh.
So I'm
Oh,
diving
nice.
into
Yeah,
Godot
right on.
and Blender right now. And on the weekends I stream, so I'm doing the Max Payne games.
Oh, those
moment.
rule.
All
Yeah, I
right,
just finished the
yeah.
first one. Oh well, I
Nice.
did 3 first and then 1, and now I'm gonna 2.
Oh,
I
okay.
Yeah.
love to. Has the best cover art of any video game ever, too.
That is good, yeah.
It's good stuff. Well, go check it out. Fun stuff over there. If you don't do it, I will find you. Mark, what's with you?
I mean, like I said, I took kind of a break from the Onimusha playthroughs to play multiple Silent Hill games this week and prep for Forge. That I thought I was going to need some time to get through, but yeah, those Silent Hill games, they move pretty quick. So I got through pretty much all of them
Yeah, they're
3
not
months
super
in
long.
advance of the Forge. But yeah, I'll get back to doing the Onimusha playthroughs and writing the script and hopefully get that video done in a more timely manner than it took me to make my Berserk video, which is on my channel now, and you should watch it because
Watch
finally
watch
closing in on that 1,000 view mark. So did not do very well, but I think it's a pretty good video and you might enjoy it. So
It is.
60 views away last time I checked. So
Sick. Go
watch it
watch
60
it.
times from me.
I'll click it all the times. Yeah, good stuff. Obviously, all the links down below. Go click them. As for me, I'll probably do some gaming streams this week. Of course, Wednesday, we're doing Left 4 Dead. Want to play some more Terra Enigma as well. I don't have anything to do a rando rand on right now, so I'll probably just get to play video games and go back to the editing mines to get on that video that's been on the bench for way too long. So yeah, I'm just going to be editing away. And for the Forge next week, well, I don't think we had anything planned yet, so we might just spin a bottle or something and see where it lands. So yeah, that's for me. Just working away. Working and sometimes twerking. Actually, don't do that. But I find that
Sorry, I was
just came up
typing in
in
the
my
chat.
mind.
But yeah, we can consult the list.
Yeah, we'll find something fun. Yeah, that's that. And I guess the week after is fucking Fantastic Four. So
Okay, whatever we watch, let's make it something good.
yeah, let's make
I
something good and quick or something. I don't know. Oh well. Okay. That's that. Got a nice long Forge today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. It's been fun. And yeah, don't watch this movie. Sucks dookie balls. But we're out of here. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you all soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye.
Thanks everybody.
See ya.
My unruly puppy loves you.